Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Search for the Dead by Sheila Connolly, narrated by Emily Durante. Chapter 1. Abby Kimball rolled over and pulled the quilt up to her neck. Fall had arrived quickly. The October nights were getting cold in Lexington, and the trees had already begun to burst into color. Plus, the double-hung windows in the Victorian house weren't exactly airtight, although fixing that was on her to-do list. But right now, from her cozy vantage point, she had an excellent view of Ned Newhall, standing in front of the bathroom sink, a towel wrapped loosely around his waist, staring intently at the mirror as he shaved. He took shaving as seriously as any of his occupations, and he was unaware of her admiring gaze. Abby was determined to enjoy this moment of peace before they both jumped into their usually hectic days. Ned finished shaving and splashed water on his face to remove the last of the shaving soap. He dried his face with a towel, then turned to the bedroom and finally noticed that Abby was awake. "Hey, you're up early." "The sun came up. Besides, I was enjoying the view." "What? Oh, I see. Glad to be of service. So, what's on your calendar today?" "Nothing. That's the problem. I need something to do." Ned sat down on the bed. "Abby, you've been flat out busy for the last couple of months working on this place." "Yes, I have, and I do enjoy it. But in case you hadn't noticed, I have a mind, too." "I know that. So what's the problem?" Abby wondered briefly if now was the right time to get into this discussion, but there never seemed to be a better time. Ned worked long hours, his choice because he ran his own company. She knew that was because he loved his work and he didn't spend time clock-watching, although maybe she felt a small twinge of resentment that he stuck to those long hours even though he knew she was waiting for him at home. Still, he came home hungry and tired, and those evening hours weren't ideal for discussing anything important. So she plunged ahead. "For a start, I miss having a job." Before Ned could protest, Abby held up one hand. "Yes, I know you've got plenty of money to pay for everything, and I've been able to overcome my feminist scruples, and I've accepted being a kept woman. But I need more. We both know our current situation is kind of temporary. We discussed my finding a job a while back, and then I got caught up in making this house livable, and that distracted me. For a while." "Hey, I've been living here for years and I haven't had any problems with the place," Ned said. "I never told you that you had to fix everything." "You're a man. You have different standards. Just accept that." Abby softened her comment with a smile. "Look, I wanted to do it. But now I've taken care of most of the downstairs projects, fixing the windows, papering the front rooms, scraping paint off of everything. I needed to do that while the days were long and I had the light. But it's fall now. I've always felt that September was the start of the year. I was a geek who actually liked school. So now I'm getting itchy." "Do you want to look for a job?" Actually, she would love to do just that, but circumstances that she couldn't control had made that kind of impossible, or difficult at best. Her former boss, Leslie, had approved when Abby had started seeing Ned, who Leslie had once been engaged to, but that was before Abby had discovered that she could see dead people, or at least those who were related to her, and that Ned shared that ability. Something he hadn't told Leslie when he'd agreed to be a sperm donor for Leslie and her husband. And things had gone from bad to worse when they discovered that Ned and Leslie's daughter, Ellie, had inherited Ned's ability, and her imaginary playmates had once been living people. Leslie had understandably freaked and fired Abby. But since Ellie was going to need help handling her inherited gift, Abby was trying to mend fences with Leslie, which did not extend to getting her job back. "Ned, we talked about that, and you know all the problems there. After what happened at the museum and my kind of patchy employment record over the past couple of years, that may be difficult. Leslie might be willing to give me a decent recommendation now, particularly since we've spent so much time with Ellie over the summer, but, well, I've been thinking about something else. Ned lay back and stuffed a couple of pillows behind his head. Which is? Abby had to make an effort not to reach out and touch him, because that usually led to complications of more than one kind. Right now, she needed to talk. After we spent that time on the Cape, you promised we could look into this. Shoot, I still don't know what to call it. This psychic thing that keeps happening that we share. You told me you were at a point at work where you could take some time to focus on the science side of it, the DNA connection. I figured you'd remember that. I was taking advantage of your slave labor until you brought it up. She checked his expression to see if he was joking. Ned, I'm serious. Did you mean it? He didn't answer immediately. Yes, with reservations. Look, this weird ability to see our dead relatives, I'm still trying to get a handle on it. On one hand, I've been experiencing it far longer than you have. On the other hand, I tried consciously to suppress it for a long time, to not think about it, until you kicked it all out into the open. Maybe you could say I'm hiding in my work to avoid dealing with it. But I guess that's not fair to you. It doesn't help you figure anything out. Do you not want to look at this seriously? She asked, trying to keep her tone neutral. If it was just us, that might be possible, but you've got Ellie to think of. I know, and she seems to have inherited whatever this is from me. Certainly not from Leslie. And she's young. She needs to understand it sooner rather than later, before the rest of society tells her she's crazy and to forget about it. She needs our help to do that. Abby, my daughter is not a guinea pig. I never said she was. She's smart, and she's observant, and she already knows she has some kind of gift or curse or whatever that makes her different from other kids. We all want her to have a normal life, but we don't want her to shut down a part of who she is, right? Of course, Ned said reluctantly. I know I'm being selfish, avoiding the whole problem. Do I assume you have a plan? Only a rough outline. You're the scientist, you do the science stuff. Me, I want to look into the history of this thing. I want to figure out what other psychic manifestations are out there, and which ones are pure hooey. Why some are taken more seriously than others. Ned raised one eyebrow. Hooey? You know what I mean. Which have been proven to be false. Even what little I've read suggests that communicating with the dead was a big thing in the later 19th century, and no doubt some percentage of that must have been to con the gullible, who were willing to pay cash to talk to their late great-uncle Elwood and ask him where he hid the treasury bonds. But at the same time, will you agree that another percentage, possibly a smaller one, was real? I mean, we know it is. I want to do the library research, if you want to call it that, sort of across the board, and then figure out what lines to follow up on. Does that make sense? Of course it does. But what do you hope to find? You mean, am I looking for a sympathetic group of people to sit around with on Tuesday nights and compare mystical experiences? No. But I do want to understand this as best I can. I see my dead ancestors, or at least some of them. Most people don't. I don't see strangers, except through the eyes of those ancestors. I don't channel famous people or witness significant historical events. But we've agreed that I'm connected to them in a particular way, and I want to know how and why. So you can find more? No, not really. I'm not planning to hunt them down. But I want to know how to handle them when they suddenly appear in front of me without warning when I'm not expecting it. Given what a big family tree I seem to have in this state, that can happen a lot. It's not that I'm scared of any of them. I don't believe they can hurt me. And I'm not sure if we can communicate, or even if they see me. But we know they see some of us. Ellie's already found that out, just like you did with Johnny. I don't want to sit down to tea and hold conversations with them. I just want to understand and to help guide Ellie. and to help explain Ellie to her mother.
"You have been thinking about this," Ned said. "I'm sorry if I've let you down on my end. Let me get to work and check my calendar. How long do you think we should set aside for this?"
Ned, I have no clue how you're going to approach this using science, much less how long it will take. You've told me more than once that you can't start with an answer and work backward to prove it. You've got to go where your findings lead you. So what aspects can you test? DNA, of course.
Yes, but I'd need a bigger sample than you and me and Ellie. I need other people who have this trait and who have passed it on through at least one generation. That may not be easy to find. I can't just put an ad in the paper saying, "Looking for psychics, call this number if you see dead people."
Abby swallowed a laugh. Of course not, but maybe I can find out more on the human side of things. Aren't there still spiritualist churches here and there? They believe, or at least some members do, that they can communicate with the dead. I can go talk to people there, if I can find some, and then find out if they're willing to look more closely.
If you do that, tread carefully, will you? They call these places spiritualist churches or even temples, so it's kind of a quasi-religion. You don't want to offend anyone.
Ned, I do know how to be tactful, and maybe I can learn from them. What you need to do is to define some experiments for them in the event I actually find someone who's willing to go along with it.
Try the Rhine Institute, Ned said suddenly.
What, those people with the cards and ESP?
That's where they started, or how they became well known, but they've grown from there.
But aren't they in North Carolina?
Yes, but we can travel, can't we? The thing is, we would have to convince them we're sincere. We're not just fishing for a mailing list to sell people something.
Fair enough, Abby agreed. I'll put that on my list and find out what they're offering these days. And you can start with blood work and DNA. How do you identify a psychic gene?
I have no idea, but I guess I'm going to find out, Ned said.
Great. Listen, is there anything else on the home repair list that needs to be done before the snow flies?
I'd put sealing up the windows at the top of the list.
Do we have storm windows?
Some, but I'm not sure what shape they're in. But I want them to look authentic, no plastic or aluminum. If you can track down someone who can make wooden sashes for storms, I'd love to talk to him.
And Ned has the money to pay for them, no matter what they cost, Abby reflected. Okay, I'll look into that. Maybe someone at Sturbridge Village knows someone who can do it. She paused for a moment and grinned at him. There are other ways to keep warm, you know. He returned her smile.
That is an option I had not taken advantage of until you moved into this house. Care to experiment?
Are you sure you have time? Abby batted her eyelashes at him.
I'll make time.
Chapter 2. Over their somewhat delayed breakfast, Abby said, You know, as we keep demonstrating, there's a physical component as well as a mental one to this psychic thing. Darn, we really need to find something to call it.
Arthur? Ned said, grinding coffee beans.
No, that's a beetle haircut, you twit. I can't believe no one else has ever experienced this thing, and they must have come up with some kind of name. I'll keep my eyes open when I start serious reading. But what I was trying to say was that not only do we see and hear people, but there's also something that happens through touch. And I don't mean just when I touch you. I can touch something one of my ancestors has touched, and then I see them. But it's the physical connection that triggers it most often. Or at least that was true for me in the beginning. And those ancestors must have touched lots of things, but I haven't encountered any more of those things.
Ned poured boiling water over the coffee grounds. It all comes back to the brain, Abby. We all have multiple senses, sight, smell, hearing, and touch, but it's the brain that translates them into something you can understand and process. There are receptors for all of these sensory capabilities, which are the same but different, if that makes sense. The receptors pick up neural impulses and transmit them. You just happen to pick up past experiences from your ancestors, but it's still a neural impulse of some kind. And I seem to have the same kind of receptor." He poured coffee into 2 mugs and sat down across from her at the kitchen table, pushing one mug toward her. "But why do we see some past events and not others?" Abby asked. "And how the heck do those electrical signals just hang around for centuries?" "We've guessed before that there has to be some strong emotion from the ancestor to leave a trace. Grief over a death or extreme anger. Only the really strong experiences come through, to you at least. You aren't seeing people sitting around the fire knitting. My Johnny, on the other hand, just kind of hung around, and we played together, so there was an interaction in the present. I found out later that he died young, but that doesn't explain why he showed up to me and only me. If you'd been in my shoes, you might have seen his mother or father mourning him." Abby nodded slowly. "You may be right. Why do I get the sad episodes? But that adds one more complicating factor, doesn't it? Like there's a filter or something, and different people may get different experiences." "Let's get the basic stuff sorted out first, please," Ned said. "Right. Thank goodness it's not everyone who has this kind of reaction to touch. Can you imagine the chaos, even if all you did was shake hands with a stranger and got slammed by some random other person's experience?" "It could be unsettling, I'll admit, but it's just one more piece of data for an individual to absorb. We already make judgments about new people we meet. How do they look? How do they smell? How loud are their voices? Do they look you in the eye? You do all this subconsciously in the first few seconds, and you combine your impressions to form an opinion of the other person." "But there's a cultural component to that, isn't there?" Abby protested. "People learn behaviors that affect what we see, right? Someone from Tokyo would make very different judgments about me than someone from Boston." Ned nodded. "Of course. Different cultures have developed different standards for judgment, but there always are standards. Otherwise, people would attack all strangers." Abby thought for a moment. "What about people who are differently abled? I mean the ones who are missing one or more sensory ability, like sight or hearing." "They compensate, and usually their other senses become stronger," Ned said. "What's your point?" "Well, what if this trait of ours that has no name could be used to help them? Or maybe for people with autism, too. I don't have details, but isn't it generally true that autism makes people kind of overwhelmed by sensory stimuli? Their brain can't process it fast enough and they shut down or act out. What if this trait could help with that? Or if we could figure out a way to block some of the stimuli? Once you understand how it works, then you can work with it or change it, right?" She knew she was rambling, but she was beginning to see possibilities that she hadn't considered before. Ned looked impatient. "Good points all, Abby, but I'm already late for work. How about this? We give ourselves some time to think about what we've talked about and what we would like to know. You take on the history and which phenomena have been popular, and then maybe debunked over time. You say there was a lot of so-called psychic or spiritualist activity in the 19th century, but much of it turned out to be fake. The supposed mediums were ripping off people who only wanted to reach their loved ones who had passed on." "That's what I've read," Abby agreed, "but I've only scratched the surface. I'll look into it, certainly. But, Ned, what if there always have been a small number of legitimate mediums, and they were only trying to use their peculiar ability and maybe earn a living at the same time? It was a simpler time, and maybe a kinder one." Ned looked troubled. "Can I give you a warning before you jump in with both feet? Spiritualism, or the belief in life after death, and the potential for communicating with the dead, still exists. The spiritualist churches in this area would probably welcome you with open arms. But as I said, tread carefully." "And I'd be interested in talking to some of these people," Abby said. "Maybe they're just seekers, or maybe they really have found some contact with loved ones, or people from some other dimension. We're at the beginning of this research, right?" We are, but how much do you want to know? I know I promised to be an equal partner in this, but it can't be open-ended. I do have a business to run, even if that business intersects very conveniently with what we're investigating.
I don't have an answer yet, Ned. Let's table that thought and come back to it after we know more. I don't want to devote my life to chasing woo-woo experiences, and I would like to find a long-term job sometime, maybe after the dust is settled. But right now, I have the time and the curiosity, and I want to dig in. Is that all right?
Of course it is. Let's give this first phase of research a week, and then by next weekend we can sit down again and compare notes, and maybe map out a longer-term research strategy.
Sounds good to me. Oh, and before I go whole hog, I'll look into the storm window thing. We can't keep getting distracted with trying to, keep warm.
Abby almost giggled. Keeping warm was a nice euphemism for sex, at least in New England winters. Too bad, Ned said, smiling.
He stood up to leave, but Abby stopped him again. One more thing. What about Ellie?
What about her?
Do you want to test her, whatever those tests turn out to be?
Yes, of course, because of her familial connection. Oh, I see what your problem is. Do we tell Leslie?
Well, of course we tell her. I wouldn't ask Ellie to lie to her mother about what we do together, and in any case it would be wrong. But we have to know what we're asking and how to explain it.
Of course. Another topic for next weekend, when we have a clearer picture.
And finally, Abby added, and Ned groaned, we never figured out if I'm going to look after Ellie after school this year. I know she's getting older, and I'm sure she can find plenty of after-school activities, but I'd be willing to volunteer maybe a day a week, if Leslie wants that. But school's already started, and she hasn't asked. I'd do it without this research project of ours. I like Ellie, and I want her to have a real connection with you.
Which I don't get, because I'm at work all day. Let me think about it for a day or two, okay? Unless Leslie brings it up.
Fine. So you go to work, and I'll clear off the dining room table,
currently buried under a few months' worth of construction supplies, ends of wallpaper rolls, paint sample cards, and the like,
and set up my computer there. That way I can spread out. Is there a whiteboard lurking in the house somewhere? Because it might be helpful to have a big surface to write on, one that I can look at and see the big picture.
I don't know, but you can go out and buy one easily enough. Ned grabbed up the messenger bag that he carried for his work materials and a jacket and headed for the door. I'll let you imagine a goodbye kiss. See you at dinner. And he was gone.
Abby continued to sit at the table, staring at nothing. She'd come out ahead in the discussion since she'd persuaded Ned that they should get serious about looking into this thing in a systematic way, but now she needed to figure out what to do. She liked doing research, but where should she start? Traditionally, the local library would have been a good place to begin. What did the Lexington Library have in its collections? Or the Concord Library? After all, Ralph Waldo Emerson and his band of intellectuals had lived and mingled there. He had been a transcendentalist, but what did that mean? And where, if anywhere, did that definition intersect with spiritualist? Could she ask a research librarian for tips? Or would they think she was crazy? Maybe she should think bigger, at least as a starting point, like with the Rhine Institute, as Ned had suggested, or maybe track down one of those spiritualist churches. They'd be eager to recruit new followers, wouldn't they? Which raised another question. Was she a potential follower? She knew better than most people that this ability to see the dead was real, although her proof might not stand up in a court of law. Yet she had reservations. Usually she saw something that had happened in the past. She wasn't communicating with these relatives in the here and now, nor assuming they were floating around in the ether waiting to hear from her. It was more like watching an old movie, and there was no way for her to insert herself into the middle of it. What would a spiritualist think of that? Would they push her to try and start a conversation with her great-great-grandmother? That was not something she wanted. She was afraid of breaking the fragile link to the past, or exhausting its energy so that it just faded away and was gone. She hadn't seen any reruns yet, no repetitions of the same scene, or not precisely. But what she had with Ned was real. Setting aside the thing most people labeled as love, not that she wanted to, there was a specific connection between them when they touched, even accidentally. It was real, and it was mutual. Call it an electrical charge. That was certainly what it felt like, one that kept regenerating. Unlike her visions of past relatives, her connection to Ned kept getting stronger. Thoughts were electrical phenomena, weren't they? Brain scans of various kinds could create images of what was happening in the brain through electrical impulses. That was tangible, measurable. But it was a very long jump from physical contact to making movies from the past, much less creating active images of real people. Abby hadn't known who she was seeing when it had first happened. She had identified the individuals after the fact, and only then had she realized they were related to her. Her family had never had any old pictures of earlier family members, so she couldn't have seen them at home and remembered them. She hadn't been looking for anyone. It was important to remember that. They had appeared to her, through a particular combination of circumstances. She'd been stressed out about her relationship with her then-boyfriend and about trying to find a niche in an area she didn't know and to find a job. All classic stressors. She'd been vulnerable, her defenses down. And Ned had been there, although she hadn't realized the significance of that until later. Only then had her ancestors appeared to her. Once she knew it was possible, she had started looking and had found more than she expected. Since the beginning, it had happened several times, but only in cases where there was a genetic connection to the people she was seeing. She and Ned saw the same person only when they both were related to that individual. She had seen people that he hadn't. She should really start writing all this down if she hoped to make sense of any of it. They'd set a limit of 5 days to come up with a working plan, and the history, and the parts dealing with breathing humans and their personalities, was her territory. She cleared the table, set up her laptop, plugged it in, found paper and markers and sticky tabs, pens and pencils. And then she sat, staring stupidly at the screen. Do something, Abby. Okay, call up a search engine and look for anything to do with spiritualism. That produced 600,000 or so hits. She had to admit she seldom went beyond the first 3 pages. There was, as Ned had suggested, a Greater Boston Church of Spiritualism that met in Watertown weekly and also held special events. There was also a National Spiritualist Association of Churches, whose text sounded very warm and fuzzy, and which had 3 churches in nearby towns. Plus, they were planning a national convention shortly. Abby sat back to think about this. She wasn't looking to hang out with a large group of people, no matter how like-minded and understanding they might be. She didn't want to prattle on about her meetings with dead ancestors. In a strange way, it felt like she was betraying them by sharing them with strangers. Maybe she should start with some facts, rather than people. She could put together a list of psychic phenomena and see where she and Ned fit and what explanations, if any, were offered. She became so absorbed in her computer search that she forgot to eat lunch, and by the end of the afternoon her head was spinning, not just from hunger. She had a stack of printouts beside her, and she went back through them, highlighting different aspects of psychic experience that she had found along the way. It was a bewildering list, including reincarnation, syncretism, which she didn't quite understand, clairvoyance, genetic memory, past life regression, hallucinations, and more. But she had emerged triumphant with a label for her own personal phenomenon, apparitional experience. It had first been explored in the 1880s, and most of the description seemed to mirror her own observations. She hadn't been frightened by what she saw. The experiences had occurred in ordinary settings. The people looked solid rather than transparent, and the apparitions seldom, if ever, interacted with the observer. The problem was, apparitional experience, while accurate, was a mouthful. She needed a nickname or something short and simple to use in ordinary conversation with Ned and Ellie and anyone else who came along. The experience part was pretty nonspecific, even though the sources she found agreed that it was visual. That's where the apparitional part came in. Would seeings work? Sensings? And where would her reaction to touching something which seemed to trigger the seeing fit? She needed to talk to Ned about this. She had reached a good stopping point for her efforts. Abby wasn't sure why she felt relieved to have a label, clumsy or not, to put on her own experience, but at least she knew she was not alone. Chapter 3. Abby was cooking dinner when Ned arrived home. He walked into the kitchen and kissed the back of her neck, and she almost dropped the skillet she was holding. This connection thing was a mixed blessing, she had to admit. Any ordinary demonstration of simple affection was instantly amplified and sometimes led to some major detours. There were certainly worse problems to have, but sometimes it made it hard to get anything done. Ned went upstairs to change clothes, then reappeared in a pair of ratty jeans. He helped himself to a glass of wine, waving the bottle at her and raising an eyebrow in question. "Not while I'm cooking, but dinner's almost ready," Abby said. "Okay, can I keep you company, or will that distract you?" he asked, leaning on a counter on the far side of the room. "As long as you stay on that side of the room," Abby told him, laughing. She added some chicken stock and chopped parsley to the sautéed chicken she was making, turned down the heat to a low simmer, and set the lid on the pan. "Now, wine." They took their glasses and settled on opposite sides of the kitchen table. Abby wasn't sure she wanted to nag Ned about getting started on their research project, so she figured she might as well go first with the results of the research of the day. "I think I've made some progress on our, what should we call it, project? Psychic search? Unfortunately, psychic sounds a lot like psycho. Ghost hunt? We'll have to work on a title. What have you found?" Abby described the preliminary outline she'd cobbled together. "First of all, I've got a name for our thing. It's called an apparitional experience, and the descriptions I found sound a lot like what we've run into. What's interesting is that it seems to have little to do with ghost sightings. Most of the time, people aren't particularly afraid of what they're seeing, and the people they see look ordinary, like three-dimensional people in the same room, except we know they really aren't there. Does that make sense?" "That people aren't frightened by suddenly seeing phantom people? In a way, I guess I'm surprised. Were you frightened when it first happened?" "No. Startled, certainly, but I never thought that the people I saw could hurt me. I was just a spectator, watching them. I wasn't an actor in whatever they were doing. What about you?" "Johnny showed up when I was pretty young, and at that age, everything is new. He was just, well, there. It didn't occur to me for a while that nobody else could see him, but I was always kind of a loner as a kid. I'd have to guess that if I'd been playing with other kids, he wouldn't have showed up." "Do you feel better having a name for it?" "Kind of," Abby admitted. "It's nice to know we're not alone. Not that I'm going to go out hunting for other people like us. Can you imagine what kind of a conversation starter that would be? 'Hello, do you see dead people?'" "We could have some really interesting discussions over dinner with them," Ned said amiably. "If we got that far, they'd probably be looking for the nearest exit before that." "Let's get the whys sorted out first, okay?" "Fair enough. What have you found so far?" "More than I know what to do with, and we should talk about how to narrow it down, or we'll be doing this for the rest of our lives. That won't work, because you have to keep your job so you can support me in the style to which I'm becoming accustomed." "Glorified construction site? Is that your style?" "Well, it's getting better. Slowly. It's a great house." "I always thought so. You have to look past the surface." "I know. I think I have the surface embedded under my fingernails." They were halfway through dinner when the landline in the kitchen rang, an old wall-hung phone with a curly cord that Ned hadn't had the heart to discard. "You won't answer it?" Abby asked. Few people she knew, apart from her parents, had the number at the house. "Sure." He pushed back his chair and walked over to the phone. He checked the caller ID, then said, "Hi, Leslie. What's up?" After listening for a moment, he handed the phone to Abby. "She wants to talk to you." Most likely the Ellie after-school question she had envisioned, Abby thought. She took the phone from Ned. "Hi, Leslie. How's everything going?" "As well as can be expected for October. Things are always crazy this time of year. Look, I hate to impose, but do you mind picking up Ellie, say, one day a week? She's got other activities planned most days, and I thought we had a schedule worked out, but one of those got canceled for lack of interest." Leslie hesitated in an odd way. "And, well, Ellie asked if she could spend time with you." So Leslie was still reluctant. "Sure, I'm happy to have her. Do you want me to keep her through supper so she can see Ned, too? He could drive her home after." "If you want." Leslie sounded less than enthusiastic about the whole arrangement, but Abby knew by now that working out daycare or aftercare arrangements for children could get complicated, and Leslie had another child, Ellie's brother Peter, at home to deal with too, not to mention a full-time day job at the Concord Museum. "Fine," Abby said firmly. "Which day? My schedule's pretty clear." "It's Thursdays. The thing that got dropped, I mean." They finalized arrangements for times and dates and hung up quickly. Abby wasn't surprised at her abruptness. Leslie still had mixed feelings about Abby, and she didn't like to be beholden to anyone. Her efforts to warm things up between them for Ellie's and Ned's sake was a slower process than she would like. "So?" Ned asked. "Leslie needs some help with after-school care for Ellie. Plus, apparently Ellie asked to spend time with me. I hope that's a good thing." "You mean you hope Leslie's okay with that?" "Yes. It's a shame that Leslie can't do for Ellie what I can, because otherwise I wouldn't have to worry about getting between them at all. But this thing of ours is something that can't be taught or transferred, and there's no biological link to Leslie, only to Ellie." "Leslie knows that, Abby." "I know she knows that with her head, but that doesn't mean she feels good about it. Still, I think helping Ellie outweighs making Leslie happy, don't you?" "No question. Even if psychic powers were not exactly what Leslie was expecting from our child. So, where were we?" Over the last of dinner, they reviewed what Abby had found during the day and eliminated some recognized phenomena as irrelevant or too difficult to test. Not that Abby was sure how to test what she was experiencing. You either saw these long-dead people or you didn't. Would taking pictures in a different way be of any use? Ultraviolet, infrared, or even X-rays? In any case, the goal was to figure out what biological or genetic trait made it possible to see them for some people and not others. It wasn't shared by most of the humans in the world, apparently, or else they'd quashed it at an early age. Did that make it go away permanently, or was it just dormant? Most societies weren't exactly friendly to people who saw dead people, so most learned to keep quiet about it. Abby had even had to have a talk with Ellie about that, in case Ellie got impatient with her friends who couldn't see. It was hard to explain to a child that it wasn't wrong to have that ability, but showing it tended to scare other people, and scared people often lashed out. Abby faced a real challenge trying to help Ellie make the most of this odd ability without alienating her parents, her schoolmates, her friends, and even total strangers. It wasn't going to be easy while she was growing up. Abby was in fact dreading Ellie's teen years when things were already made difficult by raging hormones. "What about you, Ned? Have you come up with any ideas for testing or analyzing this thing?" Abby asked after a long lull. "A couple of thoughts. One, the kind of equipment that would be useful tends to be expensive and not always easy to get access to, even if you have the money. It's not exactly something I can buy for the company and write off as a business expense.
Not that I would anyway, because it doesn't fit into any of our current practices. That means I'd have to buy it myself.
Is that a problem?
No, but that's only part of the issue. I can buy it, but where do we put it?
Ah, I see. Are any special conditions necessary?
Yes, and it's a lot more than adequate space and some heavy-duty wiring. You have to have a room that has no vibration whatsoever, and that's shielded from any outside magnetic sources.
Yikes, Abby said. So I guess the basement won't work.
Nope, it's damp, with low ceilings. Not ideal. The attic is too low, and the other rooms aren't big enough. And in a wood frame house like this one, everything shakes, even if you don't notice it. So it looks like I'll have to rent someplace to set things up, if I want to go ahead with this.
Okay, Abby said cautiously. How long will that take?
A few weeks, I'd guess, to find a location and to order the equipment and set it up.
Can you install it yourself, or do you need an electrician or a technician or whatever?
I'd rather have it done right. There are some people we've used at the company for new installations who I can hire for this one.
Great. Did you have something else? Or should I ask first, how do you know which equipment you need if we aren't sure what we're looking for?
Good question, but I've got a guy in mind who'd be perfect to help point us in the right direction. I haven't talked to him yet about this, but he's wicked smart, with a PhD from MIT, and I've known him for years. But he's not much of a team player, and he hates the corporate life, so instead he creates things. He's made a lot of money doing it. He holds a few critical patents. I think he'd be interested in helping us out. This kind of a project would appeal to him.
Will you have to explain what we're trying to do?
Of course, because he might have to modify some of the equipment.
Does he have... can he see or feel or sense anything out of the ordinary?
I never asked, but I can and will. I think he'd find the question funny, but he'd take it seriously.
Ned, are you going to tell your people at work about what we're doing? Are you going to take official time off or just kind of come and go without explaining?
She hadn't seen his office, hadn't met any of his staff, and really had no idea what he did day to day. Ned must have followed her thinking because he looked contrite. I'm sorry, I keep forgetting you don't know the place or the people. You want to come by and introduce yourself?
As what?
She hated to hear that coming out of her own mouth. She wasn't angling for a commitment, much less a proposal, but somehow having Ned say, "My friend Abby," felt wrong. What would you like me to say? Ned said carefully.
I don't know. When I was living with Brad, I guess I was the girlfriend, but I thought that was kind of demeaning.
Looking back now, her whole relationship with Brad had been kind of demeaning, and she knew she'd been right to break it off.
I don't know how he explained us to the people he knew at work,
or how much he had said to Shanna, who Brad had been sleeping with for a while before Abby found out. Now, after some time had passed, she thought that Brad and Shanna probably deserved each other. They were equally shallow and ambitious.
Does your staff know anything about me?
Only that I'm happier than I have been. I think the minute they see us together, they'll figure it out.
I don't need labels, Ned. I know what we've got.
The dishes didn't really need doing right now, so she held out a hand to him. He took it, and they were lost in each other again. I'll do the dishes in the morning, he whispered in her ear. She could only nod. Chapter 4. Leslie had notified the school that Abby was authorized to pick up Ellie, and Abby was waiting in the parking area when Ellie tumbled out the door of the school on Thursday afternoon. Abby was glad to see that Ellie was talking with a couple of other girls, who peeled off toward one of the waiting school buses. Ellie spotted her quickly and hurried over, and Abby opened the front door for her.
"Hey, Abby,"
Ellie said, fumbling for her seatbelt.
"Hey, kid. Good to see you."
It had only been a month since they'd spent time in a summer house on Cape Cod together, with some unexpected extras, like the kitten that Ellie had brought home with her and persuaded her mother to accept.
How's Olivia?
She's good. Mom's mad at her because she likes to sharpen her claws on the furniture. I keep telling her that Olivia makes less mess than Petey, and we're stuck with him.
He's what, 4 now? In preschool?
Yeah, and then half-day aftercare.
Abby started up the car and pulled out into the slow-moving parent traffic. You have homework?
Not much yet, but some. Do I have to do it right away?
Is there something else you want to do? Abby countered, wondering if Ellie had a hidden agenda.
Hang out with you? Maybe talk?
Ellie said, looking out the front window rather than at Abby. Ah, talk. Abby wondered how much Ellie had shared with her mother about what had happened at the Cape Cod house. Leslie was still struggling with the whole concept of seeing dead people. She was a no-nonsense person, and none of what her daughter was seeing fit in her worldview.
Sure, that's fine. I bet we'll find some cookies at the house. And you're staying for dinner, right? Ned wants to see you too. Cool.
How's school? Abby asked.
Okay.
You like your classes?
Some of them.
Ellie wasn't volunteering a whole lot. Which ones in particular? Abby prodded.
English, history maybe, not math.
Abby laughed. I understand that. I never liked math much either. She signaled for a turn. Made any new friends?
You mean live ones? You sound like my mom. She thinks I'm going to get all weird and end up one of those kids nobody talks to.
Are you?
I'm not that dumb, and I don't tell people about that other thing.
Normally, I wouldn't recommend hiding a big secret from people who you want as friends, but I think that's the right thing to do under the circumstances. For now, maybe forever.
Good. Like I said, I'm not stupid.
They were silent the rest of the way to the Lexington house. Since Abby had taught school, before Brad had decided that teaching wasn't prestigious enough for her, even though she had enjoyed it, she knew not to push too hard. A new school year, a new building, new friends. That was enough for Ellie to process in the first few weeks of school without throwing psychic experiences into the mix. Once Abby had parked at the house, Ellie skipped ahead of her and waited impatiently for Abby to unlock the door. Then she raced to the kitchen and started hunting for the promised cookies.
In the box on the table, Abby told her. You want milk? Juice? Coffee?
Ellie eyed her slyly.
I don't think so. Hey, stay a kid as long as you can. Being a grown-up is harder.
Abby provided plates, and they settled at the kitchen table with their cookies and milk for Ellie.
What was all that stuff in the dining room? Ellie asked after a few bites. Mostly research I'm doing on that, thing of ours.
That's something we want to talk about?
Yeah, I can't say anything to Mom and Dad. Is that what you call it, the thing?
Damn, we really do need a name for it.
It's easier than saying psychic ability or paranormal properties.
The formal name is apparitional experiences, but we need to call it something simpler and shorter. Do you have any ideas? Ellie took a moment to consider.
I guess App-X sounds kind of dumb.
It doesn't really have the right feel to it. Sounds too technical. What do you think of seeings?
Maybe. Can I think about it?
Sure, but before we get into talking about the research, can I ask you something? Abby fumbled for the right words. Your mom told me that you asked to spend this time with me after school. Was it about all this? Ellie finished her first cookie and started on a second.
Kind of. I know Mom tries to understand, but it makes her unhappy to talk about the thing. You and Ned are the only ones who I can share it with.
And you need to talk about it. I get that. I'm glad you think we can talk. Has anything changed? Is there anything new? I know it hasn't been that long since I saw you, but you've had a busy few weeks.
You mean, am I seeing dead people wandering around the school?
Nope. But I've been thinking about what happened on Cape Cod and seeing Olivia, the one who used to be real. I mean, I saw her. Olivia the cat saw her. You saw her because she's your relative. Why did I?
Ellie wasn't sticking to the easy questions, was she?
That's a very good question, and it's something I and Ned want to understand. Right now, I can't tell you why you saw her, except that children seem to see these things more easily than adults. Maybe everyone can when they're young, but people tell them they're crazy, so they shut it down and bury it, or it just goes away. I don't want that to happen to you. I know it's confusing, and there's a lot you don't understand, and I don't either, but I think it's a kind of gift, and you shouldn't just throw it away. Unless, of course, you want to.
Ellie chewed her cookie slowly, taking small bites, and didn't answer right away. After she swallowed, she said,
No, I don't want to, I guess. I'm scared I'm going to make a mistake and say something, like if I see somebody I don't expect, and somebody notices I look surprised when they don't see anything, and then they ask questions, and I don't know what to say.
I understand, Ellie. I know it's hard, and you've got a lot else going on in your life without trying to watch out for slips like that. I'll help any way I can.
Are they ghosts?
Another question Abby hadn't answered for herself yet.
Well, that depends on how you define ghosts. From the reading I've been doing, I know that things like this, seeing dead people, have been happening for a long time, historically, and I think ghosts are people who come back from wherever they went and can connect somehow in the here and now. Or at least this group of people called spiritualists believe that and try to have conversations with people who have passed away. What you and I see happened in the past, so we can't be part of it, and we can't change it. And we can't talk to those people. Does that make sense? Yeah, kind of. But can somebody do both? And what about Hannah?
Hannah, a child who had died well over a century before, but had somehow hung around the cemetery near Ellie's home, was definitely an anomaly. Or Ellie was. Either way, the two girls, past and present, had found a way to play hide-and-seek with each other, sort of. As had Ned when he was Ellie's age with his friend Johnny.
I really don't know yet. Maybe. That's why Ned and I have decided to use science to see if we can make sense of it all.
Abby explained what their plan was, leaving out the part about looking for a genetic connection. She had to have a heart-to-heart talk with Leslie before filling in Ellie on the details of her birth. When she was finished, Ellie said,
Cool. So you're going to hook up electrodes and things to people's heads and see what lights up?
That's some of it. We're still working on the details, and that's really Ned's department. He knows people who may be able to help.
Can he tell them why he's looking for whatever it is?
I don't really know yet. We've just started working this out.
Am I going to be part of this testing thing?
We hope so, but only if your mother approves. Ellie's face fell.
Will you ask her?
Of course. We aren't trying to hide anything from her, but we're doing this on our own, quietly. Ned's going to take some time off to work on it.
What does he do? For work, I mean,
Ellie asked. Abby knew that Leslie didn't talk about Ned much with her daughter, but that was understandable given the circumstances.
You know what DNA is? Kind of. I think we're going to talk about it in our science class later this fall. And a lot of people on TV use it to solve crimes, right?
They do, don't they? Abby paused for a moment, trying to figure out how to explain DNA to a child. Okay, everybody is made up of cells, right? And what a cell is and does is determined by the DNA inside it. And I'm sure you know there are lots of different kinds of cells. But at the same time, everybody's DNA is unique to them. So if you find a sample somewhere, you know that person has been there.
Like blood on a knife and stuff,
Ellie said.
Yes, And people who are related have similar DNA, but there will always be a few differences between theirs. Well, I'm not sure where identical twins fit. Anyway, a few years ago, when he was younger, Ned started a company that runs tests on DNA, and the company has done very well. A lot of police departments send him samples to test for them, and even the FBI, and some doctors use the company for their research. The company does some of its own research, too. There's a lot more competition now than there was when he started, but he was in the right place at the right time. He got into it early.
Does he make a lot of money?
Ellie asked. Well, Abby realized she'd opened the door for that question. More than a lot of people do, but he's earned it by being smart and working hard, and he's fair to the people who work for him. He pays them well. Ellie nodded.
Okay, that's good. But that's another one of those things I'm not supposed to talk about, right? I can't say, gee, he's rich. Does he make more money than Daddy?
I don't know how much your daddy makes, so I can't say. Change the subject, Abby. She stood up.
You want to help me make dinner?
Ellie didn't seem to object to the abrupt change in the conversation.
What's it going to be?
I don't really know yet. Why don't we look in the refrigerator and see what we've got? Together, they rummaged through the refrigerator and decided on hamburgers with buns, plus a green vegetable. Do you like vegetables, Ellie? Abby asked. They hadn't paid much attention to balanced nutrition while they'd been on the Cape. Other things had gotten in the way. Ellie shrugged.
Some, maybe. Mom keeps saying they're good for me.
She's right. Besides, they taste good, and the farmer's market season is just about over, so you have to enjoy them while you can. Let's see, there are green beans and squash. There's always squash, and carrots. That's about it.
I don't like squash,
Ellie said. You've never had it the way I fix it. Try it once. If you hate it, I won't make it for you again. And if there are foods you do want for our Thursdays, just let me know. Deal?
Sure. Can I help cook?
You know how to handle a knife?
Keep the sharp parts away from my fingers.
That'll do. Abby handed Ellie a bundle of smallish zucchini, the last of the season. Wash these and slice them, carefully, about 1/2 inch thick. Think you can do that?
Of course I can.
Ellie took them to the sink and scrubbed them vigorously, and when she returned to the table, Abby set her up with a cutting board and a big knife. Ned came in about 15 minutes later and stopped in the kitchen doorway and leaned against the jamb. Now this is a nice domestic scene. I'll remind you of that next week when it will be your turn to cook, Abby said.
Hi, Ned,
Ellie said.
Abby told me not to ask how rich you are.
Ned quirked an eyebrow at Abby. Really? Not exactly, Abby retorted. We talked about how it was rude to talk about how much money anyone makes with other people.
But Ned's not other people,
Ellie protested. Ned and Abby exchanged a look. That's true, Ned told Ellie. How about this? I'm pretty rich, but not very rich, okay? And I'm not going to tell you numbers. Let me add, don't judge anybody by how much money they or their family makes, okay?
Was Olivia rich? The human one, I mean?
Ellie asked unexpectedly. Where did that question come from? Abby wondered. Actually, she was. Her father made a lot of money, and she was his only child and inherited it. It kind of bothered her because after her husband died, she was worried that somebody would try to get her to marry him for her money.
She was sad. At the house, I mean. Wasn't she?
She was. Psychic or otherwise, Abby thought, Ellie was pretty good at picking up human emotions. Time to shut down the discussion, at least for now. So, who's ready to eat? After dinner, Ned drove Ellie home. Abby was upstairs in bed reading when she heard his car pull into the driveway and the engine stop. She followed him in her mind when he opened the front door, tossed his keys into a bowl on the table next to the door, plodded up the stairs. Finally, he came into the bedroom and dropped onto the bed, leaning against the headboard, his hands linked behind his head. "That kid is wicked smart," he said. "Of course she is. She's your daughter. But I know what you mean. She's what, 8? But she asked some really good questions. I had to think carefully about how to answer some of them without opening up a can of worms." "You mean with Leslie?" "Yes, at least indirectly. Leslie's a good person and a good mother, but nobody's equipped to deal with what Ellie's got. Talk about special needs. I have to keep reminding myself Ellie's still a child, and she still thinks Leslie and George are her biological parents. When are we going to sort that out?" "Back in the good old days, people could wait for the birds and bees talk until puberty. Or later, poor kids. But Ellie is too smart and notices too much. I'll have to have a talk with Leslie."
"Please," Abby said, settling against him. By the way, are we going to do any research on which fabrics or other substances mute our connection? I hate not touching you, but you know what happens when I do. And don't tell me willpower will be enough to control it."
Ned laughed. "Believe me, I wasn't going to. How's this shirt working?"
Abby laid a hand on his chest, feeling the beat of his heart. "It's less charged, but still there."
"You could wear gloves?"
"That's ridiculous. And I'd have to wear socks and a full-length long-sleeved nightgown, preferably flannel. Maybe that would work in winter and save a lot on heat, but I don't think I'd like it."
"I know I wouldn't."
Abby inched farther away. "So, before anything else happens, have you made any progress?"
"I called Kevin, and he's coming to dinner on Saturday."
"Your pal with the mind machines? How much did you tell him?"
"They're not actually his machines, but he knows the right people so he can get access to them. All I told him was that I was interested in doing some brain scans, and I wanted his input about what I needed."
"Can you trust him?"
"I think so. I told you before he's kind of a maverick and doesn't like playing by the rules. I think he'll be fascinated by this whole idea." "Why does that worry you?"
"I suppose because it's still new to me and I'm afraid what other people will think if they find out I have this ability. Living people, that is. The departed ones I've met or seen don't seem to have any problem with me. And again, I need a better word. Dead sounds wrong because I'm seeing them, or Ellie is talking to them, so they aren't really completely dead, are they? But half-dead sounds silly. Departed makes me sound like a Victorian. I know most people these days kind of dance around the whole idea, saying passed on or gone. Actually, passed on kind of works, because they've passed to a different dimension. Sort of. The 19th century spiritualists thought like that, and seemed to have believed that all they had to do was to bridge the gap between the here and now and that next level, and they could chat with their forebears. Sorry, I'm rambling. Are you going to pay Kevin, or is that a crass question? And I have no idea why Ellie was asking about money, by the way.
"No, he's got plenty of money. I told you, he invented and patented a couple of things right after grad school, which is why he can pick and choose his projects now."
"So he'll be here Saturday?"
"Yep. You learn anything new before you picked up Ellie?"
"Too much. I think I've finished with the basic reading. I don't mean I've read everything, but it's too much information all at once, and I'm getting confused. I need to focus on a few phenomena and see where that takes us. I can always go back to the books and articles."
"Were you surprised by what you found?" Ned asked.
Yes and no. I was definitely surprised by how much information there was and how long people have been interested, and also by how little we hear about it now. Well, maybe I take that back. There were 2 comics in the paper this morning that included some kind of psychic reference, like a Ouija board. Did you ever try one?
Nah, that was kind of a girl thing, if I recall. The boys were supposed to throw things at each other and practice belching.
Abby gave him a shove. And you must have fit right in. Oh, is that sarcasm I hear? Anyway, I'm told there are television shows featuring psychics," Ned commented, his eyelids drooping.
Sure, and there are television shows featuring guys who wrestle alligators or eat weird food. That doesn't make those activities legitimate, just good entertainment. But a lot of people have taken spiritualism and psychic phenomena seriously. I just never happened to run into them until now. Ned?
Ned's only response was a light snoring. That was okay. There was nothing else she needed to tell him now. She slipped her hand under his shirt carefully. Yes, the electricity was there, maybe a bit dulled because his consciousness was somewhere else at the moment. But it didn't disappear when he was asleep. Then the surge in its strength alerted her that he wasn't asleep anymore, and he rolled toward her. No more talk tonight, was Abby's last coherent thought. Chapter 5. Abby overslept the next morning, no surprise. Ned was already gone when she peeled her eyes open. She stretched and punched up the pillows, then lay in bed trying to sort out what she planned to do for the day. Kevin was coming for dinner tomorrow night, a genuine guest, who wasn't related to her or Ned, so that meant some shopping. She had no idea what Ned's friend would like to eat, so she figured she'd cook something safe that she liked both making and eating, and he could take it or leave it. Maybe she should stock up on more wine. Oh, and she'd have to clear off the dining room table, which still held all her research materials. This visiting guest gave her a good excuse to take a break, and she could sort out piles by priority while she cleared up. And then there were other, more mundane issues to consider for the longer term. Did she need to make sure the furnace had been checked out for the year? She'd have to ask Ned. Had he sorted out the storm windows yet? Where were they? How many new ones would they need? Another Ned question, although in the past he'd probably been more likely to put on another sweater than to climb on ladders installing storm windows. Should they hire someone to do that? She didn't think she could wrestle with storm windows, and Ned was pretty busy all the time. A nice, simple, ordinary day, assuming there were no surprises. She hadn't seen any of her relatives for a while, since Cape Cod, actually, but she hadn't visited any old buildings or cemeteries recently either. It was a relief to know that they didn't come looking for her, much less with some dire message. What difference would there be between those she saw, like a movie from the past as she kept describing it, and the ones who arrived and wanted to communicate, according to some stories? Well, to be strictly honest, she had in fact run into one of them, and held a lengthy conversation with her. But it was only after the fact that someone had told her that the woman had been dead for some time. The psychic community would no doubt have a description for that woman's in-between state, and an explanation for why she was still hanging around and talking to people, particularly those who were receptive, like Abby. But Abby didn't want it to happen often. The woman had seemed quite real and present, and had actually been quite helpful. She climbed out of bed and went to shower. An hour later, fortified with coffee and breakfast, she set out for the local market. As she told Ellie, the farmers' markets were winding down, except for a few offerings like local apples. She could make an apple dessert, and butternut squash, which she didn't really care for. You could do almost anything with it or to it, but why bother? It still tasted like nothing in particular. She was waiting in the checkout lane when her eye fell on a flyer tacked on the community information board on the nearest wall. Once she'd collected her bags, she went over to read it. Apparently, there was going to be a psychic fair in town the next day, Saturday, featuring some 30 people who were willing and able to read your mind, your palm, your cards, and any number of other things. It must be a sign. She could go and talk to a range of practicing psychics, and if they were too busy during the fair, she could arrange to meet with them one-on-one at some other time. Would they be willing to talk with her? Well, the ones attending the fair would, because she'd be paying for her reading. General conversation might be another matter.
But she wasn't looking to debunk them. She only wanted information. What, if anything, or who, if anyone, did they see? How had they gotten started? Did they recruit new psychics or jealously guard their small community? Why did they offer their services to the public? Well, to make a living, or at least earn a bit of money, no doubt. But why did they believe that anyone would pay for what they had to say? Did they believe in what they were saying? How many would be outright fakes? How many sincere but lacking in any gift? And how many might actually have the capability to see the past or the future? It was worth exploring, especially since the event was happening in her own backyard. Which meant she'd better finish her errands and get home and start cleaning the house. She'd managed to clear her materials off the table into a couple of banker's boxes by the time Ned came home. "I was going to do some of that," he said when he saw Abby retrieving a vacuum cleaner. "Don't worry, I saved plenty for you. It's just that I found something I wanted to do tomorrow during the day, so I figured I'd better get a head start." "Am I not invited on this thing?" "If you want, but I don't think it's your kind of activity. It seems there's a kind of paranormal fair in town tomorrow. I just happened to see a flyer for it at the market. It sounds as though there's a real range of talents on display, if you want to put it that way, so it's kind of one-stop shopping. I thought it would be efficient to stop by and sample the wares." "Are there no male psychics?" Ned asked. "Or are males not welcome, either as practitioners or seekers?" "Not as many as women, I'm guessing, on both sides of the table. I promise I won't take all day. If there's something else you need to do, I've got everything we need for dinner tomorrow. Oh, I forgot to ask, is your friend allergic to anything, or does he have some moral issue about eating anything with eyes?" "No, I don't think Kevin even notices what he's eating. It's just fuel. He doesn't mean to be rude, but his mind is going in all directions all the time." "Okay, I promise I won't be insulted if he doesn't notice my exquisite cuisine." "Why don't you ask Mom along?" "What, to the psychic fair? Do you think she'd enjoy it?" "You had a good time together in Salem, didn't you?" "I'm not sure I'd use the word good, but I was glad she was there. I'll call her and see if she's interested. If she comes, it would mean that we could sample even more offerings and then pool our observations. Should we ask her to come back for dinner, or is this strictly business?" "You can ask, certainly. She should know what we're exploring, because she shares some aspects of it. I'm glad you asked, because we do kind of need to vet whoever we bring in. But Mom should be on the short list." "I agree. Let me call her now, since dinner's just about ready." She went into the kitchen to use the landline, and Sarah Newhall answered on the second ring. "Hey, Abby, what's up?" "Are you busy tomorrow?" "Nothing out of the ordinary. You know, pull all the dead stuff out of the flower beds and other exciting chores like that." "Why?" "There's a psychic fair here in town, and I wondered if you'd like to tag along with me." Sarah laughed with delight. "Oh, count me in. I've always wanted to go to one, but I felt too sheepish. I assume you want to try more than one, what are we calling them?" "Mediums, I think. I'm still working on labels for a lot of items. We can run through the options tomorrow. You want to drive over here and leave your car? Oh, and stay for dinner, too, if you like. Ned invited a friend to talk about a new project we're cooking up, but you'll be part of it, too, sooner or later, so you're welcome to sit in and add your comments and poke holes in our ideas." "Yes, to the first part, and I'll check with Edward to make sure he can survive one evening of his own cooking. What time?" "Say 11? "Great. Is there a dress code for this event?" Sarah asked, and Abby could hear the laughter in her voice. "Don't wear a turban and lots of loopy beads. Other than that, whatever you like." "Got it. See you in the morning." Chapter 6. Abby wasn't really sure what she was expecting from the event on Saturday. She hadn't wanted to get there too early, although it was hard to say why. Maybe she didn't want all those mediums sizing her up as she walked it. That's why she'd set the time for 11 and drafted Sarah to ride shotgun for her. She hadn't bothered to ask Sarah what her attitude towards psychic phenomena in general was. Given her capabilities, at least with her son, she couldn't be a naysayer. But how open was she to new ideas? She felt like a fake, so she'd done a little reading, either in books she'd downloaded or using online sites. She knew the bare outlines, but not enough about any one thing. She wanted to be open-minded because she knew just how real her experiences, and Ellie's, had been, but she really didn't trust a group of people she didn't know, and who seemed to be set up in competition with each other. How many other curious people would show up? A horde or a scant few? It was prime sports season, so that might eliminate some parents of school-age kids. Why on earth was she dithering? Abby busied herself with a few last swipes at house cleaning. Why was it things always looked worse in bright sunlight, or hadn't those cobwebs been there the day before? And doing as much prep for dinner as she could. She wasn't sure what had inspired Ned to suggest adding Sarah to the mix, since she didn't know Kevin. But Ned hadn't objected, and if she was going to go to all the trouble of fixing the place up and cooking, the more the merrier. It hadn't occurred to her that she wanted another woman present so she wouldn't be outnumbered by the science guys. The whole point of starting this project had been to explore both the intuitive side and the analytical science side and see where, if at all, the two intersected. Sarah arrived a few minutes before 11, looking eager. Each time she saw Sarah, Abby was struck by how strongly Ned resembled her. The same aquiline features, the same way of considering any statement or question before speaking. "Coffee?" Abby offered. "If it's made, I'm really kind of excited about this whole thing. Is that silly?" "Not at all, just natural curiosity. I guess my feelings are more mixed." Sarah followed Abby to the kitchen. "Why?" Abby filled 2 mugs with coffee, which was still warm from breakfast. "I'm not really sure. I know this is real, but I'm not looking forward to trying to defend myself, either against doubters or against anyone who is trying to fool me. I'm not very good at conflict." "Why do you expect conflict? Why aren't you visualizing a nice bunch of little old ladies who like Ouija boards?" Abby smiled reluctantly. "I'm not really sure. I'm still working through this whole thing, and then there's Ellie to consider. She sees more than she should for a child her age, even if she isn't quite sure how or why. It's like treading on eggshells. If I move too far or too fast to help her, Leslie may get pissed off and stop me, and Ned, from seeing her at all. So I can't say as much as I'd like." "I see the problem. Explain to me what you and Ned think you're doing." "As far as I can tell, people have been experimenting and taking part in psychic events in this country since the middle of the 19th century, and it's still going on. There's been research done by some credible scientists, but never a lot, and never conclusive. I got sucked into it when it first happened, and then when Ned told me he shared it, by the whole genealogy thing, which has held up pretty well. Although a scientist would say the sample is too small, plus we're prejudiced. But since conveniently Ned is a DNA expert, I want him to look at that particular angle." "Makes sense. Who's this guy who's coming to dinner?" "An old friend of Ned's who happens to be a genius of some sort with brain scans. Maybe Ned's mentioned him? Kevin Johansson?" Sarah nodded. "I think I've heard his name. Where does Ned think he fits in this equation?" "I'm not sure. Kevin's some kind of genius with high-tech machines, I gather. And with the right ones, he can see what parts of the brain react to stimuli, and maybe we can correlate that to something else. Or maybe he thinks pretty color pictures would be cool. I haven't met Kevin yet, so I really don't know." "Well, it should be an interesting meal." "You're staying?" "Wouldn't miss it." Sarah drained her cup. "You ready?" "I guess so. It's being held on the edge of town, in a Victorian house a local realtor is trying to sell,
so I guess they borrowed it for atmosphere. I can drive. Fine. Do we have a battle plan? Like, try to meet with as many mediums as possible, but make sure you and I don't overlap? Or do we want to talk to the same people and see if they say the same thing to both of us? I don't know. I hadn't thought that far. Why don't we see how crowded it is and take it from there? That works for me. The house was a handsome Queen Anne Victorian, recently spiffed up with a new coat of paint. Abby had been admiring it for a while as she drove past, but she'd never been inside it. From the number of cars parked along the residential street, the event was popular, and once again Abby wondered just what she had gotten herself into. She turned off the engine, but didn't hurry to get out. "So, which things would you like to try, Sarah?" "What's on the menu?" Sarah asked. "I'm not sure. Card reading, I'd guess. Probably palm reading. Scrying?" "What's that?" "That's the crystal ball thing, although it can be looking into just about anything. Or there's touching something to get a reading. If you've got something in your bag that isn't yours, you might see what kind of response you get. And of course there's always the plain old clairvoyance, looking at the past or the present. You can ask if anyone on the other side has a message for you." "Oh, so I can talk to them?" "I think so. They may ask if you have any questions for them, or the spirits." Do you have a plan?" "I'm not sure how many there will be, but I want to talk to as many as I can before my brain gets fried and I can't remember who said what. I'm guessing 3 or 4 each will do it." "Can we take notes, or does that mess up the mood?" "I don't know. You can ask. Or maybe you can jot down a few notes after you're done with each one." "And if one is obviously faking it?" "Relax and enjoy it. We can meet up when we're both done and go get a coffee or something. Just remember, as far as I can tell, these people do take what they're doing seriously. I know you're too polite to laugh at anyone, but there may be others who aren't, or kids who just want to make fun of them. I hope there's somebody coordinating this so they'll weed out those. Ready?" "I hope so." They got out of the car and walked the half-block to the house. Abby made a mental note not to allow herself to get distracted by the details of woodwork and such, but she was always looking for ideas for Ned's house. Their house? She certainly had a physical relationship with the house, as the grime permanently embedded under her nails showed. The broad wooden front door stood open, and just inside there was a desk with 2 people behind it. "Welcome. Come in," one of the women said. "You're here for a reading?" "More than one, I'm hoping," Abby told her. "Is that okay?" "There's a charge for each one, but you can have 3 at a discount, $10 each or $25 for 3. If you didn't know it, part of the proceeds from today's event go toward the town's food pantry. The rest goes to the medium." Abby felt ashamed that she hadn't read that far. "Do I sign up for specific people or do I take potluck?" "Some of our readers are pretty well booked up for the day. What kind of a reading were you looking for?" "I don't know. I've never done this before. What do you recommend?" "For a new person?" The woman looked down at the large chart in front of her on the desk. "Well, Melissa has a slot for a card reading coming up. Then there's Bertha at noon. She likes to read objects, yours or someone else's, up to you. And if you want something simple, there's Christine. She might want to look at your palm, so tell me if that bothers you. The touching part, I mean. Some people don't like to be touched by strangers." Abby suppressed a smile. If only the woman knew. No, it all sounds fine. Let me take all 3. Abby handed over 3 $10 bills, listening with half an ear to the other woman explaining the same thing to Sarah. Apparently the desk wardens were handling different people, so there was no overlap. As the woman handed Abby her change, Abby asked, "How does this work? Are they all together in a room or spread out?" "We've tried to give each reader a room of her own, more private that way and less distraction.
You'll find Melissa in the last room on the right. That's the kitchen. Here's the layout." The woman handed Abby a photocopy of a hand-drawn map showing who was where. "I hope you find what you're looking for. Melissa should be wrapping up in a couple of minutes, so you can go stand outside her door." "Thank you." Abby checked her house map. The house appeared to be a mirror image of Ned's, and she wondered if the same architect had built them both. Sarah passed her, headed for the next door on the left, and winked at her without saying anything. Abby stationed herself outside the kitchen door and watched the few people she could see. She didn't recognize anyone, but she hadn't spent long in the town. Most of them were women, but their ages varied from 20-something to well past 60. None of them looked upset as they left their reading. Were the psychics dispensing only good news? Maybe it was all just a game for them, an adventure for a free afternoon, something to talk about with friends later. Did anyone here take this stuff seriously? Finally, a woman about her own age came out of the kitchen, gave her a perfunctory smile, and went down the hall quickly. Abby walked into the room to find a woman seated at a card table draped with a dark tablecloth in the middle of the kitchen. "You're Melissa?" Abby asked. The woman nodded and gestured toward the chair opposite her. "Sit down, please. In case nobody explained, I read cards, and I tell you what I see happening to you in the future, although I can't tell you exactly when. Have you ever done this before?" "I don't think so," Abby started to say, but then she had a quick flash of memory. "Actually, no. I think my mother used to do it with some of her friends, bridge ladies who got tired of bridge or had had an extra glass of wine at lunch. I don't think they took it very seriously, but it looked like they were having fun." "They never invited you to take part?" "No, my mother kept telling me I was too young and had too much future ahead of me, and besides, she knew me too well to be objective." "You don't look any older than me. How long have you been doing this?" "I started in high school with some of my friends. You know, we'd dabble with the Ouija board and try to call up spirits, but we usually got bored when nothing happened." "But you stuck to it?" "I did. More of my predictions came true than anyone else's, so I've been practicing. I'm not a professional. Actually, I'm a computer programmer, but I still do it for friends and for things like this. Come on, let's get started." "What do I do?" "Get comfortable first. I'm going to let you shuffle twice, then cut the deck into 3 piles. Okay? Oh, and don't turn them over." "Sure." Abby took the deck that Melissa handed her, shuffled it, then split it into 3 piles, which she left face down. Melissa reached for each pile and turned it over. She didn't say anything immediately, but studied the 3 exposed cards. "This is your past, your present, and your future," she said, tapping each one in turn. "The past one, the 7 of Hearts. Somebody was unfaithful to you, right?" Melissa looked up at Abby, who made a non-committal noise. Everyone had been betrayed by someone in their past, hadn't they? That didn't mean Melissa meant Brad. Melissa didn't seem upset that Abby didn't gush with enthusiasm. She went on calmly. "The present one, the 5 of Spades, looks like things are going pretty well for you, but there are some other people in the way. You'll just have to work through that to get what you want." Abby nodded silently. Again, a safe, non-specific answer. "Now, the last one, your future, the King of Clubs. That's an honest and generous man. Definitely one of the good guys. You know who I mean." Abby smiled, but didn't say anything again. Of course Melissa would give her a future hunk who would make her happy. Melissa cocked her head at Abby. "You're not convinced." Abby shrugged. "No, I guess not. I can't say you're wrong, but what you've said could pretty much apply to anyone who walked in the door." Melissa nodded. "So you're a skeptic." "That's okay. I get a lot of that. Shuffle again and pull out 1 card at random." Abby complied and pulled out the Jack of Diamonds. "A fair-haired guy," she said. Not exactly, but most people assume the face cards refer to specific people. No, this one is more often considered to mean pleasant troubles. I know that seems contradictory, but if you don't mind my interpreting it, I'd say you're working on something, and the work is unfinished or unresolved, but you're enjoying the process. I'm not going to say that it'll all work out in the end, but you won't be unhappy with the results. That make sense to you? I think so. Is our time up? Yep, we all do 20 minutes. Then we get a break to clear our heads. What do you think? About what you told me? I don't really know. Tell me, do you ever give anyone a lousy story? You know, disasters all over the place, death and destruction, that kind of thing? Most people's cards don't show me that. Maybe that kind of unlucky person knows better than to ask to have their fortune told. Good luck to you, but I don't think you'll need it. Thank you, Abby said, standing up. She walked out the door and stood in the hall checking her list and to see where her next psychic was located. Upstairs, back bedroom on the right. Chapter 7. Abby trudged up the stairs, mulling over what she had just heard. She really hadn't learned much. Melissa hadn't been a cheesy ham. Abigail, what a silly metaphor, which some small part of her had expected. Instead, Melissa had been a matter-of-fact young woman. She hadn't been offended that Abby wasn't impressed, but she didn't pretend she had said anything impressive. Maybe there was a message in that. There were fortunes to be told everywhere, and nowhere was it written that they had to be big and important and significant. They were as ordinary as the people they were attached to, most of whom probably forgot any predictions as soon as they walked out of the room, unless the spirits had told them where they'd left the spare keys. Abby had to remind herself that she was supposed to be keeping an open mind. Where had she ever come up with the idea that all psychics were either fakes or kooks? Abby spied Sarah coming out from the door opposite. Abby raised one eyebrow, but Sarah just shrugged. Abby was beginning to feel like a spy in a bad movie. They couldn't admit they knew each other because they were undercover, trying to bust a ring of unscrupulous mediums. That was ridiculous. If those mediums were only earning $5 an hour, assuming the ladies at the door split the take or took out a chunk for overhead, it would take a very long time to get rich doing this kind of event. And even if they were deceiving people, nobody was badly hurt by wasting $10 and a half hour of their lives. The publicity for the event had been kind of minimal, so the mediums weren't even getting any decent promotion out of it. After a couple more minutes, a woman came out of the bedroom, and Abby peered in to check out the next psychic. "Are you on break now?" The woman gestured her in. "No, I'm good to go. I'm Bertha. I practice psychometry." When Abby looked confused, Bertha continued. "I see things by touching them. I hold an object and I can tell you something about the person who owns it or who owned it in the past. Did you bring something with you?" "No, because I didn't know what kind of medium I'd be talking with. Does it matter what the thing is?" Was she supposed to have Great-Aunt Tilda's precious opal brooch or Uncle Charlie's pocket watch? "No, it's up to you. Not a coin, though, because nobody really owns those, and they've passed through far too many hands. Reach into your bag and see what you land on." Abby reached into her bag and fumbled around. The first thing she came into contact with was her key ring, with car keys, house keys, a small flashlight, and a couple of sentimental souvenirs that she kept thinking she'd remove, but she was fond of them. "Can you focus on one item on my key ring?" "You mean I don't get to tell you the make of your car, or how old your house is based on the type and amount of wear on your house key?" Bertha smiled. "Sure, bring it on." Abby fished out the key ring, marveling once again how heavy the blasted thing was, and passed it over to Bertha. Bertha took it, hefted it a time or two, then sorted through the attachments. Finally, she said, "Okay, this one." Abby looked to see which one she'd chosen. An interesting choice. It had been a gift to Abby several years before from someone she'd only just met, and it had little direct connection to her or to her life at the moment.
Fine. What can you tell me?
Bertha held it apart from the other items on the keychain. It was fairly heavy in itself, shaped like a cluster of leaves, which in fact represented the olive trees of the south of France. There was no inscription on the piece, but it felt pleasant in the hand, which was one reason why Abby had kept it.
"It's not local, is it?"
Bertha said, more a statement than a question.
"It's come a long way. It was a woman who gave it to you, older than you and someone you didn't know well. I'm getting a foreign language. French?" "The woman had a lot of these. She was handing them out like candy. Nicely made, though. Good quality, not throwaway junk. It's lasted well. It's been, 3 years since she gave it to you?"
Abby wondered if her mouth was hanging open. Bertha was right on all counts.
"You've seen one before."
Bertha didn't seem offended.
"Nope. Things like it, maybe. I could guess it's a souvenir from something, but not how you got it."
Abby felt torn. Some of what Bertha had said she could have figured out just by looking at it. Olive leaves, so either California or Europe, and Bertha had guessed France. A woman who'd given it to her had to be one gender or the other. Lots of the item? Well, it was in fact a souvenir, a promotional item, and the woman had been a goodwill ambassador of some sort, so she probably had in fact given out a lot of them.
"Don't overthink it, dear,"
Bertha said, unperturbed.
"Sure, I may have made some educated guesses. You can believe me or not. I won't be insulted if you don't. But you look like you can't make up your mind whether I'm for real or just a faker. Take your time. Talk to other people. You have to make the decision to believe. No one can force you."
Abby stared at Bertha for a long moment.
"Thank you. I'm kind of new to all this, so I don't want to judge too quickly. But it's good to hear you say that. I don't want to be fooled, but I've read that you have to be open to signals from wherever to even notice them, because they're kind of subtle. Is that right?"
"Pretty much. If you choose not to believe, you'll never notice them. Good luck to you."
"Thank you."
Abby turned and made her way out the door, where another woman was already waiting to go in. Abby smiled briefly at her, then walked away a few feet to stop and look at the sheet and find where she was supposed to go next. Downstairs, according to the map, to what she guessed had been the front parlor. She was supposed to meet with Christine, who was a palm reader. She probably should have asked that one be included, since physical touch seemed to play a role in her own ability, but the spirits had taken care of it anyway. She checked her watch. Still a few minutes to kill. Bertha's next client had certainly been eager. She saw Sarah coming out of the room opposite.
"How's it going?"
she asked. That certainly wouldn't give anything away, not that anybody was paying attention to who knew who, or cared.
"Interesting,"
Sarah said thoughtfully.
"One more, right?"
"Yep. Who've you got?"
"Allison. I think she's got a crystal ball."
"That should be fun. I've got Christine. She reads palms."
"Ah, good luck with that."
"You too." Spare time spent, Abby made her way to the double doors of the former parlor and peered in. She saw an older woman, in her 40s, who looked tired and sad. The woman looked up and saw her hovering in the doorway and gestured her in.
"Hi, I'm Christine. I'm the palm lady. Come on in."
She smiled, but it seemed kind of perfunctory. Didn't she want to be here?
"Do you want to know my name?"
Abby said, perching on the folding chair across a small table from the woman. Christine shook her head.
"It won't tell me much. More about what your parents were thinking when you were born. People don't always grow up to fit their names, or maybe they outgrow them.
Do you know anything about palmistry?"
"Just about nothing. What should I know?"
We use your hands, your palms specifically, to learn about your character. We look at both hands. Your left one shows what you've inherited, while your right one will show what traits you've acquired in your lifetime. Are you right or left-handed?
Right. Which do you like to look at first?
Usually the left one. It makes it easier to interpret the right hand. Do you dislike being touched by a stranger?
Abby hadn't even thought about that. It had never really bothered her, although her family wasn't exactly the touchy-huggy sort. But since she'd found this thing of hers, she'd been much more wary of touch. Well, touching Christine would be part of the experiment, and she couldn't exactly ask for a palm reading from across the room.
I don't think so.
Christine still didn't make a move toward her.
How would you describe your hands?
What do you mean? Like size? Shape?
Yes, like that.
Abby studied her hands in her lap.
Well, kind of average size.
I think I wear a 7.5 glove. I don't bite my nails, but they're kind of short, nothing fancy. I've been doing a lot of home repair lately, as you can probably see. I've got long fingers. I'm pretty good with working with small objects, crafts, that kind of thing. She looked again. My pinky is a lot shorter than the rest, and my thumb doesn't bend much, but it's not exactly straight either. Does that help you?
Sometimes. Mostly I'm letting you get used to the idea that there are various traits to your hands that can tell me something about you, or at least your genetic origins. Which parent's hands do yours most resemble?
My mother's, I guess, although she's not as good at making things as I am. My father likes to tinker with small machines, so I guess I get that from him. Do you have any questions before we start?
I guess not.
Maybe she should have done more homework, but at least she hadn't walked into this with any preconceptions.
What now?
Give me your hand. Your left hand, palm up.
Christine held out her hand, which Abby noted was graceful and well-manicured, probably part of the business. Abby extended her left hand, and Christine took it gently from below, and then dropped it like a hot potato and jerked back in her seat, which didn't surprise Abby, since she'd felt the shock of their contact all the way up to her shoulder. Christine was staring at her across the table, and Abby tried to read her expression: fear, curiosity, recognition. Abby was surprised by Christine's first question.
Has that happened before?
Yes.
Abby met her eyes squarely.
With people? Objects?
Both.
All the time?
No, only when it's someone I'm related to, at least most of the time. What about you? Christine sat back in her chair and studied Abby's face.
I've felt something like this on a few occasions, never in one of these cold encounters with a stranger.
With who, then?
It varies. Listen, I don't know you, and we don't have time to examine this the way it should be done in just a few minutes. Can we get together later?
I've got guests coming tonight. Tomorrow would work for me.
Good, because I have a day job during the week. Where do you live?
Here in Lexington. Let me write down the address for you. It's not far. Abby found a piece of scrap paper in her purse and scribbled the street address. While she wrote, she wondered if she should warn the woman about Ned or wait and see what she sensed from him. She decided to say nothing and handed her the piece of paper.
Nice neighborhood, Christine commented when she read it.
Are you thinking of the cemetery in the backyard? Yes, it is. You want to come by in the afternoon? I'm not sure what my plans are for the early part of the day.
That's fine.
3 o'clock? Great. Abby stood up. Normally I'd shake hands with you, but that might be risky. But I look forward to talking with you tomorrow.
Same here.
Christine raised one hand in a slow wave. Then Abby turned and left. Once back in the hall, she suddenly found her hands were trembling. Delayed reaction to another unexpected encounter? Instead of waiting for Sarah, she went out the front door and sat on the top step of the porch stairs. The event crowd had dwindled, so she wasn't in anyone's way. She looked out at the street without seeing it, trying to fit this new piece into the puzzle. Odds were Christine was related to her, somehow. A lot of people in Massachusetts were, she'd found as she filled in her family tree. She couldn't claim to have identified more than a handful of her Massachusetts ancestors and relatives. But that had been one strong jolt she'd felt with Christine. What did that mean? Sarah dropped down on the step beside her. "Looks like things are winding down. How did number 3 go?"
"We connected."
Sarah turned to look at her.
"What, well, you and Ned do?"
"Well, yes, without the, romantic elements. We're linked somehow, but we didn't have time to explore how. I asked her to come over tomorrow afternoon."
"Was she surprised when it happened?"
"I think she was. She said it had happened to her before, but not often, and not with a random stranger. This just keeps getting weirder. You want to head back to your place now, or maybe find some place to get a coffee?" "I think coffee and pastries are definitely called for, even if they spoil my appetite for dinner." Chapter 8. It wasn't far from the Psychic Fair House to the center of town, so Abby and Sarah strolled down the street, enjoying the crisp fall air. They didn't speak, and Abby was grateful. Sarah was very good at picking up moods, and while she might be curious, she knew enough to let Abby process this latest bit of information. On the main street, they found a coffee shop, ordered coffee, and added some sugary things to their order. Then they retreated to a small table at the back of the shop where they could talk freely without being overheard. Abby wondered just what any customer would think if they did manage to eavesdrop, but most of the people in the shop were not at all interested in them. They sat down, and Abby added sugar to her cappuccino. "I don't exactly need caffeine right now," she said. "I thought I had a handle on the whole fair thing. The first couple of readers were pretty matter-of-fact, and they didn't seem to care whether I believed what they were saying or not. The second one was pretty good, though. She nailed the details on something she'd never seen, and it was barely connected to me in any personal way. Of course, my skeptical mind kept telling me that she was just making smart guesses, but they were good ones, if nothing else. How about you?" Sarah stirred the foam on her coffee. "Kind of the same. I don't know what I was expecting. Dark rooms and wrappings and women with veils or turbans. I was surprised they looked so ordinary, like you and me." "But that's the point, isn't it? We have the same skills they do, or pretend they have. We know we're not pretending, you and I, but nobody walking by us on the street would guess. And I have trouble keeping scarves straight. I usually end up dropping them." Sarah laughed and took a sip of her drink. "I know what you mean. Wonder where that whole scarf mythology came from." "If you ask me, it's a holdover from the 19th century, when mediums might have used scarves to represent ectoplasm or visiting spirits." "Ectoplasm?" Sarah raised one eyebrow. "You have been doing your homework." Abby nodded. "I have. It's interesting stuff, with or without a stake in the subject. Although I am beginning to think that there's simply too much going on in the psychic world to try to get a handle on all aspects of it. I think Ned and I need to focus." "How is my son, by the way?" Abby eyed Sarah. "Do you have a reason for asking?" "No, and I don't mean to pry. It's just that he's so busy, and when we do get together, it's almost never just the two of us, so I don't get much sense of what's going on with him. Don't panic. I know he's happy with you. How are you feeling about the whole thing? You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Abby took a large bite of the almond croissant she had selected and chewed slowly to give herself time to think. There's so much going on that it's hard to sort out one set of feelings from another. If Ned and I had met under ordinary circumstances, I don't know if we would have clicked or just made polite chit-chat and gone our separate ways. But this psychic thing has been part of whatever the two of us have from the start. I've been trying to take it slow since I figured out that I had misjudged Brad so badly. I didn't want to rush into anything just because I felt needy." "Which you had every right to do, Abby. You were living in a new and unfamiliar place with no job, and a guy who, forgive me, seemed entirely wrapped up with himself, and you had no idea what was going to happen. You probably sensed that you and Brad weren't working out, even if you couldn't admit it. But in a way, all that left you vulnerable to this spirit connection. And I have to say, on his end, Ned kind of filed it all away for years and pretended it wasn't there. It was only when he met you that he realized he should be looking more closely at it. I still don't know if that's a good or a bad thing for any kind of long-term relationship. Sarah grinned. Although I'm guessing that there are some definite bonuses. Am I right? Abby smiled reluctantly. Oh, yeah. But what if that burns out? What if this thing disappears as quickly as it came? Will he and I have anything left to talk about? How am I supposed to know? Sarah said cheerfully. Enjoy the moment. Seize the day. All those nice platitudes. You sound like an old hippie, Abby said, smiling. I was pretty much a hippie back in the day, and that had nothing to do with seeing the dead. Purple dragons maybe now and then, but I never really believed they were real. Have you tried, supplemental substances since you figured out you had some sort of gift? Nothing more than a bit of wine now and then. I was never looking to amplify it. I guess Ned gets that from me. He just shut that door. Or maybe he's been preparing all his adult life to deal with exactly this. Or maybe we fall into a different category. Predestination? He and I were meant to come together and solve the mystery of the universe? Or at least what happens after death? Abby, I'm not saying that. But maybe on Ned's part, his subconscious was telling him what education and skills he needed to take this on, and he's been acquiring them for a while. And then you, the perfect test case, dropped into his lap, and he was off to the races. Have you two worked out a plan? Sort of. He's agreed to step back from work for a bit, although nothing so extreme as a long vacation or sabbatical, to focus on this more systematically. He's enlisted his techie friend Kevin to help. He's dealing with the science side of things, and I'm looking at what you might call the intuitive side, the one that's harder to design experiments for. And we've kind of set a deadline, because I don't think either one of us wants to be doing this for the rest of our lives. So, how do you live with it, going forward, knowing you have it? Ned and I have tried denial, which worked well enough for a long time, but I have a feeling that it won't work for you, or the two of you together. Sarah, I really don't know. I'm new to all this, and the force is strong. Abby flashed a quick grin. It may fade over time, or become like white noise in the background. I mean, think about it. You know how many people have passed away on this earth? Maybe only a small percentage are advanced enough to communicate with each other, but whatever the number is, it's far too many to be channeling all of them all the time. That white noise would be overwhelming. And I have no idea how to narrow the reception. In a way, I feel lucky to be encountering only my own ancestors and people in certain families, because that's a finite number. Other than that, all the voices could drive me crazy. Understood. Sarah drained her coffee and looked at her watch. Do you have time to get home to cook? I set up almost everything yesterday, but we might as well head back, and I'll stick the casserole in the oven. I don't know when Ned told Kevin to come. Have you met Kevin? Sarah asked, gathering up her trash. Nope, one more stranger. I don't even know what Ned's told him. All he said to me was that Kevin is a genius with analyzing brain waves, and he's good at thinking outside the box. Plus, he has the money to buy whatever toys he wants. What about you? I think Ned used to mention him now and then, but we never met. Sounds like a promising addition to your crew. Shall we go? Abby finished her coffee as well and stood up. Might as well. By the way, there's no agenda for tonight. We're going to try to get a feel for each other and how we can work together effectively. But as I was saying, I don't want any of us to get sucked into some mega project. Well, I suppose Kevin could, since Ned says he has the resources and the time. But I think Ned is doing this just to please me, which is nice, but I'm not sure his heart is in it. And that's all right. I figure at some point we'll reach a stage where we're all comfortable with saying that's enough. On their way toward the door, Abby said, "Wait, I need to get some more coffee beans. I'll be just a minute." By the time they arrived at Abby's house, it was nearly 5 o'clock. Ned's car was parked in the driveway, along with an unfamiliar one that had to be Kevin's. Abby looked at her watch. "Wow, it's later than I thought. But thanks for coming with me, Sarah, and for helping me talk through it. There aren't many people I can talk about it with, so I really appreciate it." Sarah reached out and laid a hand on Abby's arm. "You don't have to thank me, Abby. You're helping me as much as I'm helping you. I wish I could have been more open to this thing when I was your age, but I think you're handling it well. Feel free to talk with me any time." "I will, I promise." Abby reached for the door handle, but as she got out of the car, she added, "Now we have to put on our normal faces for our guest." "Ned hasn't suggested that Kevin has any psychic abilities?" "No, they're just friends as far as I know, science geeks. But I've learned pretty fast never to say never, and you know guys, they don't like to talk about touchy-feely things. Can you see them sitting in a bar somewhere and saying, 'Gee, man, I think maybe I see dead people'?" "Might depend on how many beers they've had," Sarah replied, laughing. Abby led the way into the house. The front door was open, protected by the screen, and a slight breeze drifted through from the back of the house. One plus about Victorian houses, Abby had learned, great cross-ventilation, with all the large windows and many doors. Of course, that made the big old places expensive to heat in winter. "Anybody home?" she called out. "In the kitchen," Ned yelled back. Abby followed the sound of his voice. In the kitchen, Ned was leaning against a counter while the guy who had to be Kevin was sprawled in a chair next to the kitchen table. Each had a bottle of beer in his hand. "I would have put dinner in the oven, but I wasn't sure what your timing was. Want a glass of wine? Hi, Mom." "Fine way to greet your mother, kid," Sarah told him, and enfolded him in a hug. "I haven't seen you for weeks." "Sorry. Mom, this is Kevin Johansson. You haven't met, right?" "No, but you've mentioned him. Hello, Kevin. Good to meet you at last." Kevin had stood up when they entered the room, and when Sarah held out her hand to shake, he took it willingly. "Nice to meet you, too." Kevin turned to Ned. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your lady, or are you afraid I'll steal her from you?" "You wish. Abby, this is Kevin. Kevin, Abby. Good enough for you?" Kevin was smiling with amusement. "Yeah. Hi, Abby. Ned here hasn't told me much of anything about you, but then he never does say much." "Maybe that's why we've stayed friends this long, pal," Ned said to him. Abby crossed the room to give Ned a quick kiss. Anything more and they'd have to adjourn to another room. She was startled when Kevin's expression changed quickly. "Wow, did you see that?" he said. Abby looked at Ned, then back at Kevin. "See what?" "Sparks, like visible ones, when you kissed him." Ned was looking at his friend with an odd expression. "You actually saw sparks? That's not just an expression?" "No way. Sparkles, man. This is gonna be interesting." Ned looked at Abby. "Welcome to a new chapter." Chapter 9. Abby deferred any further discussion, claiming that she had to work on putting dinner together. As she turned on the oven and slid the casserole in, and happily accepted a glass of Pinot Grigio from Ned, she wondered what Kevin's comment really meant. As she had told Sarah, Ned had never mentioned that Kevin had any extra-normal powers, except that he was smart and technologically creative. Yet Ned had recruited him for their investigation of the phenomena. Had he sensed something in Kevin, or had he been unaware of it? Men could be so unobservant sometimes. "Can I help with anything?" Sarah offered, coming up beside her. Abby handed her a head of loose-leaf red lettuce. Here, wash this. The spinner is on the shelf over there, she pointed. Sarah retrieved it, then started running water at the sink to wash the lettuce. In a low voice, she asked, "Was he kidding?" "Kevin?" Abby replied in the same tone. "Did he actually see something?" "I don't know, but he seemed serious about it." Sarah shook her head. "This just keeps getting more complicated, doesn't it?" "Sure does," Abby agreed. Ned and Kevin were engrossed in a conversation, sitting at the table, but Abby could sense Kevin's frequent glances in her direction. What was he thinking? After the better part of an hour, with a couple glasses of wine or a couple of bottles of beer, and an unspoken agreement not to talk about the elephant in the room, sparks, really? They sat down at the dining room table and Abby dished up. She had even managed to remember to slide the apple crisp into the already heated oven. For a moment, she struggled to find a neutral topic for conversation and gave up. "Kevin, how much has Ned told you about why he invited you to dinner?"
You mean it wasn't just to meet the latest girl in his life?
He held up his hand quickly.
Kidding. There haven't been many, or else he's been hiding them from me. We don't see each other very often these days. He's so effing busy. Sorry, Mrs. Mom.
"Not a problem," Sarah said. "How long have you two been friends?"
Since right after college, if I remember right. We started out in the same graduate program for about 15 minutes, but I got bored and went off to do my own thing, and he stuck it out. Then he started up Newhall Testing Company, and I think he got in touch with me about choosing some equipment, but social engagements have been few and far between.
"Ned told me you invented some things," Abby said, feeling dumb because she couldn't begin to imagine what kind of things they might be.
Yup, and got them patented. I can see you're clueless. You're familiar with electronic scans, MRIs, CAT scans, that kind of thing?
In general terms, although I don't recall ever having had either. Why don't you explain them to me? Kevin glanced around the table to be sure of his audience's attention.
Okay, then I'll try to keep it short. Both MRIs and CATs were more or less invented in the 1970s. MRI means magnetic resonance imaging, which uses magnetic fields to essentially take pictures of what's going on in the physical aspects of your head. It's used to diagnose things you can see.
He took a sip of his beer.
The CT scan, on the other hand, is also called X-ray computed tomography, and a CAT scan is computerized axial tomography. The scanner is guided by a computer and assembles images of a cross-section or slice of your brain or some other part of your body. MRI technology is preferable because it doesn't expose you to radiation, but it's not always available. Again, they both look at the physical side of your brain in case there's something there that shouldn't be, like a tumor.
Okay, Abby said cautiously. Is that it? Kevin grinned.
Heck no. I'm just getting warmed up. There's the EEG, the electroencephalograph, that's been around for a while. That records electrical signals coming from your brain. The docs attach electrodes to your scalp, and they pick up electric signals, and you end up with squiggles on a graph. They show the what, but not the where. It's looking at brain activity, but the localization is kind of inexact. Then there are PET scans, positron emission tomography, which lets you see blood flow or metabolism in different parts of your brain. It's as old as the MRI and the CAT scans, but it's very popular now. And finally, drum roll please, there's the MEG, magnetoencephalography. That's a mouthful, isn't it? It's new, and it measures magnetic fields coming from your head due to brain activity. It's very sensitive and very accurate. It's also very, very expensive, like in the millions of dollars, and it weighs about 8 tons, so there aren't a lot of them around. Any questions?
Kevin sat back in his chair and beamed at them. And where do you fit into all this amazing technology? Sarah asked. You aren't old enough to have been around at the beginning for all these scans.
You're right,
Kevin told her.
I came in a couple of decades later and showed the scientists how to do things better.
Abby realized they had reached some kind of critical point. Kevin clearly had a handle on the available technology, but did he know why they wanted to talk to him? Ned, what are we asking him for?
Yeah, Ned, Kevin said. Why did you invite me here and ply me with your liquor?
Ned took a deep breath and was about to speak when Abby interrupted him. I think this is a good time to dish up dessert. She needed the break, even though she couldn't remember eating her meal, although her plate was bare. Need some help? Sarah asked, standing before Abby could answer. Sure. Stay here, guys. We can handle it. Abby hoped Ned would start filling Kevin in on the details while they were busy. She and Sarah grabbed up the plates they'd used and took them to the kitchen. Abby turned on the hot pot for coffee, then pulled the bubbling apple crisp out of the oven. Sarah assembled bowls and mugs. Wow, she said. Some of that I knew, but not the more recent stuff about being able to observe how the brain works. You know, the Victorians believed you could take pictures of spirits. I wonder if that's the next step, images of brain waves emanating from your head. It's amazing how far these machines have come, Abby said. Is Kevin going to think we're all crazy? I kind of doubt it. He's already comfortable with things you can't see, or at least not directly. The psychic thing is just a different aspect. Do you think he really did see some physical manifestation of energy between Ned and me? He's the one who brought it up. Maybe. Or maybe like us, he has the talents but hasn't admitted it to anyone. We'll just have to see where this goes. You have a tray somewhere? That bottom cabinet. Abby pointed. The kettle came to a boil, and Abby poured water over the coffee grounds she had spooned into the French press. Better get two. I'll take the dessert in, and you can carry the coffee. Dessert and coffee assembled. Abby and Sarah returned to the table and handed out bowls and cups, then both sat down again. Abby looked anxiously at Ned and Kevin. They both looked kind of subdued. Okay, guys, were you talking about us? She asked.
Not exactly. Sorry, I started without you, but I went ahead and gave Kevin the outlines of our idea, and I told him Sarah shares it with us.
I don't mind, Abby said. You have a much clearer idea of where Kevin can fit in the picture. She turned to Kevin. What do you think? Kevin poked his dessert with a fork without looking at her for a few moments. Then he raised his head.
I think I can help, at least with the technical side of things. Or maybe I mean the electrical. Ned's the expert on the biological side, but we'd make a good team.
He hesitated.
Can you do something for me? Just touch Ned?
Abby glanced at Ned and reached out a hand. Ned took it. Abby looked toward Kevin and saw him staring intently at their joined hands.
So I didn't imagine it, he said almost to himself. There's something else going on here, gang. It looks electrical to me. We all know that brain impulses are electrical, and that electricity can travel through a human body, although the human doesn't always survive. Let me ask you, do you control this? The sparks, I mean.
We didn't even know we were doing it, Abby began. Sending sparks, I mean. We've known almost from the beginning when we met that something happens when we touch each other, but I think we assumed it was mental, not physical, certainly not electromagnetic. Ned interrupted her. I think the bigger question at the moment is why and how do you see it? Nobody else has ever noticed. Kevin stood up abruptly.
I need a drink. Is there more wine?
In the fridge, Ned said, starting to rise.
I'll find it,
Kevin told him firmly, and stalked to the kitchen. What's going on, Ned? Abby asked softly.
You don't recognize it? He's just figured out that there's something about himself that he doesn't understand, and that he's probably never acknowledged, like me.
Is that a problem? Sarah asked.
I think once he's gotten over the initial shock, he'll be intrigued by the science side.
Did you have any inkling, Ned, that we actually produce sparks that someone can see? Abby asked.
No, not at all. He sees what flows between us in a physical form,
But whose side is generating what he sees? His or ours?
You mean you're wondering if he has some genetic link to you and me that enables him to see it? When Ned nodded, Abby went on. But neither one of us has seen sparks. I mean, we know what we feel, what it feels like, but we don't see it. So how does he?
I can't answer that.
Abby turned to Sarah. Did you see anything? No, I saw him react to something before he said anything. I don't think he was faking that. His surprised reaction was involuntary. Abby slumped in her chair. I wish we could nail down at least a few facts before we trip over another one to explain. So far, we can point to genetic links between me and Ned, and the two of us with Ellie, between you and Ned, obviously, and between you and me, right? And that's all based on our genealogy. She turned quickly to Ned. Oh, I haven't had time to tell you, but I made a physical connection with one of the mediums at the fair today. She's coming over tomorrow afternoon. So there's another example to look at.
Odds are there will be a lot more as we go along, Ned told her. You'd better get used to it.
And we'd better start figuring out what to do about it. If we ignore this kind of connection, we'll probably lose people who can give us more data, more insights. But we can't just spring it on them. Hey, has anyone ever told you you're psychic? Or kidnap them and bring them back here? We need a strategy. Kevin emerged from the kitchen with a full glass of wine and what appeared to be a full bottle.
Sorry for the meltdown, folks. I just needed to get my head together. You people have obviously had time to get used to this, but you said you hadn't seen this particular, manifestation? So I've got to catch up with you with processing this. But if you're still willing, count me in. I want to understand this thing, and I think I can help.
Welcome aboard, Kevin, Abby said, raising her half-full glass. Chapter 10. An hour later, Sarah was the first to leave. I'm sorry to break this up, folks, but it's been a long day. Thanks for inviting me to the fair and to dinner. Everyone had stood up when Sarah said she was leaving, but she said quickly, Ned can see me out. The two of you stay where you are. Kevin, it was good to meet you, and I hope we'll be seeing you again. Kevin smiled at her.
Well, you all have certainly got my attention, and I can already see I have a lot more to learn. It was a pleasure, ma'am. I'd shake your hand, but I'm afraid of what I'll find out next.
Sarah laughed. Don't worry about it. You do get used to it after a while. And please, call me Sarah. Ma'am makes me feel old.
Good to know, Sarah.
Sarah turned to her son. Ned, walk me out? Mother and son headed for the front door, leaving Abby and Kevin alone with the dirty dishes and half-empty glasses. Not what you expected, Kevin? Abby asked.
Well, no, not exactly. How long have you known about your, whatever you call it?
That's one problem right there. We don't know what terms to use. It's a paranormal phenomenon, or maybe a cluster of them. What Ned and I seem to share is called an apparitional experience, which really doesn't describe much of anything. If we go with the old vocabulary, the titles come with a lot of historical garbage attached, which kind of belittles what we think is going on. But the short answer is, I've been dealing with this for almost a year, and it came out of nowhere. I went for a house tour in Waltham, and wham, there was a bunch of my ancestors arguing in the dining room, except I didn't know who they were then. I hate to sound like a frail female, but I literally passed out. It was Ned who offered tea and sympathy. He was the docent for the tour.
And you never noticed anything before that?
Kevin asked. Nope. I figured it was being around so many of my ancestors in this part of Massachusetts that kind of broke through. That and stress, which I guess made me more susceptible. What about you? Did you ever feel anything that you couldn't explain? Kevin gave her question a long moment's thought.
I'm not sure I can answer that yet. I'm going to have to go back and re-examine a lot of my life.
Are your parents still living?
Yeah, but they live in Wisconsin. I don't see them much.
Did you ever define either of them as intuitive, for want of a better word?
Hey, I was a guy, and I was into computers and stuff. I spent very little time thinking about my parents and their characters.
What about siblings?
Well, yeah, I have a sister. Are you going to want to drag her into this once we get started?
Well, we don't force anybody, but as a scientist, you must know we need a bigger sample than just us. What does she do?
She's an artist, and she teaches art to disabled kids.
So she might have the whatever this is, too, Abby thought. Well, we can worry about that later. Do you mind helping us out? Kevin shook his head.
Ned's helped me through some crazy times, so I owe him. Plus, this is really interesting, and I think I see lots of ways to explore this thing. And finally, if I've got this thing, I'd better find out about it. Think I'll be able to read minds? That'd be a really big help if I'm negotiating with buyers.
Abby laughed. I have no idea. I haven't been able to read minds, but we keep finding new stuff all the time, like your sparkles, so I won't say no. Ned came back in the room and seemed bewildered to find Abby and Kevin laughing.
Did I miss something?
No, Kevin just suggested a business application for a paranormal ability.
Hey, it has great potential, if we can find the right people,
Kevin protested. He stood up.
I should head home and leave you two to make sparks.
Will you be okay to drive? Abby asked anxiously. He'd had a lot to drink. You're welcome to the couch. We haven't gotten around to furnishing the other bedrooms, since this place is a work in progress.
I'll be fine, but thanks for worrying. Give me a few days to think things through, and then maybe Ned and I can sit down and plan. Deal? Works for me, Ned told him. I'm going to start taking more time off from work, but I haven't mapped out what I want to explore and how to explain what I'm doing to my staff. I've been pretty hands-on at the company up until now, so they'd notice if I wasn't around. It might be good if you and I put our heads together early in the game. I'll give you a call next week sometime then. Hey, can you do that thing one more time?
What? Touch? Abby asked, smiling. Sure. She moved closer to Ned, and he put his arm around her shoulders. Kevin stared.
Whoa, way cool. I can't wait to figure out how you guys make that happen. Stay there. I'll see myself out.
He left quickly, his gait steady.
Night all,
he called out, and Abby heard the front door open and shut. Abby laid her head against Ned's chest. Well, that was interesting. I wonder what our sparks look like. Maybe they're related to the aura the spiritualists claim they see. Think we'll ever get pictures?
Who knows, Ned said. You want to clean up the kitchen now or fill up your glass and go sit in our tastefully appointed parlor and review what we've learned today?
I vote for the second one. The dishes will still be there in the morning. And I'd like to tell you about Christine.
Christine, the medium from the fair? Okay.
Ned grabbed the wine bottle and their glasses and escorted Abby into the parlor, where they had only a Victorian settee and a floor lamp from nobody could remember where. In a way, she was glad Kevin hadn't accepted their impromptu invitation to spend the night, or what was left of it. The lumpy horsehair-stuffed settee was not an option for sleeping, unless you were a cat. Yes, they had a bed upstairs, but it was probably as old as she was. Ellie hadn't noticed the sag in the middle of it, but she was young. Furnishing a real guest room was on her to-do list, for Ellie's sake, and for anyone else who might stay over someday. When she was settled, Ned handed her a refilled glass, then set the bottle on the floor.
Think we could harness our electrical energy and save money on the electric bill?
Abby laughed. I think we'd have to keep a small army in the basement to get enough power. Or if one or both of us managed to generate enough, we might be a menace to society.
Okay, we'll table that idea for now. Tell me about the psychic fair.
Abby filled him in about the scope of the event and her encounters with the first two mediums. After she'd described Bertha, Ned asked,
So were they for real or faking it?
Do you know, even with this thing we've got, I couldn't swear to it one way or the other? Maybe it's not binary. You know, you have it or you don't, period. Maybe there's a whole range in intensity or degree. As for mediums, it might be that some people who have just a little parlay that into a hobby or trade, like reading palms at fairs. They make enough right guesses to keep going, or they get very good at reading people's expressions and picking up clues. And then there are the ones who are for real.
Like this Christine, who's coming here tomorrow. You think she's genuine?
Yes, I do. She was the last medium I saw, out of 3. Sarah saw 3 different ones, but she didn't notice anything memorable about any of them. Christine looked tired and kind of distracted. She's a palm reader, so when I sat down, she explained what she was going to do, and then she took my hand, and blam!
Ned smiled. Another term to add to our growing vocabulary, the blam effect. I take it there was a strong connection when you touched?
Yes, and it surprised both of us. She dropped my hand fast. Then she asked if anything like that had ever happened to me before, and I said yes. But she said she'd felt something like it in the past, but never quite as strong. She looked really rattled, not scared, just unsettled, and I don't think she could have faked it. That's why I wanted to talk with her more, outside of the fair. She agreed. You want to be here to talk to her with me?
Only if you think it won't scare her away. If you seem to be hitting it off, you can always call me in. But let me add something. What you said to Kevin reminded me of one of the basic principles of scientific research. You have to have a reasonable sample size. So, if Christine has this ability, we need to include her, assuming she's willing and doesn't run away screaming from us.
I don't really expect that. What's reasonable in terms of sample size? Abby asked, sipping her wine. She was getting pleasantly drowsy.
It depends, but definitely more than a handful of family members. We need data.
I don't think I've ever been a datum before.
Her eyelids were drooping.
Ned noticed and relieved her of the wine glass.
I think we need to get you to bed.
Is that an invitation?
It's whatever you want it to be.
It's kind of up to you. You touch me and I'm putty in your hands. My brain melts. But of course, if it's in the interests of research...
Abby struggled to stand up. Ned stood as well and offered her a hand. We can call it research if you want.
Research it is, then. Chapter 11. Over breakfast the next morning, Ned asked,
"What are you going to say to Christine?"
"I haven't really thought about it," Abby told him. "It's not like I have a script. Since she and I have both acknowledged that whatever it is actually happened, we can jump over a lot of the preliminary getting-to-know-you stuff."
"You said she didn't seem upset by it?"
"More startled, I think, but I'm pretty sure she recognized it for what it was."
"Which is?"
Abby blew out a breath in exasperation. "Oh, we have really got to work out a vocabulary. This isn't a seeing, it's more like a feeling, but that sounds really odd. Maybe a contact? How about we put up a whiteboard in the kitchen or somewhere and write down the terms that occur to us, and then we can agree on a few. It would save a lot of confusion."
"So what's the header? Psychic phenomena?"
That sounds both pompous and old-fashioned at the same time. Can't we simplify things? If you see a spirit, call it a seeing.
"It works for the visual aspect, but what about a contact experience?" Ned countered. "A touching sounds kind of odd."
"Ned, what's wrong with a contact?"
"Okay, that's neutral enough and includes all the senses, I guess. What other categories are there?"
"Smelling, which I haven't encountered yet, but I've read about." "Please don't try to label anything as smelling." "Hearing, ditto. No, I don't hear disembodied voices, but I'm still new at this, and I've read that some people do, so it could still happen. I do hear voices, but only when they're attached to seeing the people speaking. For the moment, I'm going to ignore things like ectoplasm or rapping. I think the jury is still out on the validity of those, despite well over a century of attempts to prove or disprove them. Ned looked like he was getting interested in the conversation, Abby thought. Ned leaned forward.
What about those changes in temperature that are supposed to be associated with the appearance of a spirit, like you suddenly feel cold? Where does that fit?
Abby shrugged. Since I haven't experienced that, I can't exactly describe it. How can you tell it's not just low blood sugar?
Ned smiled. I guess you can't, until that spirit appears at the same time. If it doesn't appear, it's up to you to decide. Anything else?
Abby thought for a moment, then said slowly, One thing that troubles me, at least based on what I've read, is the idea that all these spirits, maybe even all the spirits that ever were, are waiting somewhere just to be called in by a single medium to say hi to their relatives. I know this sounds like a silly quibble, but doesn't it get crowded? How do the spirits know where all their relatives are at any one time? They are singletons, aren't they? Not multiple clones where one copy of a spirit follows each relative. Can they split themselves up and reassemble themselves, do you think?
Abby, I have no idea. In any case, that would indeed be crowded, but if the universe is infinite, I guess it's possible. Still, I know what you mean. It's awfully handy, isn't it? You find a medium and you gather a group of people together and the right deceased relatives just happen to show up then and there.
Exactly, Abby said triumphantly. If you want to take down this bit of data, as of this moment, based on my own non-scientific observations, I'd say that the majority of mediums or seers or whatever you call them are not exactly or completely authentic. Maybe they have a small component of psychic ability, but I think they've exaggerated it, and people are hungry enough to contact their loved ones to accept it. I'd say maybe 15% are for real. And you've seen it yourself. Some of these people with one or another ability, like Kevin, are completely surprised when it happens to them because they don't know about it and they weren't looking for it.
And where do you think Christine falls?
I'm not sure yet. We both felt the same thing when we weren't looking for it, so I'm inclined to believe that she has the ability, but I'm trying to keep an open mind. Think we can talk to her without scaring her?
I hope so.
Ned stood up, picking up his breakfast plate and coffee mug.
I've got some chores to do before company comes, like raking leaves.
Do we compost?
Of course. What did you think that big enclosure out back is for?
I hadn't given it much thought. Need some help?
Happy to have it. I've got more than one rake. What time is Christine coming?
We agreed on 3.
Then we'd better go attack those leaves.
A couple of hours later, the grass was visible again, once the most recent blanket of fallen leaves had been transferred to the compost pile, but as Abby eyed the leaves remaining on the old maples on the property, she knew they weren't finished yet. But now it was time to shower and change and see what nibbles they had on hand to entertain a medium. Abby had to smile at herself. Mediums were people, too, weren't they? If there was food favored by the spirits, she didn't know what it was. When in doubt, serve cookies. Ned, she called out, I'm going inside to clean up and make tea and something.
I'll be right behind you,
he answered from around the corner of the house. Abby went inside. The shower and dressing were easily accomplished, but finding a teapot and cups and plates that matched each other or anything else was a challenge. When she'd moved to Massachusetts, she hadn't brought a lot with her, since she knew she'd be living in a small and temporary apartment. Ned had never collected much, but he'd needed only a mug, 1 plate, 1 bowl, and a few utensils to feed himself. Oh, and some cookware, but he really wasn't very interested in cooking beyond the survival level. But now they were entertaining a guest who might prove important to them, and Abby wanted things to be nice, which was next to impossible. Maybe she and Ned should set a timetable for finishing as much as they wanted in the house. Winter was going to put a stop to the outside activities, and Abby had already wallpapered half the rooms she intended to do. It was definitely time to get serious about furniture and lamps and rugs and stuff, including 1 set of matching teacups for company. She'd done the best she could and had tea steeping in her one and only teapot when she heard the front doorbell, non-electric. In fact, it was a true Victorian twist bell that she had to remember to wind every now and then. "Ned," she called up the stairs. "Company's here."
"Be right down."
His voice floated back down to her. Abby went to the front door and pulled it open. Christine stood there, looking uncertain.
"Oh, good. This is the right place. Great house."
"We think so. It's a mirror image of the one we were in yesterday, for the fair, oddly enough. Please, come in." Abby stepped back and let Christine pass her, then shut the door behind her. "I know this is a little weird, and I hope you don't think this is some sort of crazy kidnap attempt or we like to torture people in the basement." Christine laughed briefly. "I never thought that. Whatever other gifts I may have, I'm usually a pretty good judge of character, and I don't get a serial killer vibe from you." "Well, that's good to know. I've made tea. Would you like to sit in the kitchen?"
It's been my experience that formal dining rooms tend to squelch conversation, so the kitchen is fine.
You mentioned we a couple of times. You share this place with someone? Yes, for the past few months. I used to live in Pennsylvania until about a year ago, and it's kind of complicated to explain. Maybe after we sit down, Ned and I can tell you about it.
You can tell me as much or as little as you want.
And no, I'm not going to read your mind. Ever since I started doing these readings, I've had a much greater respect for privacy. That was something Abby hadn't thought about. That's very considerate of you. Come on, let's go get that tea. Abby led the way to the kitchen where she'd set the teapot, snuggled in a cozy, and cups along with milk and sugar on the table in the center of the room. She'd managed to scrounge up a package of store cookies, and she hoped they weren't too stale. "Please, sit down. Want me to pour?"
"Go right ahead. I'd probably drop the pot."
"Don't worry. It's not a precious heirloom or anything." By the time Abby had filled 2 cups and sat down, she heard Ned coming down the back stairs. When he entered the kitchen, she said, "Christine, this is, Ned Newhall." She wasn't ready to try to explain their relationship, and she wanted to see if Christine picked up any signals from them. "Ned, this is Christine Pearson." Was it her imagination, or were the two of them sizing each other up? If so, it was only a brief flash, but both seemed a bit wary to her.
"It's good to meet you, Christine,"
Ned said formally.
"Abby's told me a bit about what went on yesterday."
He extended his hand, and Christine took it without hesitation, and dropped it again.
"Holy, whatever. So it's both of you? You must lead interesting lives."
Abby watched Christine's face anxiously. She didn't look upset. What had she been expecting? "I'm sorry. That wasn't a test or anything. So you felt the same kind of thing with him as you did with me yesterday?"
"Pretty much."
Abby sneaked a glance at Ned. He looked, puzzled? Surprised? He shouldn't have been after what she'd told him. "Ned, sit down, please, unless you want to run in the opposite direction." He sat.
"I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Abby told me about your contact yesterday, but I wasn't sure if it would work with me, too. We share it, Abby and I, but we thought we knew why. You seem to be a wild card."
"How long has this been going on?" Christine asked. "Which this?" Abby replied. "The touch phenomenon? Our relationship?"
"Why don't we start at the beginning?
Abby, you just said that you've only been living in this area for a year, and with Ned here for less than that?" Abby nodded. "And you two share this same kind of connection?" "We do. That's how we came together the first time we met. We should tell you up front that we're related, if you go back 5 or 6 generations. And Ned's mother has it too, but it's not as strong with her. Listen to me. That makes it sound like an illness or an infection. His mother is Sarah. You might have seen her at the fair yesterday, although she wasn't one of your clients. We were there to meet as many psychics as we could in a short time. But long story short, I never knew anything about this thing until I walked into a house in Waltham and found myself in the middle of what looked like a short video of my great-great-grandparents having an argument. only it was real, not in my head, and it was taking place in the place where it happened. I went woozy, and Ned, who was a docent, calmed me down."
Ned broke in. "Except I didn't tell her for a while that I shared the same ability, although not with those particular people. We have to go back further."
"What is it you do, Ned?" Christine asked.
"Professionally, I mean." "I founded a small company which does chemical and biological analyses, primarily with DNA. We've done work for local police departments and the FBI, and we also do some original research."
Christine nodded once. "So you were playing scientist with Abby as your guinea pig?"
"Sort of. And believe me, I've apologized to Abby many times over, but I didn't want to influence the outcome."
"And how long did that last?" Christine asked, her mouth twitching.
"Not very, although she wouldn't move in with me for a while."
"Can I ask you through what family you two connect?"
"The Reeds. There are a couple collateral Reeds buried out back, in the cemetery, not the backyard."
"Doesn't ring any bells, but I've never done much genealogy. Do you have other experiences, individually, that you don't share, I mean?" "Through other family lines?" Abby asked. "Yes, or at least I have. But I never even looked at my family history until last year, so there's a lot left to explore." Abby debated briefly with herself about mentioning Ellie and how she seemed to be able to see people who weren't kin. No, she decided, there was too much basic material to cover right now, and she didn't know Christine well, so it wouldn't be right to share sensitive personal information just yet, like Ellie's parentage. "What do you do, Abby?" Christine asked. "I'm, between jobs right now. I used to teach young kids, and then I worked as a fundraiser for a while. What about you? You said yesterday you had a day job."
"I'm a nurse, more specifically a critical care nurse. I deal with people who are close to death or are in a coma. In case you're wondering, I didn't go into this because I had this ability to read people, but the other way around. The more time I spent taking care of people, the more I realized I had some kind of link to them."
"Where does the psychic fair fit? Do you do readings or host seances on your own?"
"I'm curious, I guess. I've got plenty in my life to keep me busy, but I wondered what it would be like to work with people who weren't sick or dying and see if the experience was different. And no, I don't usually do it for money. The fair seemed like a good way to meet a variety of people all at once."
"That's kind of what I thought, only from the other side of the table," Abby said.
"Did you find anyone other than Abby who you connected with?" Ned asked suddenly.
"Glimpses, maybe, now and then. I can't lie or make up stories to make people happy, so I'm not exactly popular. Worst case, I just tell them that their departed friends and relatives are happy wherever they are now, and they want the person I'm talking to stop worrying about them and just be happy themselves. At the fair, I just took whoever came along. Kind of a random sample, right?"
"You could say so," Ned said.
"So, why did you ask me here?" Christine asked, sitting back in her chair. "You want me to do a reading for you? You want me to join your coven? You want to pick my brain?" "Mostly the last, I think," Abby said gently. "Like I said, we're both kind of new at this. Ned spent most of his adult life stifling it, and then we met, and that wouldn't work anymore. We're still trying to figure out how and why it works. And equally important, we want to know how we go on living reasonably normal lives when dead people keep popping up in front of us, singly or together." Christine seemed to relax just a bit. "So, you want me to sign up as a guinea pig, too?" "Only if you want," Abby rushed to reassure her. "If the status quo is good for you, we won't mess with that. Tell me, when did you first know you had something?"
"When I was a kid, I guess. I had a couple of so-called imaginary friends, and luckily my folks either didn't notice or figured I'd grow out of it. Only I didn't. Then for a long time in my teen years, in college, I just told all the people in my head to shut up, which they did, more or less."
Do you know who these people were? Ned asked. Was there something they wanted to communicate to you?
I hadn't a clue, and I didn't look very hard. They weren't exactly sending me messages saying a plane will fall from the sky on Thursday or the president will be shot. Could you interact with them, like a conversation? Abby asked. Not really. I saw them, and I'm pretty sure they saw me, or at least some of them did, but they only talked among themselves, not to me, so it wasn't interactive exactly. That sounds like Abby's experience. Was it always the same scene, the same place, the same people together? Ned demanded. Abby sent him a warning glance, trying to signal to him to back off. Too much, too soon. I wasn't keeping notes. I've led a pretty quiet life. The farthest I've ever traveled has been to Boston, or maybe a summer in Maine. I've never married. I work long hours, mainly because I don't have a husband or kids waiting for me at home. And before you ask, the communications I have with my patients are mostly nonverbal, even if they're in my head. More visual, emotional. Christine checked her watch. Look, guys, I think I understand what you want, but I don't know if I'm ready for that. I need to think about it. I'm glad to know that there are more of, well, us, I guess, but that doesn't mean I want to get together and hang out a lot. I don't sense that you two are part of any cult or spiritualist group, right? When both Abby and Ned shook their heads, Christine went on. So right now this is for your own knowledge, to satisfy your own curiosity. If you find something tangible, what are you going to do about it? We hadn't really thought about that, Abby said after glancing at Ned again. If what you're saying is true, there might be some medical application. We're not in this for money. We don't want to create any kind of business organization. And we're not do-gooders looking for other seekers to ease their pain. The bottom line is, we don't have a plan. We probably won't until we figure out exactly what this thing is. So that's our first priority. Can you understand that? I think so, Christine said neutrally. Christine, we're not looking to pressure you, Ned said. If you want to take part, we'd welcome you. If you don't, we won't bother you anymore. Thank you, Christine told them both. I appreciate that. Then she went still, her gaze distant. Abby and Ned exchanged a look, but kept silent. After a couple of minutes, Christine shook her head. That was odd. What I heard was, Samuel wants to tell Rebecca that he's sorry. Does that make sense to either of you? Abby felt tears starting and had to swallow before she could speak. Samuel Ellenwood was my great-grandfather. He left his wife and daughter when he lost his job in the Depression, and his second child died. He just couldn't deal with it all. My great-grandmother never spoke of him again. Rebecca is my mother, his granddaughter. His daughter, Patience, died several years ago. I see. Christine was silent for a few moments, then stood up abruptly. I'll call you later in the week, once I've had time to think. But I'm glad we had a chance to talk. It's been a pleasure meeting both of you. You'll forgive me if I don't shake hands again? Of course, Ned told her. I'll walk you to the door. While they were gone, Abby collected her scattered wits. When Ned returned and eyed her quizzically, she said, She's for real, isn't she? No way she could have known all that except from Samuel. She looked around the room, where shadows were gathering in the corners, then whispered, Samuel, I'll pass the message on to Rebecca. Chapter 12. For no clear reason, Abby woke up cranky the next morning. Monday, bleh. She hadn't slept well. Was she really troubled about having a spirit, heck, an unknown number of spirits, lurking in her home, watching her? Why had Samuel spoken to Christine and not straight to her? Well, maybe she could answer that one, because she hadn't had an interactive conversation with a spirit,
Or, no, with a long-dead spirit. The very nice woman who'd helped her at the Historical Society had passed on before Abby met her, although Abby hadn't known it at the time and wouldn't have guessed it when she was speaking to her. But she was kind of in transition, with one ghostly foot in the here and now and the other one in some other realm. Figuratively, anyway, Abby was pretty sure she'd seen 2 feet on the woman, neither of which was actually there. Abby knew that when he was young, Ned had played, interactively, with a boy named Johnny, who had once lived in his house and died a sad death. Ellie had played, also interactively, with Hannah in the cemetery. Of course, they had all been children, living or spirits. On the other hand, the adult Samuel Ellenwood had died in Montana a long time before Abby had been born. Was he unable to bridge that gap? Could Abby cultivate the power to talk with him and others? And did she really want to? Ned was whistling happily while he dressed. Sure, why not? To him, Christine had just been a potential research subject, and Samuel he didn't know and had no personal link with. But to Abby, Samuel was a person and part of her family. He wasn't someone to be poked and prodded or zapped and recorded. Shoot, how had Samuel even known about her mother, Rebecca? She'd been born the year after he died, and as far as the family knew, he'd had no contact for over 20 years at that time. Had he been watching over his daughter all along? That would have been hard in the pre-internet days. Or maybe he had reached out, and his wife, Ruth, had been so angry that she had refused to have anything to do with him. She'd even taken back her maiden name and given it to her daughter Patience as well, as if to erase Samuel from their lives. But clearly Samuel, in whatever non-corporeal state he was in, would have a heck of a time communicating his message directly to Rebecca, who had never shown the slightest interest in her ancestors, whether or not they appeared to her. Ned sat down on the bed, which bounced under his weight. Apparently, he believed it was time for Abby to get out of bed. "Why are you so cheerful?" Abby grumbled. "Why are you not?" he responded. "We learned several important things yesterday. Thanks to you, I might add. Are you going to talk to Sarah about this?" "Yeah, I guess. What do you think was so important?" "Well, we confirmed that the spirits can communicate through a non-relative." "How do you know Christine isn't a relative?" Abby shot back. "We don't have her family tree." "All right, I'll put that on the back burner for now. But we learned that your great-great-grandfather is watching." "And that's a good thing? Having all those spirits peering at us all the time, everywhere? I think it's kind of creepy." "Abby, they're dead." Abby sat up in bed and said indignantly, "But they're not dead, not if they're watching now and trying to talk to us about current events. What's your definition of dead?" Abby made air quotes. Ned's smile faded. "Abby, can we talk about this later? I've got to get to work." "I thought you were cutting back your hours." "My, Abigail, you're certainly being bitchy this morning." "I plan to, but I've got things to finish up, and our own research hasn't really taken off yet. I will, I promise. What were you planning to do today?" "I don't know. I hadn't thought past yesterday." "You were expecting some sort of enormous revelation from Christine?" "Well, no, and I didn't expect her to walk in and declare she was a fraud either. But I guess I hoped she'd open up some clear avenue forward." But she did contribute something important. "The problem is, every time I meet someone or talk to someone or read something new, the whole picture just gets murkier." "Abby," Ned began helplessly, "I'm sorry. I know it must be frustrating for you, and I know there's a lot you want to understand. Maybe you need to do more research?" "No," she said, more loudly than she intended. "I'm getting sick of research. Like I said, every fact or theory I add just makes things more complicated. Look, I never assumed I was alone in this or that I was unique. If I hadn't happened to stumble into it with you, I don't know what I would have done. Probably shut down and pretended it had never happened, made it all go away. gone to a psychiatrist or looked for medications to turn off the visions and the voices. But the way it happened, I couldn't. It wasn't an option.
And I respect you for that. You're facing this head on.
Because I want to understand. It's just that it's kind of overwhelming all at once, and I can't figure out what thread to grab onto.
There's no timetable, Abby,
Ned said. Abby had to stifle an urge to swat him for being so calm and reasonable while she was acting like a spoiled child. He went on, and my research into the biology and genetics of this thing is not dependent on yours, even if they're related. Abby sat up abruptly and tossed off the covers. But I want some answers, don't you see? Maybe I'm being unrealistic, but I want to get a handle on this and move on with my life.
Doing what?
Ned asked softly. Abby stared at him. She knew that it was unlikely that she'd be going back to museum work. She'd liked teaching and dealing with younger children. Maybe there was an opportunity there? But if she wanted to do that, with or without using her special abilities, she'd probably have to go back to school, maybe get a master's degree. In special education? Could she help children who had problems like autism? Were there other conditions that she might be able to work through with kids? The only thing she was sure of was that she wasn't about to become a medium and give readings to needy strangers waving $5 bills. She didn't mean to belittle Christine and those mediums who truly had a gift, but she didn't see that as a career path for herself.
Abby?
Ned prompted. Abby shook her head. Sorry, it's just that I never looked past the research part. I've been avoiding thinking about what I want to do, what I can do with the rest of my life, and it scares me.
You'll spend it with me, Ned said quietly.
Oh, she realized that she had kind of left him out of the equation, but then they hadn't really discussed their future together. She'd moved in only when the house sit she'd been enjoying had ended when the owners returned for the summer. Ned had said it made sense to move in with him since he had the house and it needed work, and she had the time to do the work. But that didn't exactly amount to a proposal. Was that where they were headed? Was that what she wanted? And was he waiting for an answer for a question he hadn't asked? She sighed. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just in a lousy mood, and this is not the time to be discussing all this stuff. I don't want to bite your head off. Did she sense some disappointment from him? But all he said was,
I understand, Abby. I can't say I have a plan either. I can map out experiments. I can sit down with Kevin and get his take on what kind of testing he can do. We're lucky we have the financial means to indulge in this kind of exploration. We don't have to make money or publish or please anyone but ourselves. This is for us, and that means you and me, Abby. If it proves to be useful to other people, that's just icing on the cake.
Abby reached out to him and he pulled her close. Thank goodness they were wearing clothes, or the conversation would have been entirely derailed. As it was, she could feel their physical connections simmering just below the surface. I'm glad we're in it together, Ned. It's just that there are things I have to work out. But I won't shut you out. He smiled down at her.
As if you could?
She returned his smile, if reluctantly. Well, there is that. She pulled away. All right, I'm up. You go to work and do whatever you do. By the way, I still want a tour of your lab. And I'll talk to my mother, I guess, although I have no idea how I can explain that her deceased grandfather has sent her a message.
You'll figure it out. Give your mother a chance. Maybe she shares your ability, but she's buried it deep.
Maybe, Abby said dubiously. As Ned went down the stairs, Abby lay back and considered how to approach her mother. She loved Rebecca and even respected her. Her mother was a happy, no-nonsense person with a solid marriage, a circle of friends in her community, and plenty of activities, at home and outside it, to keep her busy. Abby knew that Rebecca worried about her settling down. She wasn't exactly pushing for Abby to get married and produce some grandkids, but Abby knew it was in the back of her mind, and she'd really liked the jerk Brad, who'd gotten her hopes up, even while she'd scored points with Abby for not nagging about it. Rebecca had come from a small family, since her mother had been an only child, so there was no way to tell what genetic kink she might have shared with siblings or her parents. Abby had never known her great-grandmother, although given Ruth's enduring anger towards Samuel after he had abandoned her and her determination to survive, she must have been a strong and formidable woman, the kind who terrified small children. Abby had known her grandmother only slightly better. Patience Pendleton had been a rather distant figure in Abby's life. They'd only met at holidays and the occasional vacation. She had vague memories of her grandfather, Richard, who had been pleasant enough but was clearly under his wife's thumb. He'd taken her out into the yard now and then to toss a baseball around, but Abby had never been much of an athlete, and he'd always had peppermints in his pocket. That she was sure she remembered. Why was there so much emotional distance among them all? Had there been some kind of rift between Rebecca and Patience? No one had ever mentioned it, but keeping secrets had apparently been a way of life among the Pendletons. In any case, Rebecca had emerged as a sensible woman who didn't dwell on the past. She'd been a good wife and a good mother. So what do I want from her now? Abby wondered. It didn't seem quite fair to dump this psychic business in the middle of her perfectly nice life. Should she talk to Sarah about it? Or was that ducking the issue? She and Sarah needed to compare notes about their experiences at the fair in greater detail, but that wasn't urgent. But Sarah would probably want to know about her conversation with Christine, wouldn't she? So Abby should call her mother first and set up a time to get together for more than a fast lunch. Then call Sarah. Should she offer to drive up to Maine where her parents lived? Or should she invite Rebecca down to the very unfinished house? Not that she had a decent bed to offer her, but Rebecca lived only a couple of hours away, and she could easily drive down for lunch. At least that way Rebecca could get to know Ned better. Would her father, Marvin, want to come? Would he be hurt if she told him gently that this was a ladies-only kind of thing? Abigail, stop waffling. What was she worried about? She loved her mother. Her mother loved her. Rebecca was easy to get along with. And what was the worst case? Either her mother would pat her on the head and say something like, "Why, that sounds so interesting, dear," and then promptly forget it, or her mother would be shocked, horrified, scared, and any number of adjectives Abby didn't want to think about, and promptly sweep it under the rug. Was it fair to do this to her? In the name of what? Science? But somehow it had become a major part of Abby's life and of her choices for the future, and her mother should know that, even if she didn't believe it applied to her, which maybe it didn't. Before she could lose her nerve, Abby picked up the landline phone they kept in the bedroom and hit her mother's speed dial number. Rebecca answered on the second ring. "Abigail, how lovely to hear from you. I was just thinking about you." No, Abby, do not assume that was a psychic connection. Rebecca was still talking. "We had such a lovely time last month at the Cape. Thank you so much for including us." "I'm glad you could make it, Mom. Look, I was wondering if you'd like to come down here for a visit for a day or two." Abby could almost hear Rebecca's mother senses snap to attention. "Is anything wrong, dear? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, don't worry. It's just that there's something I need to talk to you about, and it would be easier face to face." Once she'd said the words, Abby realized how many negative ways that could be interpreted. "And before you ask, no, I don't have a deathly disease, and no, we're not planning any, special events in the near future. But it involves you and your mother and her mother, and it's complicated. Can you come?" "I don't suppose Marvin would enjoy this?" her mother asked. Perceptive of her. "I doubt it, but don't let him worry. You can come down for a night or maybe two, whatever works for you." "Everything still all right with Ned?" her mother asked anxiously. "Yes, we're fine. Please don't worry. Do you want to get back to me on when?" "Let me look at my calendar." Abby could hear papers rustling. Her mother still preferred a paper calendar with large print. "How about tomorrow? I need to run some laundry and get some food in so Marvin won't starve. Tomorrow in time for lunch?" Anything I should bring? Do you have any more family documents, old photos or letters, that kind of thing? I think I saw some in the attic when I was looking for those documents you wanted last year. There's not much, you know. My family wasn't into keeping old things. I understand. Just bring what you have, and I'll explain when you get here, okay? Love you, Mom. Give me a call if you get hung up. Otherwise, I'll expect you for lunch tomorrow. Before Rebecca could protest or ask any more awkward questions, Abby set the phone down carefully, then picked it up again and hit Sarah's button. Sarah took a bit longer to answer. Hey, you're up early. Everything okay? As much as it ever is these days. Listen, could we meet today sometime? I found out some interesting stuff from Christine yesterday, and I need to hash it out with someone who knows about this whole thing. Sure, no problem. Here or there, or somewhere in between. Somewhere we can find a table and nobody will overhear us and think we're nuts. Why don't you come here then? I'll throw something together for lunch, and if there's time, we can take a walk and admire the pretty fall leaves. Deal. Does noon work for you? Perfect. See you then. Abby hung up for the second time. The conversations she faced with both women were not going to be simple, but at least she'd get things out in the open with them and see where that led her. Chapter 13. Despite lunch with Sarah to look forward to, Abby's mood did not improve. Maybe all those spirits are angry at me, she wondered. But could they really affect a living person? Unless that person was already terrified of the idea of ghosts and panicked at the sight of one. She'd never felt anger from any of those she had seen. Or more precisely, they might have been angry or sad or frightened, but those emotions had never been directed at her as a spectator. Would that change over time, or with practice? She cleaned up the few breakfast dishes, then wandered around the house, making a mental list of tasks that still had to be done. It was not short, even if she ignored the outside projects, for which it would soon be too cold. As she went from room to room, she could feel eddies of cold air leaking through the old windows. Some people would say replace them all, with easy care, efficient, modern aluminum windows. It might save on heating bills, but Ned believed that would be an insult to the grand old house, and Abby agreed. If she got cold, she could put on a sweater the way he did, or work harder. So inside there was still woodwork to be painted and wallpapering to be done. A few tacky modern light fixtures should be swapped out for period-appropriate ones, but she wasn't about to mess with wiring. She didn't think Ned would want to either, so one of them was going to have to track down a competent electrician. She thought that Ned had had a new furnace installed when he bought the place, but she should confirm that. And did it need a tune-up, or at least a new filter? Old houses, especially those that seemed to be perpetual construction sites, generated a lot of dust, and surely that wasn't good for the heating system. Another contractor to find. She meandered into the kitchen. There, the appliances were functional, but not much more. Ned really didn't pay much attention to any of it. When he cooked, it was simple food, and as long as the burners worked and the fridge kept things cold, he was happy. She'd like something a bit more upscale because she enjoyed cooking. In one of the many boxes upstairs, she had quite a few nice pots and pans and knives that really deserved a kitchen. One more thing for the to-do list, assuming, that is, that she'd be around long enough to enjoy a shiny new kitchen. All right, Abigail, what's really bothering you? And don't pretend it's paint or appliances. She sighed and dropped into one of the kitchen chairs. The elephant in the room. She and Ned had really never talked about the future. Their future. It was kind of an unstated assumption that they'd be together, and he'd as much as said so the night before, but that was the first time he'd come close to putting it into words. Was this a forever relationship? Did she want to spend the rest of her life with Ned Newhall? She'd been so wrong about Brad. She saw that clearly now, and that made her doubt her own judgment. And this whole psychic thing really threw a monkey wrench into things. If she and Ned split up, how could she live with someone else who didn't share her weird ability? Who didn't even understand it? She couldn't imagine that, but at the same time a small part of her resented that her choice had been made for her. She'd fallen into Ned's arms, in this case literally, on a random day, and bingo, her future was set in stone. Was she never going to have any control over her own life? "Snap out of it, Abby," she instructed herself firmly. Instead of whining that she had no job, no prospects, and was stuck here in a drafty Victorian house scraping paint off the woodwork and ancient wallpaper off the walls, while Ned went off to do important science things at his very own company, she should be grateful that she had a beautiful place to live. Well, it would be if the renovations were ever finished, and a man who loved her on levels she hadn't even known existed. Plus, he was an all-around good guy, and he had lots of money. What did she have to complain about? Most women would be thrilled to be in her position. Maybe some more renovation would help her snap out of her funk. Even if she kept chewing on her grievances while she worked, at least she'd accomplish something. Abby managed to finish painting the trim in the second parlor and clean up both the painting equipment and herself in time to present herself at Sarah's door at noon. Sarah greeted her warmly with a hug. "You hungry yet?" Abby followed her into the house, which glowed with generations of hand-waxing of the old pine timbers. "Sure, I've been painting this morning, almost better than yoga, what with all the twisting and stretching, but I admit I'll be glad when it's done. At least I took care of the ceilings first and kept most of the paint out of my hair." Sarah laughed. "And you've got high ceilings. The ones here were easy. I could almost reach them without a ladder. Lunch is nothing fancy, chicken salad and the last of the lettuce from the garden, and homemade cookies." "Sounds great to me." Abby sat at the kitchen table and watched Sarah move efficiently around her kitchen, collecting what she needed. "What kind of shape was this house in when you bought it? Anything original left?" "You mean did I start out cooking with a kettle on a crane over a wood fire? Not hardly. More like lousy mid-20th century appliances and harvest gold. And I'm not kidding, wallpaper with green frogs on it in the master bedroom. But we were young and energetic. So were you, right? I suppose. Sometimes I'm glad there's so much to do so I can keep busy." "You still miss having a job?" Sarah said, setting plates with lettuce, chicken salad, and slices of artisanal bread at their seats. "I do," Abby admitted. "I mean, I have a life that many women would envy, but I keep thinking I need to be doing something more useful, helping more people. That's why I'm impatient to come to terms with this psychic stuff and figure out what I want to do with it." Sarah forked up a bite of the salad and ate it before answering. "Do you think you have different choices now that you know about it? I mean, you can't just flip it off with a switch." "Yeah, I think I've figured that out. But I don't know where I fit or where it fits in my life." "Give it time, Abby. It'll be easier if you relax." "Easy for you to say, Sarah. You've been living with it for decades." "I have, but my process was almost the reverse of yours. I came to it gradually and let it grow at its own pace. You were slammed in the face with it all at once without warning. That has to be hard." "Thank you. It has been hard, and I don't know whether I'm lucky or cursed. Depends on which day you ask me. But I didn't come over to whine. I wanted to tell you about meeting Christine yesterday." "Go right ahead," Sarah said, picking up the sandwich she had assembled and taking a big bite of it. Abby followed suit and realized she really must have been hungry. After she'd swallowed, she outlined the meeting and her impressions of Christine, but slowed down as she approached Christine's pronouncement at the end of their talk. "I was kind of on the fence about how authentic she was, talking to her, until when she was getting ready to leave, she said something that really surprised me." "And that was?" "She said, 'Tell Rebecca that Samuel says he's sorry.'" Abby stopped there and waited for Sarah's response. She watched her expressions as Sarah worked out who was who. "Rebecca's your mother, I know, and Samuel is—" "My mother's grandfather, the one who ran off to Montana after his baby son died. My mother never knew him. Heck, his own daughter never knew him. But how on earth would Christine even know any of this? She doesn't know me or my family, and I found out what happened to Samuel only recently. It would be a real feat to find any documentation on such short notice. So, you think this means that Christine is for real? That Samuel is in fact a spirit and wants to communicate? Sarah said, with no hint of skepticism. Does that sound ridiculous? Abby asked her. I mean, I could claim that Christine put on the same cheesy act that mediums have been trading in since the mid-19th century. Ooh, there's a spirit here, and he wants to talk to you. Cue the dim lights and spooky noises. Sarah looked down at her plate, pushing a lettuce leaf around. Do you want to believe her or expose her as a fraud? What's your gut telling you? Abby hesitated, then said, I think I want to believe her. Psychic me wants to have friends to play with, ones I don't have to explain everything to, but that doesn't mean I'm not suspicious. You're still wrestling with the rational you, who was brought up to believe that all this kind of thing was hogwash. Exactly. So right before I called you, I called my mother and asked her to come see me. I think it's time I brought her into the loop. I don't expect any real surprises, and she'll probably tell me I'm being silly, but if there's any chance she's got this thing, I need to know now. Sarah nodded, looking up again. I understand. Did she agree to come? Yes, she'll be here tomorrow. Sarah hesitated before asking, Do you want me there? No, I think I have to do this myself, but thank you for offering. Maybe you two can get together after she's heard what I have to say. That's fine. Do you think your mother has any of this ability that you have? Suppressed, maybe? I really don't know, but I can't think of any time in the past that I noticed something like that. Until we were on the Cape, at least. Not that I was looking for it, back when I lived with my folks. Heck, I didn't even know this paranormal stuff existed then. But what has me wondering now is why Samuel wanted me, or someone like Christine, to apologize to her. He knows that my mother exists, and who she is. Why didn't he just go to her, if she has even a little of the ability? Or doesn't he think he can communicate with her? Maybe, Sarah said carefully. But it's a pretty generic message. He could just as easily have said, Tell her I'm happy now. Maybe, but we do know that he had something to apologize for, something big that he might well have regretted, and he never had a chance to say that to his wife or his daughter. Why not? Sarah asked. Aren't they all together in the great beyond? They could have patched things up by now. Abby hadn't even considered that. Well, I don't know. Maybe. But maybe he thought somebody among the living should tell Rebecca, even if the others already know. Do you think that in this perfect, happy afterlife, his wife has forgiven him? Sarah laughed. You're asking me. I have no clue. You've done more organized reading than I have, or at least more recently. I suppose, but reading all the texts, original or analytical, makes me sad. There were and still are so many people who seem to believe their loved ones are out there somewhere and they can communicate. They want to believe. Don't you? Abby stared at Sarah. I don't think I've ever lost anyone that I seriously cared about. I've been lucky. I guess I've always believed that once you're dead, that's it. Maybe there's a soul or something that goes on, but I don't expect to be having conversations with them. Does that sound harsh? It's not for me to say. Humans have invented all sorts of ways of dealing with death and whatever follows. I can't claim any one of them is right or wrong. Or maybe they're all right, and it's just the terminology that's different between religions. Sarah stood up and began gathering up the china. Listen, we're getting pretty heavy here. What do you say to a walk? We're right on the edge of Minuteman National Park, and I, for one, could use the fresh air. Abby still had questions, but Sarah had a point. She really should take more time to smell the roses, or in this case, admire the blazing leaves that New England was famous for. Good idea. I think I spend too much time stewing about all of this, even while I'm working on the house. Yes, it's hard to turn off your brain, isn't it? They retrieved their jackets and walked out Sarah's back door. For a while they ambled with no particular goal, stopping now and then to admire a particularly bright tree or a cluster of mushrooms in the litter under the trees. They startled a few squirrels, busy collecting nuts. The sound of the main road faded behind them.
"Do you ever see them? Feel them here?" Abby asked.
"You mean those colonists who fought off the British along here? Or the British themselves?" "Not really, or not personally. If I hear a gunshot, I think it's someone hunting illegally, not taking pot shots at a redcoat." "Is that what you mean?" "I guess. If you're truly sensitive to these spirits, how do you manage to filter them? There are so many, everywhere. Or is it up to them, rather than you?" "Abby, I don't know. I just take what comes along." Sarah paused. "How much of this have you talked about with Ned?" "Some, not all. He's not as new to it as I am, but he's repressed it for so long. He's much more comfortable with the science side of things. I think he wants to find some solid evidence, something physical that he can point to prove we're not all crazy. At the same time, I think the idea of taking time off, not having a structure in place, kind of scares him. He likes to keep busy. Can you see us sitting on a beach somewhere doing nothing?" Sarah laughed. "No, I can't. But I never expected him to become a manager and administrator. The science part makes sense. He was always curious and he liked to find answers. But at the same time, he was always a rather self-contained child, in part because he was impatient with kids who were, well, slower on the uptake than he was. I used to wonder if that was why he saw Johnny. There weren't a lot of kids his age around when we moved into the house, and I thought maybe he'd created an imaginary friend to play with. It didn't occur to me that Johnny was real, or had been real. You know what I mean. But I never tried to talk Ned out of it, whatever it was." "You never ran into the rest of Johnny's family in the house? They must have been hurting too when he died." "If they were, I wasn't tuned to their wavelength, I guess. Maybe, just maybe, I used to catch a glimpse of something or someone out of the corner of my eye in the dark corners, like the hem of a woman's dress or her apron, but I never came upon her face to face." Sarah stopped, then perched on the trunk of a fallen tree. "Any house has its own ghosts, you know. They belong to the house, not whoever happens to be living there. I'm sure your house has a few." "We haven't met, yet. You know about the ancestors in the cemetery behind?" "I think you've mentioned them." "Sometimes I see them walking there from a window. I don't go running out to chat with them, but I know they're there. But they don't belong to the house, but to the cemetery." Sarah fell silent, leaning back and looking up at the leaves and sky. Abby still felt twitchy. She checked her watch. 2:00. Enough time to get some research done, maybe. Having Rebecca around would cut into that time. "Sarah, would it be terribly rude of me to take off now? You can stay here and enjoy the day if you want, but there's some stuff I wanted to look up in a library. Yes, one of those with books, not online, and I won't have the time once my mother gets here." "You don't need to ask my permission, Abby. We're family now, in more ways than one." She stood up. "I'll walk back with you." "Thanks, Sarah. I'll let you know how things go with Mom." Chapter 14. Abby had told Sarah she wanted to do some library research, which was true, but at which one? She liked doing research. She'd always been a good and thorough student. She knew she had a good mind, and she wanted to do something that made a difference. She'd loved teaching, because little kids were like sponges, ready to soak up anything and everything. It was all shiny and new to them, and they didn't make judgments, at least not yet. Now she had a personal stake in the research she wanted to do, and she knew she was in the perfect place to do it, because the ground in Lexington and Concord and the environs was saturated not only with ghosts, but also with the emanations of great minds. Abby snorted. She was getting silly. What or who should she be looking at? She had to figure out this thing she had and how it fit into her life. It seemed like every time she turned around, there was another interesting path to follow, or idea to investigate, or person to research. Sometimes it was hard to focus long enough to follow any one of them to some sort of conclusion. Sometimes the information she wanted simply wasn't available, even on the internet. Was she trying to hide from her real life, or lack of one? She wondered. It was easy to put off making any sort of decisions when there was always one more source to look up, one more person to talk to. Should she take a look at the cluster of Concord transcendentalists? As far as Abby knew, they had been more concerned with individuals and society, not with what lay beyond. Then there were ley lines, which she really didn't understand, something about alignments. But were they created by humans, or did humans follow something that was already there? Apparently Thoreau had been interested, and she remembered hearing that Thoreau had been determined to find intersecting ley lines in Walden Pond. Did that help her? Not really. She'd already considered and rejected the idea of seeking out a spiritualist church, at least for now. It would be too time-consuming to become close enough to people to ask the questions she needed to answer. Of course, she could go around the world, with Ned's money, seeking out mystics and shamans and the like, but what was the point? Why not start with the library in Concord? Take that, Internet. You don't know everything. There had been a cluster of great minds there. Had she tried holding a book that one of them had owned? Would a sense of discovering something important be enough of an emotional charge to carry forward through one of their books? Would a librarian let her? It would have to be without gloves, because she'd already found that fabric muted or blocked whatever signal there was. Might they have left something intangible that would inspire her more than a century later? And besides, she had ancestors buried in Concord, and they'd contacted her, kind of obliquely. Maybe they wanted her nearby. She turned the car toward the Concord Library. As she had hoped, once inside the library, she found a treasure trove of published information covering a wide time period. But after an hour or two spent staring at small 19th century print on faded pages, her head felt like it was stuffed with something stuffy. Her patience and her imagination had gone AWOL together. She could ask to take the books out, but she hadn't even checked to see if the Lexington Library had the same materials, and she had borrower's privileges there. Maybe she should go looking in local bookstores then? Maybe older books on the subject had been discarded, and she should check local used bookstores as well. Or another option, interest in particular subjects waxed and waned, so maybe some older books had been reissued. At least she'd get some exercise walking around Concord looking for all or any of those. That search didn't provide much additional material. Maybe there was a cache of more specialized resources in a local university. She should check, yes, the internet, and find out. Plus, there were sources that had been made available online, older books that were now out of copyright. If she had to, she didn't mind reading on screen rather than holding a book in her hand, although she preferred the latter. She was kind of old-fashioned that way. She thought briefly about visiting Walden Pond, but decided to save that for another day. Even if this thing was controllable, she couldn't sit on whatever was left of Thoreau's cabin and just put out a call and say, "Hey, Henry David," did the man have a nickname? "Come talk to me." As far as she knew, it didn't work like that. So far, she'd only succeeded in connecting with people related to her, which Thoreau wasn't. She'd checked. Also for Emerson, the Alcotts, and the Hawthorne family, just out of curiosity. She didn't feel any need to pepper her family tree with important people just to impress others. How serious was Ned about investigating this whole research project idea? It hadn't been part of his life plan until she'd shown up. Well, it hadn't been part of hers either. He had a job he loved and a company that he had created. He served as a guide at local historical sites. He had a family he was close to. Why should he divert his attention from all those to go chasing wild geese? Because it was part of him, too. Because now he knew it, and he couldn't just ignore it. Even if she disappeared from his life today, he was enough of a scientist to be curious about the phenomenon, to want answers. So here they were, stuck with something they hadn't asked for, and flailing around, trying to figure out what they wanted to do about it. Even though she'd had a fine lunch with Sarah, Abby found she was hungry again. Or maybe she just needed some sugar and caffeine to boost her spirits. Ooh, Abby, a pun. She decided to leave the library and look for a coffee shop or something, and a few minutes later she found herself sitting in a quiet diner on a side street with a cup of decent coffee in front of her. The waitress who had delivered it to her walked over a second time and said, "You want a pastry with that." Oddly enough, it was a statement, not a question. "I do?" Abby asked, eyeing the woman. 50-ish, no makeup, a good strong face and solid figure. "Yeah, I can tell. Something apple, since it's too late for blueberries, unless you want them to have traveled quite a ways. Not a pie. Ah, an apple fritter. I think there's one left. Be right back." Abby hadn't said a word since her first question. Was she really emanating an aura that cried out apple fritter? Was this a teeny-tiny manifestation of psychic awareness, that a stranger could walk up to you and know exactly what you wanted, even if you didn't know yourself? Nothing earth-shaking, no dire predictions or scary warnings, just an apple fritter on its way. When the waitress returned, Abby asked, "Do you usually guess what people want?" "Most of the time. It's kind of like a game for me." "What do you look for?" "Oh, lots of details. Clothes, of course. How long it's been since a guy has had a haircut. Whether a lady's purse is for show or for carrying everything she thinks she needs. That kind of thing. In my job, you see a lot of people, and after a while you get a feel for them." "How often are you right?" "I'd say maybe 3/4 of the time. Of course, some of these people go along with it to make me feel good, but it still sells food. And some say no just to yank my chain. Their loss." Good way to get tips, Abby thought, but did not say. "I'm Abby," she said, holding out her hand. "Joyce," the waitress said, taking her hand and shaking it. No electricity there, just a no-nonsense woman who had learned to read people. "Good to meet you. You worked here long?" "About half my life. I like it here. You live here?" "No, Lexington, but I like to come over here to look in the bookstores." Saying she liked to visit the cemetery might seem kind of weird. "Yeah, lots of people do. Nice town." Joyce spotted a couple of newcomers. "Well, gotta go, more customers. Nice chatting with you, Abby. Come back again." Abby ate her fritter slowly. It really was very good, watching Joyce move from table to table. She watched the faces of the people at the tables as they lit up when Joyce talked to them. Maybe she should reconsider her concept of psychic ability. It was no single thing, but a combination of elements that at some point resulted in a new way of seeing and understanding. It was a spectrum, and people fell at every place along that spectrum. Chapter 15. "Mom's coming to visit tomorrow," Abby told Ned over dinner that evening. "Did I know about this?" he asked. "Nope, just set it up this morning, before I had lunch with your mother." Ned set his fork down. "Was that planned?" "Right after I called my mother." "Well, at least I haven't been completely oblivious to whatever you're saying. So what Christine told you prompted you to tell your mother what's going on?" "Yes. If you recall, I told her a lot of our story when we were on the Cape. I think she's had time to digest it all. But this thing with Christine is a new twist. It's time to talk to Mom again." "Do you think she's given it some thought, or just pushed it aside?" "I really don't know, Ned. That's why I need to see her, face to face. I mean, it was one thing when those of us who felt or saw something were related to each other. Even Ellie and my mother saw that connection right away. But to have someone out of the blue use Samuel's and my mother's names? That's something else. I don't really understand it yet, and I don't know how I'm supposed to explain it to her, but I thought I should try. I don't want her to think I'm leaving her out of this discussion.
and she might know something. I should see if I can jog her memory."
"Abby, you don't have to apologize for wanting to see your mother. She doesn't live that far away, and I don't think she's going to worry about an explanation either. You and she seem to get along fine. By the way, I think you're seeing more of my mother than I am these days."
"Whose fault is that? Besides, I like your mother, and she has this thing, so we can talk freely. Are you jealous?"
"No, just kind of surprised. I like my mother too, but I always seem to be so busy."
"Your choice, Ned. You did say you'd take time off, or at least cut back to mere 8-hour days."
Abby realized she was sounding crabby again and resolved to shut it down.
I know. I'm working on it. Is your mother coming alone? Is she staying the night?"
"Yes to the first question, and I don't know about the second. We only got as far as an invitation for lunch. We still don't have a bed for her."
Ned stood and carried his plates to the sink. While he was up, his cell phone rang. He pulled it out of his pocket, looked at it, and mouthed "Ellie" to Abby.
"Hi, Ellie. What's up?"
Abby watched, initially with some concern, but when Ned didn't seem upset, she relaxed.
"Oh, right. When is that? Next week?" he said. "Don't your folks usually do that?" "Oh, I see. Okay. I'll ask Abby, but it's all right with me if your mother agrees. Have you asked her?" "Aha. Well, do that first." "Okay. Let's talk later, okay?" "Sure. Bye for now."
"What's going on?" Abby asked.
"Ellie would like to come trick-or-treating in our neighborhood on Halloween."
"Why? Don't her parents take her out?"
"Usually, yes. But this year, Petey's old enough to understand it, and he wants to go, and Ellie doesn't want to go out with a baby. Her word, not mine. Leslie probably can't handle 2 kids under the circumstances, and George is still recuperating and isn't 100%, so he's staying home to give out candy. Besides, the houses are kind of spread out in their neighborhood, and I bet Ellie figures there'll be better pickings around here. Do you mind?"
"It's fine with me, as long as Leslie's comfortable with it. I gather Ellie hasn't discussed it with her yet?"
"Nope."
"What's the trick-or-treating like around here?" Abby asked, amused at Ellie's plotting.
"I really can't say. I know I see a lot of kids roaming around, but I usually don't go the whole carve the pumpkin and hand out candy route. Mostly I just turn off the light and hide."
"That's too bad. I love Halloween, as long as you don't get teenagers looking for trouble," Abby told him.
"I think the local cops have that under control. They keep an eye on things."
"Well, if this happens, one of us should stay here and deal out candy while the other one makes the rounds. We can flip for it if you like."
"Let's wait to hear from Leslie before we decide, okay? And ask Ellie which one of us she wants. Look, I've got some contracts to go over before bed. You can leave the dishes for me if you like."
"Maybe," Abby said. After Ned had gone, she made a stab at cleaning up, but gave it up. They really did need to get a new bed to replace the old lumpy one. Better yet, 2 beds. Then Rebecca could stay and be comfortable. If Marvin came along, they'd need either a double or 2 twins. But Abby would have to see about painting and papering the guest room, whichever room that was. At least with 1 or more additional beds, Ellie would have a place to sleep, if Leslie would ever allow that on a more regular basis. Abby was still treating Leslie with kid gloves, mainly for Ellie's sake. Leslie had a crazy life right now, with a full-time job, a husband who still wasn't quite recovered from his recent surgery, a precocious, psychic child, and a second child who was young, rambunctious, and might be psychic too. Abby hadn't gone near Petey yet, just to avoid additional complications, and if he turned out to have the ability, she was willing to bet that Leslie was going to keep a lid on that as long as she possibly could. Ellie was 8, which in the right neighborhood was old enough to go out trick-or-treating on her own, or at least with a pack of friends. Maybe she didn't have friends? But Abby could see that tagging along with Mommy and Petey wouldn't be much fun for her. Or did Ellie have an ulterior motive about Halloween? There were cultures that held that the spirits walked the earth on Halloween. Did Ellie want to keep watch for them, an idea which she couldn't share with her mother? Well, one step at a time. Wait to see what Leslie said. If she said no, it could be out of anxiety for her still young daughter, or it could be because she still didn't trust Abby or even Ned where Ellie was concerned, much less out on the streets after dark. Having abandoned the dishes, Abby felt guilty, so she decided to go read some of the items she'd photocopied at the library, if she could keep her eyes open long enough. Chapter 16. Rebecca arrived shortly before noon the next day. After frantically cleaning all morning, Abby had been watching for her and came out onto the porch to greet her. "I found it," her mother announced proudly. "I didn't even need that GPS thingy." "Are you planning on staying the night, Mom?" "Hey, I just got here." "But no, sweetie. From what little you've told me, the house isn't quite ready for visitors, so I didn't want to impose. Although I've really been looking forward to seeing what you've done with it. You may not believe it now, but I've done my share of wallpapering in my day." Abby laughed. "I would like to have seen that." "You did, but you were in your playpen at the time." "Are we eating in or out?" "In, I guess. Nothing fancy, but I want to spend the time talking with you, not wrestling with menus." "Sounds serious. So let me get the obvious questions out of the way. No wedding? You're not pregnant?" "No to both, for now at least. And Ned and I are not breaking up either, if that's your next question. This is about the other thing." "You mean the psychics in the family? And I guess I have to include myself after what happened on the Cape. You know, when we all saw Olivia?" "Yes, that. Why don't we go inside and I'll give you the tour and then we'll eat." "Sounds good to me." Abby led the way into the house, stopping in each room to point out what she had done or what she was planning to do eventually. Her mother made appropriate noises, although Abby was pretty sure Victorian was not her mother's favorite style. They ended up in the kitchen. "I'm thinking I'd like to replace the appliances," Abby told her, "but first we have to figure out what the room should look like." "Was Daddy always oblivious to his surroundings?" "Well, he never said he wanted to do X, Y, and Z with the places we lived. We worked it out early. He was structural, I was decorative. I suppose if I'd put up wallpaper with giant pandas on it, he might have mentioned it, but we pretty much shared the same simple tastes. And of course we didn't have a lot of money when we started, so we couldn't exactly go wild. We had a sort of checklist of things to be done, and we whittled it down when we had the time and the money, which wasn't all that often." Abby smiled, wondering what wild would have been for her staid parents. "I think our philosophy is keep things as historically accurate as possible, but make sure what you don't see is modern," Abby said as she retrieved lunch fixings from the refrigerator. "You want coffee? Tea? Something else?" "Coffee is fine, dear." Rebecca fell silent as Abby quickly prepared the meal. When Abby finally sat down across from her, she said, "All right, so you've promised me that you don't have bad news. What was so important that you had to talk with me rather than email or phone?" "A couple of things, I guess. One, I dumped this whole psychic business on you on the Cape, and we really haven't talked since, at least not seriously. I'd like to know what you've made of it, now that you've had some time to think about it. Like, have you reviewed your life up until now and found things you might have misinterpreted in the past? Or remembered things you heard or saw with your parents that you didn't understand at the time? And I'll fill you in on what Ned and I have learned and what we hope to do next." Rebecca nodded, but she didn't appear surprised. "I thought as much. I'll admit it was a bit of a shock when you explained things to me, and to be honest, on the drive home I really wondered whether you were, well, losing your marbles, I guess. But I know you've always been pretty well grounded. Except for Brad," Abby pointed out quickly. "Well, yes, but that's a different category entirely. So I kind of let the whole thing rest in some part of my mind and went about my business. But I found soon enough that I couldn't just put it away and forget about it, so I'm glad you called and want to talk about it now." "Good," Abby said with some relief. "Believe me, I know how crazy it all sounds, but it really does help to have someone to talk to about it. So, any insights?"
Not many. You know the family story, probably better than I do since you've started doing some of the genealogy. My side of the family produced a long line of only children. Don't ask me why, and there were things we were never allowed to talk about. As an adult, I came to understand why. I've always regretted that we have so little in the way of memorabilia, letters, photos, that kind of thing. And you've already got the biggest, the chair. But to be fair, a lot of people choose not to keep old family stuff just because they don't like clutter. So that doesn't mean there was anything lost, just that my grandmother and mother never had much to pass on. But at least it's easier to get official records these days, what with all the computers. Yes, that does make things easier. But the catch-22 is you have to know what, or who, you're looking for in order to ask the right questions. Abby and her mother hashed over what few facts they had and added a few guesses while they ate. It was frustrating to Abby that she had so little to work with, and her mother didn't have much to add, but there was nothing to be done about it. "Mom, did you ever feel anything or anyone?" "You mean like a ghost?" Rebecca replied. "Well, that's one thing people call them, although I don't like the label much. But yes, a spirit or visitor from the past." Rebecca shook her head. "I can't say that I ever have. Of course, I was never a fanciful child, and as a younger woman, most of my thoughts were about young men. I usually had a job, but mostly that was a kind of placeholder until my real life began." "With Daddy, you mean?" "Yes, with Marvin. Those stories I've already told you. He was the one and only from the beginning, and we've been happy together." "It showed, and you provided a good example. So even up the line, nobody had any psychic tendencies?" "Well, I had forgotten that both my mother and my grandmother used to read cards." So her memory had been right. "Really?" "Yes, not professionally, just for friends when they were in the mood. I have no idea what they said to their friends when they did this, or if anything they talked about was true or would become true. That's really about the only thing that seemed out of place in their lives, and we never really talked about it. I've never tried. I don't think I have the knack. Is that the sort of thing you're looking for?" "Kind of," Abby told her. "I've been doing a lot of reading about the history of spiritualism, which was very popular in New England in the 19th century. It took a lot of forms. Spirit rapping, seances, for example. It's really hard to know now what was fake and what was real, if any of it was. But there was enough of it going on, with enough skeptics watching like hawks, ready to debunk it, that I get the feeling there was something there. So I did a sort of test this past weekend. I went to a psychic fair here in town." "What on earth is that?" Rebecca replied, sitting back in her chair. "Sort of a fundraising event, I gather. Some organizers gathered together a whole bunch of self-proclaimed psychics with a variety of skills and then sold tickets for people to talk with however many you wanted. A portion of the money went to some worthy cause. I really wasn't paying attention." "And you decided to try it?" "Yes, just out of curiosity. And I took Sarah, Ned's mother, along, so there would be a second set of eyes and ears." Rebecca nodded. "That's right. She has this thing, too. And what did you find?" "Well, between us, we sampled 6 different mediums, all women, all different. Most of them weren't particularly interesting, although they may have had some talent in varying degrees. But one of them—" "You clicked?" "Yes, kind of. Enough so that I wanted to talk to her more, so I invited her over on Sunday to talk one-on-one." "And?" "I found I wanted to believe her, but I wasn't sure, until she was getting ready to leave, and she said something I couldn't ignore." "Which was?" Abby eyed her mother, wondering how she would react to what she was about to tell her. "She said, 'Samuel says to tell Rebecca he's sorry.'" Rebecca's eyes widened. "Samuel? As in my wandering grandfather?" "That's my guess, and she knew your name, too. One lucky guess I can accept, but 2? Rebecca's mouth twitched. "Do you think he's already apologized to Ruth and Patience?" Abby smiled.
I wondered the same thing. Chapter 17. Maybe she and her mother weren't so different after all. Still, Abby was surprised when her mother spoke firmly. "Is that invitation to stay the night still open?" "Sure, if you don't mind a rather lousy bed. Ned and I don't seem to think about having overnight guests, and we use the home improvement projects as an excuse not to do anything about the furniture. It's worked so far." "Well, it shouldn't. Hasn't Ellie stayed over?" "Yes, but she's a kid. They can sleep anywhere, or at least she can. I assume you have higher standards." Rebecca grinned. "Well, sweetie, let's say that the spirit is willing, but the flesh has a touch of sciatica, so a newer bed is important." "You want me to talk to Leslie?" Rebecca volunteered. That was the last thing Abby wanted. Leslie was already bent out of shape about Ellie's situation, and knowing that even more people knew about it could be disastrous. "Oh, no, please don't," Abby said, almost before she could think. "We'll work it out, but we don't want to force anything. She could cut off all contact between Ned and Ellie, and we don't want that." "Doesn't he have any rights?" "I don't know. Ned told me that the original plan was for him to be a donor, period. No contact and no strings attached, legal or otherwise. Then things kind of happened when I came into the picture, and that became impossible. I want both of us to be available to help Ellie, which is one of the reasons why we're pushing to learn more, but only if Leslie is willing. Mom, did you ever wonder about me?" Rebecca seemed unfazed by Abby's abrupt change of subject. "You mean whether you had some sort of unusual ability as a child?" "Not that I recall. We always knew you were smart and good in school. You had a nice group of friends. You worked hard and you never gave us any trouble." Abby burst out laughing. "Wow, do I sound like a boring kid?" "Do you think I missed something?" Rebecca asked anxiously. "Or that I saw only what I wanted to see? I like to think I would have noticed if you'd had any serious problems." "Don't worry, Mom. I don't think I had any significant problems. My working theory is that this, ability was activated when I started running into all those ancestors around here after I moved to Massachusetts. There were none in the neighborhood when I was growing up, so I had no reason to know about it." She sobered. "I wish I had known your mother. I know we spent some time together, but I guess things never got personal. She was kind of scary." "Looking back now, I think she was an unhappy person." She's never said that before, Abby thought. "Why do you say that?" "Well, her mother was an angry woman. She'd lost a child, and then her husband upped and disappeared for the rest of his life. She had to scrabble just to survive. So Patience, my mother, grew up with no father, no siblings, and a mother who was bitter. It had to have colored her life, don't you think?" "I'd think so. How did you come out so normal?" Rebecca smiled. "Thank you for calling me normal. I don't think I can take any great credit for it. I think it's something in the genes. I was just a placid child and not terribly sensitive or observant. That's probably what saved me." "Sometimes I wonder if anybody lives an ordinary life," Abby said with more bitterness than she expected. "I'm beginning to ask myself why anybody does any genealogy at all. We keep stumbling over family secrets without even looking for them. It's like there's the official story that gets handed down all tidied up, or maybe even inflated a bit, and then there's the real story. Lots of affairs and illegitimate kids and cruel, angry people, financial disasters, war injuries, crimes. I guess researchers all hope they'll find they're descended from somebody famous, but mostly they dig up dirt." "Why are you so upset, Abigail?" her mother asked gently. Abby sighed and took a moment to calm herself down. "I guess because I just want to live my life. I thought I was, and then everything flew apart. Brad, my job, any plans I might have made. Don't get me wrong, I love Ned. He's a wonderful, smart, caring man. But there's this whole other thing between us, like baggage we have to carry around all the time. You probably don't have a clue how distracting it can be if, say, we're trying to have an ordinary conversation about groceries or something, and he happens to touch me, and suddenly every thought flies out of my head and all I want to do is jump his bones." Rebecca laughed out loud at that. "And you're complaining about that?" she asked when she finally stopped. "Plenty of women would call you lucky, as long as he feels the same way, of course." "I know, but still, there are other things I want to do with my life. In addition to that," Abby smiled reluctantly. "Of course there are. So what are you doing about it, beyond wallowing in self-pity?" "I'm not wallowing. I'm investigating, doing research. Ned and I are working together. I'm doing the historical side and the face-to-face encounters with subjects. Ned's doing the science, or at least the biological side of it. He's recruited a friend who's a genius with electronic brain monitoring, or so he says. We're hoping that we can put our results together and come closer to understanding what's going on between us. By the way, Kevin, that's the friend, says he can see sparks flying, literally, when Ned and I touch." "Oh, my." Rebecca took the time to think about her next question. "And say you do come up with some sort of greater understanding, like the left what's-it node in the upper whichever generates impulses at a particular frequency that can be seen on a scan, and we know that that particular area of the brain is responsible for your hearing or eye coloring or finger length and can be passed down to your offspring. If you're lucky, it will turn out to be the site of your psychic generator, if you want to call it that. What then?" "We haven't gotten that far," Abby said, ashamed of sounding sulky. "Ned and I have been together for less than a year, and we've learned a lot, and we're still learning every day. Like with Christine, the medium, that was the first time I've dipped my toe into that whole side of things, and I did it only because I've been reading up on it. It's not like we're looking for a product to market, thank goodness. Can't you see it? Cheesy commercials on obscure cable networks hawking stuff like, increase your ability to see other people's thoughts, find great-grandpa's lost will and inherit millions. Even if it turned out to be possible, it could be a disaster. The government would probably track us down and lock us both in a back room somewhere and make us try to read the minds or see the plans for some nefarious plot belonging to our enemy of the moment. It's happened before. Even now the government is dabbling in projects like remote viewing to find lost military vehicles, that kind of thing." Abby took a sip of her now-cold coffee. "And we don't exactly want to start up a church or some sort of official organization. If I had to define our goal, beyond simply understanding what's going on, I'd say we want to help people who have this ability, in one form or another, to function in the world without alienating people or being hung as witches. People like Ellie, or maybe kids with learning disabilities could use it. There must be more of us, but the problem is finding them." Rebecca nodded. "That seems like a worthwhile goal. But you'd have to be careful how you use it, so that you don't scare the public." "I know, Mom, and that scares me too. But at the same time, if this ability exists, even in some small percentage of the population, it would be a criminal waste to suppress it when it could do some good." "No mind control?" Rebecca asked. Abby checked to see if she was joking. "It doesn't work like that, at least not for Ned and me. And his mother. We can see and hear, but we can't make anyone do anything. We're looking for more people because our sample population is ridiculously small, but we can't exactly put an ad in the local paper and say, psychics wanted." "What about that psychic fair where you found Christine?" "I was exploring options there, but I'm not sure who to trust. There are plenty of fakes, and I don't want to waste my time with them. And before you ask, I can't just eyeball people or touch them to see if they're the real thing. It's not that simple. And there are apparently too many forms of psychic ability to find one test that fits them all. They don't necessarily overlap." Rebecca looked interested. You mean if you can read cards, you can't necessarily find out anything by laying hands on a person? Or if you can see auras, or whatever they're called, you may not be able to call up spirits?
Abby smiled in spite of herself.
More or less. Are you sure you want to get into all this, Mom? You could just go back home and pretend you never heard any of it.
Abigail, how can I do that, knowing what I know?
You're my daughter. I love you. Whatever this thing is, you seem pretty sure it came through my side of the family, not your father's. So I'm part of it, whether you like it or not. You might as well keep me informed. And you know I'll help any way I can. I'm sorry my family didn't keep very many documents or pictures, or even talk much. That makes me sad, but there's nothing we can do about it now.
Rebecca's comment suggested something to Abby, but she couldn't put her finger on it yet.
I know. It's not your fault. The landfills of the world are filled with stuff that people thought they didn't need until their children or grandchildren decided they did, but too late. But even if there were trunks full of letters and photos, they might not include any hint of psychic ability. People had mixed feelings about spiritualism and the like when it first became public, and they were probably as likely to hide it as to celebrate it. That's why Ned and I feel we have to look at the physical evidence, if there is any to be found.
That makes sense to me. Rebecca suddenly slapped her hands on the table. Let's get out of the house and do something. Abby was startled by her mother's abrupt change of subject, but maybe Rebecca had decided she'd heard as much as she could process for one day.
You have an idea?
She asked, although the gleam in her mother's eyes suggested that she did. Yes, let's go find a bed. Where's the nearest furniture store?
A mall?
And where would that be? Come on, sweetie, we're not looking for a priceless antique. We're looking for something comfortable to sleep on. Maybe some pillows and sheets and stuff. You seriously haven't gone looking since you moved in here?
No, I felt it was Ned's house, and I was kind of an intruder.
Abigail, he asked you to move in, right? When Abby nodded, her mother forged on. He was not just offering you a place to crash while you sorted yourself out. You two have been sharing a bed, right? Abby could feel herself blushing. When had her mother become so direct?
Well, yes.
Did you assume that was your payment for the right to stay here?
No, of course not,
Abby protested.
Wouldn't that be like prostitution?
Maybe.
Is it because you don't feel right spending his money?
Kind of.
I don't have much of my own, you know.
Has he complained about you spending money or not earning your own?
No. He understands why I'm not. I've told him I want to work, but it's complicated.
Rebecca nodded. From what you've told me, he has far more money than he needs, and he's happy to share. If you're really partners, you'll let him. So, you think you can spring for a bed and all the fixings?
I guess so. Let me check the computer and see where the nearest places are.
That's my girl. And when you have a moment, think about why you're still so afraid to commit to whatever the two of you have. Because let me tell you, you've both got it bad. You might as well face it. To Abby's surprise, the rest of the afternoon segued into a ladies' day out, shopping at a nearby mall, something Abby seldom did. She didn't care much about clothes, although Brad had pushed her to look more high style when she was working in fundraising. It hadn't stuck. But they weren't even looking for clothes. They were looking for a bed, maybe even 2 beds. Her mother didn't insist on name stores, but she wasn't a manic bargain hunter either. Luckily, the same region encompassed both big box stores and outlets, and they had little trouble finding something that made sense to both of them. The tiebreaker was getting same-day delivery, which Rebecca achieved with a mix of helpless little old me and a cheerful smile to go with her insistence. Abby sat back and admired the show. She had little aptitude for negotiation or bargaining. When they emerged from the furniture store, clutching the receipt and delivery invoice, Rebecca said, "Done. Do you have sheets for a double?"
"Yes, I'm pretty sure we do.
You were amazing in there, Mom. You were persuasive without being pushy.
You made that poor guy do what you wanted him to do while letting him believe it was all his idea. I am in awe. Isn't that something like what mediums do? Rebecca said slyly with a grin. You know what? You're right. They know how to play people, and they're observant and watch reactions. But is that innate or learned? A little bit of both, sweetie. So, what's for dinner? Chapter 18. Abby woke the next morning to hear a lot of noise coming from the kitchen downstairs. It wouldn't be Ned creating that much clatter. He was very quiet. Therefore, it had to be her mother. She wasn't sure she was ready to face her mother yet. They'd had a nice dinner. Rebecca Kimball possessed a number of good qualities, including the ability to talk about anything, anytime, to anyone. Conversation never lagged when she was part of it, a trait that Abby had definitely not inherited. She took after her father, Marvin, who was always pleasant and affable, but who seldom spoke if not addressed directly, and who rarely initiated a conversation. He and Rebecca made a good, balanced pair, but Abby wasn't sure if that boded well for Ned and her. They were both quiet people. They seemed to have arrived at an unspoken consensus the night before that anything having to do with paranormal phenomena was bad for digestion, so they'd skirted around discussing anything remotely connected to psychics or ghosts or even unlikely coincidences. All very nice, and Abby had enjoyed watching her mother getting to know Ned better, on his own turf. Not that she was worried about her mother's approval, but it was good that they could get past the formalities. Like she and Sarah had done, but that had been true from the moment they had met, kindred spirits recognizing each other without words. Once again, she wondered why Samuel, her long-lost great-grandfather, hadn't chosen to speak to Rebecca or even Abby herself. Rebecca might have been too closed off to recognize his message through no fault of her own, but Abby would have welcomed it. After her initial surprise, of course. But why had Samuel chosen Christine as his conduit? Abby wanted to believe that Christine was sincere about her psychic abilities, but she hadn't given up her day job. She was a pragmatist. And even she had been startled by Samuel's unexpectedly reaching out to her. Christine and Abby had only just connected. Had Samuel been watching and waiting for the opportunity to pass on his apology? In a way, that creeped her out. The idea that Samuel, and by implication a whole lot of other dead relatives, were hovering in the wings waiting for the right moment to break through to the living. Should she try to get Rebecca and Christine together to see what happened? No, she decided. She needed some one-on-one time with her mother. They hadn't even processed what had happened on the Cape not long before. They both needed time to work through what they'd seen and heard and felt, and that would take more than a single day. It probably wasn't a good idea to bring Ellie over either right now. Grow up, Abby. Just talk with your mother. She threw on a ratty bathrobe, brushed her hair and teeth, and meandered down to the kitchen, where her mother, as usual, was scrubbing at anything that looked at all like it might want scrubbing. Abby had long since given up apologizing for her less-than-perfect house-cleaning habits. Right now, she could hide behind the home renovation projects, which took up a lot of her time, but also generated a lot of dust and mess. She couldn't win. "Hi, Mom," she said as she dropped into her usual chair. "Good morning, sunshine. You want coffee?" "Please. Did you see Ned?" "I did. He left only a few minutes ago. What a lovely man he is." Rebecca filled a mug and slid it in front of Abby. "I'm glad you think so," Abby said, adding sugar before sipping. "You two are so lucky to have found each other," Rebecca said, sitting down across from Abby with her own coffee. Abby contemplated that for a moment while she let the caffeine do its work. If she hadn't met Ned when she did, she might have decided that she'd just had a dizzy spell, although she'd never had one before, or that she was allergic to historic buildings. She might even have ended up marrying Brad. What an awful thought. He probably would have dumped her anyway, since she knew he'd been fooling around. But if Ned hadn't been there to lend support, mostly in the form of distraction,
She didn't want to think about it. "Abby," her mother said. Abby looked up to see Rebecca watching her with concern. "I'm fine, Mom. It just takes me a while to get started in the morning these days." "As long as you're all right. Was there anything you wanted to do today?" "I hadn't really made any plans. You haven't spent a lot of time in Massachusetts, sightseeing. Anything you want to see?" "Well, we are in the midst of a very historic part of the country and state. It would be a shame not to explore just a little. Unless you'd rather just talk?" "We can do both at once, Mom," Abby said. She didn't mention that this might be a great opportunity to conduct a little test, take Rebecca to places where Abby had seen less than living ancestors, and see if Rebecca noticed. "All right, then." Rebecca seemed pleased. "Where do we go?" "Well, the Battle Green is about a block from here, so we can look at that, and then we can follow the Battle Road to Concord. Maybe have lunch at that Concord Inn there?" An hour later, showered, dressed, and each outfitted with comfortable walking shoes and an extra fleece jacket, Abby and Rebecca strolled over to the Battle Green, where Abby gave her mother the mini history of that long-ago Revolutionary War confrontation. "The thing is, the Patriots couldn't see what was coming because there was a building at that end of the green, and it hid the road, so they could only imagine the British forces heading toward them. By almost anyone's standards, they were unprepared." "How sad," Rebecca said, her gaze sweeping across the currently empty space. "Did any of our people, ancestors, fight here?" "Not that I've found, but I'm still pretty new at all this genealogy stuff. We did have ancestors who fought at Concord and during the retreat. Ned's family's house lies right on that road." "Does it feel odd, living in the middle of so much history?" Rebecca asked. "I don't mean, do you see all those dead people, but so much important stuff happened right here, and the area seems so small, given the importance of what happened here." "It does give you a different perspective on history," Abby told her. "You ready to head over to Concord now?" "Sure, sweetie." They went back to the house to get Abby's car, then headed west toward Concord. The road took them past the museum, but neither commented on that. Rebecca knew the bare bones of the story, that Abby had been let go after some kind of conflict with her boss, but she hadn't asked any probing questions. Abby pointed out Emerson's house, then turned right on the road that led to the Battle Bridge, where she parked in the small lot. "So this is the rude bridge that arched the flood?" Rebecca asked. "A replica," Abby replied, "but it's in the right place." Rebecca sighed. "Like I said, it all seems so small." "It didn't take many people to start a rebellion, Mom, and the time was ripe for it." They wandered around the site, admiring the views, and Abby pointed out the old manse, where Nathaniel Hawthorne had lived for a time. "Do you want to go in?" Rebecca considered for a moment. "I don't want to disappoint you, but I don't think so. It's such a nice day, and I'm enjoying being outside." "Well, then, we could go over to Sleepy Hollow Cemetery and visit him there, along with a number of his Concord friends. You've heard of Author's Ridge?" "I have. It always amazes me that all those people knew each other and even spent time together. It must have been an interesting place in the 1800s. "I know what you mean." They drove the scant mile back to the famous cemetery, and Abby found a parking space close to the gathered authors. "There are lots of interesting people buried here, Mom, like Daniel Chester French, who made that Minuteman statue we just saw. Also, the first woman who ever got a driver's license in this country. Only then her husband wouldn't let her drive." Rebecca laughed. "I can see you've been doing your homework." "I guess so. Tell me, Mom, did I like cemeteries when I was a kid? I know I had friends who thought they were creepy. We all used to hold our breath when we drove by one. Don't ask me why." She could now speak from experience. You couldn't inhale a ghost. "Shall we pay our respects? Who's here?" Rebecca asked. "The Alcotts, the Thoreaus, the Hawthornes, although Nathaniel's wife and child died in London, I believe, and it was only a few years ago that they were reunited here, and the Emersons."
Oh my, I can see I need to catch up on my reading. I always loved Little Women. We drove right by the house where Louisa May Alcott wrote it. Rebecca seemed content to wander around, stopping now and then to decipher the writing on her tombstone. Abby did her best not to tip her hand. Would her mother see anyone? The Reeds, or at least their burial plot, were right down the hill there in plain sight. In addition to her great-grandmother's chair, the tombstones in that plot had given Abby the strongest jolt among her early experiences. But that, like with the chair, had occurred only when she had touched them. Maybe she should think about luring her mother down there and shoving her into the stone. But she reminded herself that Rebecca had lived with the heirloom chair for decades and never noticed anything out of the ordinary. Abby sat down on a convenient bench halfway down the hill. Maybe this was a hopeless cause. Maybe whatever gene, if there was one, that produced this ability had skipped her mother altogether. But that didn't seem right either. If Rebecca didn't have it, she couldn't have passed it on to Abby. That was the way heredity and DNA worked, as far as she knew. And Rebecca had seen Olivia. Maybe it took two different genes working together? But the same logic applied. If Rebecca didn't have it, how could she? For the moment, she refused to contemplate any solution other than a biological one that could be studied and proved. And she and Ned shared ancestors and the ability, which had to mean something. Rebecca sat down beside her. "It's lovely here, isn't it?" "It is," Abby agreed. Rebecca looked out over the orderly rows of stones. "I don't want to spoil the mood, dear, but was this some kind of test?" "You mean, was I testing you?" "I guess so." "We aren't connected to any of the famous authors, are we?" "Not that I know of." "So you want me to find someone else?" "Kind of. If you find them, it tells us something. If you don't find them, it tells us something else. We're trying to figure out how this works, and we don't have many guinea pigs to work with. Do you mind?" "Well, I've had a chance to enjoy the place for itself, so I suppose we can get down to business. What is it you want me to do?" "Mom, I can't tell you because that would mess up the experiment. Just wander around some more and see what happens." "Right," Rebecca said dubiously. She headed off on a path parallel to the ridge. Abby stifled a laugh. Rebecca looked just a bit comic, reaching out her arms, palms down, as if trying to sense something, and occasionally patting a stone. Nothing much seemed to be happening, and Abby's attention wandered to lunch, and how long Rebecca would stay, and whether Ned had talked to Kevin and set up a schedule yet. She realized after a time that she'd come close to falling asleep. The cemetery certainly was a peaceful place, and tourists seldom visited in the morning, midweek. She looked around to find Rebecca and spied her standing at the bottom of the hill in front of the reed plot. Rebecca looked up from the central tombstone and focused on Abby, her expression somber. And Abby felt a prickle of excitement. Chapter 19. Abby made her way carefully down the hill. Fallen leaves made the rough stone steps slippery. She came up beside Rebecca, and for a long moment they faced each other wordlessly. Finally, Rebecca nodded toward the large stone. "This one." It was a statement, not a question. "Yes. Why do you know?" "Well, logically, I recall that you've talked about the family name before, and I was paying attention. But that wasn't it." "And?" Rebecca shook her head. "I can't believe I'm going to say this. It felt like it was drawing me toward it. Okay, it's the bottom of the hill, and it sure was easier to walk down the hill than up, but it wasn't just that, and I couldn't see the name from the back. You know who all these people are?" "Pretty much. That's William Reed's mother in the center there. She was the first burial here. We're descended from her, and so is Ned up the line. Have you touched the stone?" No. It always seems kind of strange to me to be patting tombstones."
They're meant to be looked at, not hugged.
So you think I should do it with this one?
Try it, Abby said, and stepped back, watching. Rebecca looked at Abby, then stepped up over the low stone curb that surrounded the plot. She reached out her hand and laid it on the main stone. After a few seconds, she added her other hand, both planted firmly on the surface of the polished granite. Abby wrestled with conflicting emotions. She was worried that her mother might be upset if she felt something unexpected. She was worried that Rebecca wouldn't feel anything, which would get them no closer to an answer. She wasn't sure which outcome she was hoping for, but she kept her distance to allow Rebecca to figure it out for herself. After what seemed like an eternity to Abby, but which was probably no more than 3 minutes, Rebecca stepped away from the stone and turned to Abby.
I see.
Abby's first reaction was relief.
What did you see? Can we sit down? I need to sort this out in my head.
Sure, right over there. Abby pointed toward another bench at the lowest part of the cemetery and led her mother toward it. After they had sat silently for several minutes, Abby asked,
Are you okay?
I'm fine, dear. I'm not sure what I expected. Maybe a thunderbolt or a flash of blue light. Or maybe I'd find myself having a conversation with my great-grandmother over tea and cookies.
But you didn't get either one?
Abby asked.
No.
I really wanted to feel something, for your sake, but part of me was still skeptical that anything would happen, or that I'd recognize it if it did. I thought maybe I was just ghost blind.
But you're not.
Mom, please just tell me. You're driving me crazy. Rebecca's mouth twitched. And it's kind of fun, but not kind to you. The thing is, it's hard to put into words. I didn't see people or hear conversations, which I guess was what I expected. Or maybe I saw a lot of people and heard a lot of conversations that all ran together to create a kind of white noise. But there was something there. It wasn't frightening. I don't know if anyone could see me, but I felt welcome. I felt like I'd plugged into a part of something bigger, you know? The Reed family continuum. I love that. It is a continuum because there are so many generations involved. Of course, they get muddled if you take them in all at once. But that's not what happened to you? No, I've always gotten them one at a time. Well, to be fair, here I did get a jumble. My theory is that it's only the strong emotions that linger, and obviously a cemetery brings out a lot of strong emotion, grief mainly, from a lot of people over an extended time. But with the chair, say, it was only one person, mourning for her child. She was alone. I'm not sure I want to go looking for that experience, even though it's in the past. Why did I never get anything from the chair?
I can't really say.
You weren't ready for it? You certainly weren't looking for it. What was it that inspired you to bring it to me at that particular time? I guess I hoped that you and Brad would start a home of your own. I certainly got that wrong, didn't I?
In some ways. But the chair was a catalyst, if you want to call it that. It did something to me.
But Brad thought I was malingering or something. He was anything but sympathetic. That hurt, and it made me look at him differently. Ned was the one who got it, who took me to cemeteries to meet the family, so to speak. He believed me. Well, I'm glad it was good for something. Look, I'm hungry. Can we go find a nice restaurant and talk about this? Of course. The Concord Inn's right down the street. They walked back to the car in silence. Abby took her own emotional temperature and decided relieved was her main reaction, with a dash of happy thrown in. It would be nice to have someone else to talk to about this, someone who shared both her memories and her genes. Rebecca didn't seem rattled by it, but she had been prepared for something to happen. Abby parked behind the restaurant and they went in, found a table, and settled themselves with menus. Once the waitress had taken their order, Rebecca said, "Well, what now?" "I'm not sure, Mom. We're kind of operating on a case-by-case basis.
You don't have to do anything you don't want to, but if you decide you want to pursue it, we'll help. You going to tell Dad? I haven't really thought that far. We don't keep secrets from each other, you know, but he's not a terribly imaginative man. If I say I'm communicating with the dead, he's likely to come back with something like, "That's nice. Did you enjoy it?" Abby smiled, picturing her father's response. I can see that. I think we all agree that he isn't particularly sensitive, although of course he has plenty of other wonderful traits. He does. Their soup course arrived, and they dug in. After Rebecca had finished about half of hers, she said, "What are you calling this thing, by the way?" We really haven't decided. I mean, there are different components, like sight, hearing, even smell, and they come out under different circumstances, and different people seem to react differently. You know something I've noticed? Well, recently I've been doing a lot of reading about how popular psychic or paranormal phenomena were in the 19th and early 20th century, and then it kind of died down. I think there was a flurry after the First World War when people were trying to reach out to loved ones who'd died. During the Second World War, there aren't a lot of references, at least officially. But lately, now that I'm aware of it, I keep finding kind of oblique references. Like in the Sunday Comics section, sometimes there are jokes about swamis and crystal balls, or ghosts. There are always ghosts. Nobody's managed to dismiss them entirely. There are even television shows about ghost hunting. Abby took a few more spoonfuls of soup. Or on a more serious note, sometimes the FBI calls in psychics to help them find missing persons, and sometimes it actually works. So it's like the whole thing has gone underground, but it's not gone. Does that make sense to you? Kind of. Popular tastes change, you know. There's always that next big thing, which often turns out to look a lot like earlier next big things. What about research? I mean the scientific kind, like what Ned does, Rebecca asked. Well, that's kind of a problem. Overall, there are a lot of demands for too few research dollars. Nobody's going to give money for woo-woo projects, even if you call them psychological studies, unless it's a private donor with lots of money. Ned's friend Kevin is lucky because he has the money to fund whatever he wants, but he's never looked into this kind of stuff. I think Ned's kind of lured him in by suggesting that psychic phenomena are simply electrical brain signals on a different wavelength, and Kevin should be able to track those if he tinkers with his machines and finds the right frequency. That makes sense to me. Rebecca spooned up some soup, which delayed her answer. But answer me this. If psychic phenomena are only electrical waves in our heads, how come some people seem to know things they shouldn't? Like the family histories of people they've never met, or something that's going to happen next week, and it does. Mom, I can't answer that. The best theory I've come up with is that we receive some kind of impulse, and then we apply what we already know to it to make it understandable to us. We may not know we're doing it, or we're using buried information we don't know we have, but the result is that we see Great Uncle George standing in the living room, not a blob of static. Their entrees arrived. When the waitress had left, Rebecca said, "You know, static pretty much describes what I heard at the cemetery. So it may be more than one wavelength. Maybe every person has his or her own." Abby groaned. "Oh, please don't make this any more difficult than it already is. I know what you mean about the static, but right now I'd be happy if we found just one working wavelength and where it's coming from. And that's where this Kevin comes in." "We hope so. Mom, how much time do you want to invest in this? I mean, now that we have a bed, we'd be happy to have you for as long as you want to stay, but I know you have a life of your own." "It's sweet of you to offer, but I don't think your Ned would want me hanging around for long. And Marvin would miss me. He's perfectly capable of taking care of himself, but he gets lonely. How about this? You take what you've learned today and add it to the information you've already got, and then get Kevin cracking. When you've got a test or something, let me know and I can come back. It's an easy drive. And of course you can email me anytime you want. That had never even occurred to Abby. We haven't gotten into that habit. I didn't know you used email much. Sweetie, I'm not an old fuddy-duddy, you know. Keep up with the times. Will you stay tonight at least? I know Ned would like to hear your story from you. Sure, Marvin can wait one more day. Chapter 20. What did you have in mind for dinner? Rebecca asked when they walked into the house. I don't know. Usually we're exhausted by the end of the day, so we kind of improvise, Abby told her. She wasn't aiming to win any culinary prizes. No takeout? Rebecca asked with a twinkle in her eye. Not regularly. Sometimes. We try to eat healthy, but that's usually a protein and a veg, and dessert. Ned and I are in definite agreement about dessert. How about I figure something out? Mom, you're our guest. Besides, there's not a lot to work with. I like surprises, Rebecca replied. Find me a glass of wine and prepare to be amazed. Abby pulled a half-full bottle of white wine out of the refrigerator, filled a glass for her mother, and handed it over. Don't go too crazy, she said. Who, me? Rebecca replied, feigning innocence. Go greet your man with appropriate enthusiasm. Abby fled to the front hall, where Ned was just walking in the door. You're home early, she said, before she grabbed his jacket and gave him a serious kiss. Maybe that's why, he said when he came up for air. Don't get too excited. Mom's still here. She almost laughed as his expression soured. Just one more night, I think. But we have news. About it? He asked. You mean it, our fabulous psychic powers? Yes, that it. Go get changed and we can discuss it over dinner. Or while Mom is making dinner. I don't ask what it is because I have no idea, and it may end up being mystery meat from the freezer with shriveled potatoes and withered carrots. My favorite, Ned said. I'll be right back. He took the stairs 2 at a time. When Ned returned, they settled at the kitchen table, watching Rebecca potter around preparing some kind of meal. Did Abby tell you about our day, Ned? Rebecca asked while slicing something, or was it dicing? She hasn't had the chance, Rebecca, but she did say you'd found something. Do you want to save it for later? How long do you think you can wait? Rebecca said to him with an evil grin. Don't worry, I won't torture you. She put a lid on a casserole and slid it into the oven, then set the timer. I wasn't sure what the meat was, so let's cook it until it disintegrates and it won't matter. She refilled her glass from the bottle, then sat down at the table. I've got it, she announced triumphantly. It? Ned said, looking confused. Our it, Abby explained. Seriously, this is ridiculous. How can we hope to explain it to anyone else if we don't even have a name for it? Look, there are 3 of us here. Let's take a vote. Suggestions? Sensing, Ned said. Feeling, Rebecca parried. Or no, that sounds silly too. I've had a feeling. We've run through the individual senses, and that just gets confusing. How about contact or connection? Abby suggested. I like connection, Ned said. You can make a connection with a person or a thing through any of your senses. All in favor? Abby and Rebecca nodded. Then Rebecca went on. So, about my connection today. Rebecca and Abby took turns describing their excursion to the cemetery. It was meant to be a sightseeing tour, Abby began. But she had an ulterior motive, the sneak, Rebecca countered, although it was really nice to see the authors' graves. But then Mom went down to where the Reeds are buried. No, dear, I was drawn to them. They called to me, Rebecca corrected her, with deliberately exaggerated dramatic flair. Well, either way, I didn't tell you why we were there, and I let you find your own way, Abby said. And I did. So what happened? Ned asked. It didn't sound like what happened to me, or not exactly, Abby volunteered quickly. She just got this sense of muddled images and sounds. Darling, will you let me tell my own story? Rebecca demanded. When I thought about it after, I decided it was kind of like static. Hard to pick out any one part. Lots of stuff shuffled together.
But you definitely sensed something. It wasn't just wishful thinking? Ned asked.
Ned, I don't do that. Just ask my daughter. When Ned looked toward Abby for confirmation, Abby nodded vigorously.
Well, however it happened, congratulations. Now you'll have a better idea of what we're talking about.
Hey, it also supports your genetic theory, doesn't it? I was worried that if it had skipped over me altogether, you would have had a problem with your genetic theories. So, now what do we do? Practice? Abby said mischievously.
You mean go ghost hunting on our own?
You know where some other family members are buried, right? I do, but I'm kidding. Well, not about the practice part. Once you know what you're looking for, it gets easier, clearer. When you go home, look for any other family mementos, and then find out what happens when you touch them or hold them. Baby steps. Thank you, dear. I get it. Ned, what's your next step? Rebecca asked.
I was going to tell you all, but you kind of stole the spotlight. Kevin has a new toy he wants to try out on a human subject. Abby, are you up for a test run?
Will it hurt? She asked plaintively. She wasn't afraid of diagnostic machines in general, but this was kind of uncharted territory.
I don't think so. It's non-invasive. I mean, he's not going to drill holes in your head. You can and should talk to him about it.
Why don't you volunteer to go first? Abby asked, and I'll watch.
I will if you like. Look, Abby, if it makes you uncomfortable, you don't have to do it. I can ask my mother.
But the connection thing isn't as strong in her as in me. When does Kevin want to do this?
Probably over the weekend. He told you how expensive this equipment is, and he's not prepared to buy his own, or at least not yet. But he's got a friend who's got a lab that has one, and he's willing to let Kevin use it on a weekend. It's a big favor.
Do we have to sign anything? Is there insurance?
Ned looked bewildered. Abby, you really are worried. I thought you wanted to understand this.
I do. I just feel strange being a lab rat. Are there any known side effects?
Like with radiation, you mean? No, nothing like that.
Rebecca had been watching their ping-pong dialogue without comment. Finally, she interrupted. What the heck do you call this machine thing?
The process is called magnetoencephalography.
Wow, that's a mouthful. What is it?
People usually shorten it to MEG. Easier to say. It's a neuroimaging technique for mapping brain activity. It records the magnetic fields your brain produces, which everyone's brain does, by the way, Ned explained, not just us.
What is Kevin hoping to find? Rebecca asked.
He wants to localize the area of the brain that apparently makes it possible to see or sense these phenomena. The output is pretty simple, although the engineering isn't. Portions of the brain, anyone's brain, light up when they're active. Scientists have already located where certain things appear to occur, like dreams.
I think I've read something about that, Rebecca said thoughtfully. But where does the DNA come in?
That's going to be harder to measure. But if we can pinpoint where the, well, for want of a better term, central receiving center is, then we can look at the people in whom it lights up and see if they have any genetic connection. And we can look at what else occurs in that part of the brain, which may help us identify the genes, if they've been mapped already.
And if they don't have that connection?
Then we will have learned something. Maybe everybody has this ability but doesn't recognize it. I mean, the concept of déjà vu is pretty well known. Or maybe there's some kind of physical mutation that occurs in a small number of people, but that has nothing to do with their ancestry, or only in the broadest sense, like they're all Icelandic.
And what do you plan to do with this information, assuming you can prove something in particular? Rebecca asked. I don't mean to criticize, but I would like to know if you're thinking of any practical applications or just trying to satisfy your own curiosity.
Ned glanced briefly at Abby, but she refused to try to bail him out of the situation, even if it was her mother he was talking to. It was a fair question, and she was curious to see what he would say.
Both, I suppose. First, I wouldn't be looking into this if I hadn't run into Abby completely by chance, and I think she's told you what happened after that. I care about your daughter, and I want to help her understand what's happening to her, and I also want to be sure that it won't do her any harm, now or in the future."
"Is that all?" Rebecca asked.
"No. I've been a scientist most of my adult life, and I've developed ways of using science that have practical value. You probably remember when DNA was considered a curiosity, a novelty, and now look how it's used. Abby and I have been hoping that we can take existing DNA analyses and combine them with cutting-edge electronic scanning and get a handle on this whole thing."
Rebecca nodded. "That makes sense. Abby told me that she and your mother went to Salem together. In another time, people, particularly women, were hanged for showing any signs of what you're talking about. Could that happen again?"
"In this irrational world, I won't say no. We're trying to be careful and to start small. We aren't looking to profit from whatever we find, and we have no deadlines. But I'll admit I'm curious, and I think your daughter is too. Aren't you?"
Rebecca smiled reluctantly. "Of course, now that I've accepted that it might be real and I might share it. But I'm scared, too. Not for me, but for the two of you. Too many people seem to find an excuse to hate anyone who is different than they are, and I don't want you to be their targets." Ned and Abby exchanged a glance. "Mom, we're not exactly going public with this. We've joked about putting an ad in the paper asking for people who think they might be psychic, which would definitely bring out some odd people. But we're certainly not going to do that. We're taking it slow, getting to know individuals before we suggest anything further." Rebecca did not look satisfied. "I'm a mother. I worry. It's part of the job description. I can't imagine what Ellie's mother must be feeling, and this is just the beginning for her. Let me ask you both this. If you decided to stop any research, let it all go, would that be a bad thing? You'd go on with your lives. Now and then you'd see someone or feel something, and you'd just say hi to the spirit or whomever and keep going. Even if you did come upon an explanation, would it cure world hunger, save the whales, stop wars?" Abby stared at her normally mild-mannered mother. "Mom," she began tentatively. Rebecca waved a dismissive hand. "Don't worry, I'm just asking. I know you're both intelligent people, and no doubt you've considered all this, but I want to be sure that you've given these things some thought. I recognize that if this thing is real and you share it with some unknown number of people, including me, you can't just wish it away or pretend it's not there. Just be careful, please. Look out for yourselves." The timer in the kitchen beeped, and Rebecca was on her feet before it stopped. "Here endeth the lecture. I'll dish up dinner, and then we will talk about nice, safe topics like the lovely fall weather. Enough said." She turned and marched toward the kitchen. When she was out of earshot, Ned turned to Abby.
"Where did that come from?"
"Maybe it's the after effect of her first recognized psychic experience. I'd guess that nothing in her life before now has prepared her for this. She'll calm down, I think. But you have to admit she did raise some valid points." Abby reached out a hand and laid it on Ned's. "I don't want to lose you." Rebecca returned from the kitchen bearing a steaming casserole. She watched them for a moment before saying, "You two want to get a room, or you want to eat dinner first?" Abby broke the contact quickly, blushing. "Sorry, Mom. It just keeps happening. But maybe that's another benefit for the plus column. Don't you think everyone would like to feel like this?" Chapter 21. The next morning, Abby came downstairs to find her mother sitting in the kitchen, drinking coffee and reading the paper. "Hi, sweetie," she said when Abby walked in. "Ned's already gone, but he said to tell you that he'll be talking to Kevin later today to firm up plans for the weekend." "Okay," Abby said cautiously. "Is there more coffee?"
Of course. Rebecca avoided looking at Abby until she had settled herself at the table with her own coffee.
Look, I didn't mean to launch into a lecture last night. I must have been more rattled than I thought by, what happened yesterday.
Welcome to my world, Mom. I don't know a whole lot more than you do about all this, but I'm learning, and you're absolutely right to point out the downside. Maybe Ned has let himself become too insulated since he manages his own company. He doesn't have to please anyone but himself, although he's fair to his employees, and he wouldn't do anything to put them at a disadvantage. But this project is his own, right? Not part of the company? Yes. Still, from what I understand, he's given about 98% of his attention and energy to the company at the expense of the rest of his life. Witness this house. Abby waved her hand around vaguely. He's owned it for like 10 years, and you see how much he's accomplished with it. I've gotten more done than he ever did in a few months. You should be glad that he has something he cares about that much. And he's a guy. They don't think about things like making a place pretty as long as the plumbing and heating work. I suppose. Dad wasn't exactly into home repair either, was he? Not without a lot of nudging from me. And then I practically had to sit next to him and hand him the right tools and tell him what a wonderful job he was doing. Sometimes I had to wonder how he managed when he left the house without me. But to his credit, he's been washing the dishes for 30 years. Not a bad trade-off. Actually, I like working on the house, making or fixing things with my hands. I like looking at something tangible that I've accomplished. I used to joke about how I felt like I was touching things that people touched a century or more before me, and that kind of connected us. Of course, that was before those people started showing up in my life. But you still don't see random people? Rebecca asked. I mean, like people who lived in this house before you? Surely somebody must have experienced something intense here over more than a century. You know, death, childbirth, that kind of thing. Not that I've seen, Mom. That's not to say it didn't happen, just that I'm not tuned to that frequency. So far, I can see only those people who are my ancestors, and we have a whole lot of them in Massachusetts. How many is a lot? I've identified a few hundred lineal ancestors going back 12 generations, and most of them lived in this state. Oh my God, sweetie! Things must get pretty crowded in your head. But it doesn't seem to work like that. I don't see all of them, just a few, and certainly not all at once. Mostly the unhappy ones, which is too bad. I wonder why pain outlives happiness. Maybe it's a survival thing, Rebecca said tentatively. I mean, happiness is nice, but it's not essential to surviving. Now, if something makes you sad or terrified, you're more likely to avoid it in the future and therefore live longer. Wonder if anybody suffered from depression hundreds of years ago. I think most people were worried more about where their next meal was coming from than about being sad. We're spoiled these days. We worry far too much about feeling happy. Because we've worked out the basic survival issues. Well, in this country anyway. And that's where we are. So, is there anything else you think you should show me before I head home? Abby was torn. She wanted to spend more time with her mother, but she also wanted to move forward on this psychic research/experiment project. She wasn't sure why she was so obsessed with it. Why couldn't she just slow down and smell the roses? Because she wasn't built that way. She wanted answers so she could move on with her life. With Ned, of course. But what if a large part of their attraction was based on this strange link they shared? What if they finally understood it and their whole connection evaporated? Did she want to risk that? Abby, her mother's voice interrupted her thoughts. You've already given me my assignment. Search for any other family heirlooms and see if they, speak to me. Is there anything else you want me to do? Just keep an open mind, I guess. Whatever this is, it can be kind of subtle, and it's easy to ignore if you choose to. kind of like a low-grade fever with a few spikes here and there.
Rebecca nodded. That makes sense, I guess. Did you ever think we'd be having a conversation like this? About which dead people we could see? No, I didn't. I'm glad you're not totally freaked out about it. Well, sweetie, I trust your intelligence, and I'm guessing Ned's smarter than you are, although maybe in different ways, so I'll accept what you tell me. You will keep in touch, won't you? I had the feeling there were things you weren't telling me, but I didn't want to pry. I know it's been a difficult year for you, but I wasn't always sure why. That's on me, not you. I'll try to do better, now that you know what's going on. Up until now, there was too much I couldn't say. Rebecca stood up briskly. Well then, I'd better go pack. Not that I brought much. By the way, the bed was great. You can invite me again any time. I'll do that, Abby said, although I don't know how Dad will feel about it if you start making regular visits. You know we'd love it if you bring him along. Don't worry about him. Silly man, he always believes I know what I'm doing. It's nice that he believes in you, like Ned believes in me. It's important. It certainly is. A half-hour later, Abby stood on the front stoop waving goodbye to her mother. The visit had gone better than she had expected or hoped, and she had to admire her mother's roll-with-the-punches attitude. My daughter sees ghosts? No problem. Oh, look, I see them too. Isn't that nice? Now we can share. It was weirdly comforting. So, now what? It was Thursday, and she would have Ellie at the end of the day. She felt a spurt of regret that her mother hadn't had a chance to see Ellie again, but they'd already had a lot on their plate. Abby usually let Ellie set the tone of their visits. If Ellie asked a question about the things or people she saw, Abby would answer truthfully, but she wasn't going to start up a conversation. Maybe that was cheating just a bit, but she didn't want to push her luck just when Leslie was coming to terms with Ellie's gift. Abby pulled into the waiting area at Ellie's school a few minutes early and watched as the students started to emerge. Funny, she couldn't exactly call them children, although chronologically they were, but they were so much more worldly wise than she and her friends had been at that age. Had the world really changed so fast? Ellie came out and spotted her immediately. She said goodbye to a couple of girls, then hurried over to the car. Hey, Abby. Hi, Ellie. How's school going? The usual. We learned some stuff. We talked about some stuff. Lunch was awful. Do we have to talk about it? No, except I do have to ask if you have any homework. Yeah, some. It should take about 15 minutes to do it. Can we do something else? I don't see why not. Oh, listen, I had an idea. My mom was here and spent a couple of nights, and I realized the guest room looked pretty shabby, so I've been stripping the wallpaper off and sanding a bit, and it's ready to be renovated. But I thought I'd wait and ask you what you'd like to do with it. Me? Like it's kind of my room? That was the idea. But I retain veto power in case you're thinking about purple unicorns. Seriously? Ellie grinned at her. What are you thinking? For a start, wallpaper and paint. Paint first, then wallpaper. But we need to pick out the wallpaper first in order to decide what paint color we want. Then we can worry about more furniture and curtains and maybe a carpet, although the floor's in pretty decent shape, so maybe a couple of throw rugs would do. Cool. Where do you go to buy wallpaper? Well, there are the big stores, and then there are the specialty shops, which are usually more expensive. I don't want fancy. Let's try a big store first and see what they have. Yes, ma'am. Abby drove to the small mall she and her mother had visited only days earlier, and they spent a happy hour looking at what was available. She was pleased to find that Ellie's tastes ran to simple, very unchildlike, but Abby wasn't going to argue about it. And no pink. They settled on a muted overall pattern of leaves and flowers, and some pale green paint for the woodwork. Can I help paint? Ellie asked as they loaded up the car with their purchases. Have you ever painted before? I mean, a room, not a picture? No, but I can learn. Okay, but I need to set some rules. Number 1, painting can be messy. The stuff tends to drip and spread and end up in places you don't want it, like your hair. So you need to wear old clothes that you won't mind messing up. And I'll put down drop cloths and plastic or whatever so we won't get paint drops all over the floor. Which I guess means it won't happen today. But we can ask your mom if maybe you can come over one day this weekend and paint. The ceiling was done first anyway. She still needed to ask Ned to check the wiring for the outlets and the overhead light, so if he needed to fix anything, she wouldn't have to do a lot of touching up later. He could do that, right? Ellie looked briefly disappointed but recovered quickly. Okay, I guess. But we can look at the room, right? Maybe we can figure out what else it needs. Of course, Abby told her. It took only a few minutes to reach the Lexington house. Ellie bounded out of the car as soon as Abby had turned off the engine and stood waiting impatiently by the front door as Abby collected their bags and unlocked it. Ellie didn't even stop for a snack, but went straight up the stairs. It's the one on the left, isn't it? Ellie called from the upstairs hall. Yes. Abby gathered up the paint and wallpaper and trudged up the stairs to join Ellie, who she found standing in the middle of the room. What do you think? Nice bed, Ellie said. Your mom stayed in this room? Yes, and she helped me pick out the new bed. Abby watched as Ellie sat on the bed and bounced tentatively, then more enthusiastically. Nice, she said. Then she stood up and moved toward the corner and ran her hand lightly over the old plaster surface. Abby watched for a moment, then asked, Are you looking for something, Ellie? Or someone? Ellie gave her an oblique look. Kind of. Are you finding anything? Ellie shook her head. Nope. Have you found someone that way somewhere else? Ellie shrugged. Maybe. Abby, does your mom have this thing? Abby didn't need to ask what Ellie meant. We think so, kind of. You met her on the Cape. Did you get anything from her? Like, did we... Darn, I don't know what to call it. But yeah, remember? I do, when we were all together, and then she didn't talk about it much. But as for what to call it, the three of us kind of decided to call it a contact. That way it covers all of our different experiences. Ellie considered, then smiled. So if we connect with something or someone when we're together, we just yell, contact. Abby laughed. I hadn't thought about that, but it would work. But as for my mother, until recently I would have said that Mom couldn't see or hear or feel anything from anyone, the way we can. But after what happened on the Cape, she's had time to get used to the idea, and I think she's more open to it now. I think she is beginning to pick up something. But if you haven't used it for all of your life and didn't even know it was there, it's not easy to make it work, not right away. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, kinda. I didn't feel anything when I shook hands with her when she arrived, but later it was different. She did get some of it, right? Yes, when we all kind of boosted her together. But this week, when she was visiting, I took her to Sleepy Hollow in Concord and just let her wander to see if she could find anything on her own. I didn't even tell her that she was supposed to be looking. And she did find something, or someone, or maybe a whole lot of people jumbled together. So it looks like she's got it, but it's going to take practice. Is she okay with that? Ellie asked. Having it, I mean? How to answer that? Let me put it this way. My mother is a very practical person. She likes to solve problems and get things done. When I told her that I've got a psychic link to people who've been dead for a long time, she didn't waste her time arguing with me or trying to pretend that it was something else, like an illness. She kind of went, okay, that's interesting. Now what do I do about it? But she didn't rush into anything either. She knows about Ned and me and you too, but I think she's still thinking about it and what it means. I wish Mom felt that way, Ellie said. I know, but you see your mom doesn't have it.
That makes it really hard to understand. I'm sure she'd like to, but it's just not there." "And she can't learn it?" Ellie asked wistfully. "I don't think so. But look, Ned and I are trying to learn as much as we can about this, so maybe we'll find a way to activate whatever it is in the people who don't seem to have it, or boost it if they have only a little. We're all pretty new at this." Abby hesitated a moment, wondering if she really wanted to open a new can of worms. "Can I ask you something?" "Sure." "Do you think your brother has this thing?" Ellie didn't answer right away. "I don't know. He's still pretty little, and he's a boy, so he's interested in different things than me. But sometimes I get this, I don't know, kind of flash, like he understands. I don't play with him, he's a kid." If Petey wasn't showing signs yet, Abby wasn't going to push it. "Thank you. I think your mom has enough on her plate without having to worry about Petey right now. So, what else would you like to do with this room?" They spent another half hour talking about curtains and colors and what furniture to add, since the nice bed looked very lonely. Then Abby declared that Ellie should get her homework out of the way while she started dinner. "Anything you want to eat?" "Hamburgers?" Ellie said hopefully. "Didn't we just have those?" "Yeah, but Mom never makes them at home." "Oh, all right. With what?" "No vegetables. Mom makes me eat vegetables all the time." "They're good for you. Listen to her." "How about lettuce on the hamburger and a bun? And I think there's a bag of potato chips somewhere." Maybe it wasn't the world's best balanced meal, but at least Ellie would eat it. "Yeah, okay. Is there dessert?" "There can be. Let's go see what we've got." Ned came in not much later, and they made and ate dinner as though they were all characters in a vintage situation comedy. Abby had to stifle a laugh now and then. Who would have thought they shared an unusual psychic bond? She tried to imagine an old sitcom with a screen crawl showing people's thoughts, and had to stop herself from laughing. "Please pass the potatoes, dear." Why are we having friggin' potatoes again? It's the third time this week. Of course, there might be people who wondered, if they knew, why they didn't just skip speech altogether and communicate mind to mind. But she and Ned, and now Ellie, knew it didn't work like that. And if these people who appeared to them came from the past, she and Ned couldn't just pull out a chair and say, "Join us, talk to us." It was something to think about. How many parallel planes were there, and where and how and why did they intersect? And how many people shared this ability and were scared to talk about it? It was approaching 7:30 when Ned said, "Well, kiddo, it's time to get you home, or your mom will skin me alive. Gather up your homework and stuff, will ya?" "I don't think she'd do that," Ellie said as she collected her scattered homework pages. "Why not? She doesn't know how to skin people?" Ned asked, smiling. "She could probably learn that, but she gets weird when you're around. It's like she really likes you, but she's angry at you, and kind of scared, all at the same time." Ned lost his smile. "You can feel that?" "Yeah, just watch her face." "Why is she mad at you?" Ned glanced briefly at Abby, but she couldn't offer any help. "Well, I've known your mother for a long time, and we've disagreed on some things along the way. But you said she likes me too, right?" When Ellie nodded, Ned added, "And I like her. She's a good person. It's just that right now she's struggling."
This peaceful moment is yours. Rest in it, breathe in it, and let it soothe you before the story resumes.
dealing with something in you that she's only beginning to understand. It's nothing that you did, and nothing she asked for. So, Ellie, can I ask you now to be nice to her? I don't mean act sappy. Just don't push her buttons or argue with her just for the sake of it. It'll work out in the end. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I guess. But I thought grown-ups had things figured out, which is why they're called grown-ups.
I don't want to discourage you, but growing up never really ends, Ned said. Okay, time to hit the road. Where's your jacket?
In the front hall, on a chair.
Ellie followed Ned toward the front door, but then reversed course and came back to give Abby a hug. "Good night, Ellie," Abby called out as Ellie and Ned walked out the door.
"Bye."
Ellie's voice drifted back just before the door closed. Chapter 22. After another day of home remodeling, Abby was ready to scream. She'd painted the guest room ceiling, which had required another trip to the box store because she hadn't been thinking about the ceiling when she and Ellie had been there the day before. And she had had to get paint rollers and extension handles and paint trays. And she threw in some latex gloves because otherwise she knew she'd never get the stuff out from under her fingernails. She was heartily glad that someone had painted the ceilings in the front and back parlors more recently than those in the rest of the house, maybe to make it prettier to sell. When was it that Ned had bought it? Probably not long after his company had hit the big time, because any earlier and no bank would have given him a mortgage, and she didn't think his parents could have managed to help him out. And when she'd finished the ceiling and cleaned up the spatters that she'd warned Ellie about, then she painted the crown moldings. Ellie couldn't object. They were well over her head, even with a ladder. There were still the moldings around the doors and windows to be done. And the window sashes. Painting those, Abby knew from experience, was finicky work and took a steady hand. And the doors themselves. Nice, authentic, four-paneled doors with original hardware. Maybe she should remove the hardware and clean it up. It looked like some of the door handles were really nice, under several coats of paint. Was there any paint stripper in the house? She refused to go back to the store for a third time. If there wasn't, she could wait, although she should probably take the doorknobs off before she let Ellie loose. The nice old hinges she could mask with tape. Would Ellie have the patience to stick to the job? It wasn't what most kids her age would think was fun. But then Ellie wasn't like most kids her age. But she could get bored, something that Abby understood well. The slang phrase for boredom, watching paint dry, made a lot of sense to anyone who had tried to paint a room, even though paint dried a whole lot faster than it used to. She ran out of enthusiasm by lunchtime. She threw together a sandwich and took a mug of coffee outside and sat on the back steps, facing the cemetery. It was chilly, but not unpleasantly so. Did the ghosts walk year-round? They shouldn't feel the cold. Did they change clothes to match the season? No, that was silly. She was ready to admit that it was her brain, or any other watchers, that dressed them. If someone who saw them could be completely objective and peel off a whole slew of expectations and learned conventions, they'd probably see no more than a fuzzy blob of energy. The clothes, and even the facial features, were added on later, by humans who were more comfortable with things they recognized. Were those poor people trapped there forever? In this case, mourning their dead spouses or parents or children? The tombstone that always broke her heart was the one put up by the Childs family, who lost 6 children in a matter of days in 1778. Abby was grateful that she had no connection to that family because she wasn't sure she could have handled the pain they must have felt, burying them all at once. But she had been curious enough to look them up and had found that the parents had left Massachusetts and moved somewhere else, like Ohio, and had additional children. Which place did they haunt, for want of a better word? Or could they visit more than one place, since the tragedies of losing their children had occurred at an earlier time in their lives? Were they buried somewhere in Ohio, with other children? Was there any way to find out? Life had been so much simpler before she discovered this ability to see the dead. If she'd never left Pennsylvania, would she have remained blissfully ignorant of it all her life? Would she have been happier? Morbid thoughts, Abby, she told herself. You couldn't turn back time or selectively erase the memories. Brain surgery? Maybe a surgeon could cut out whatever part of the brain caused or enabled this ability. But nobody knew where that was, yet. Maybe by this weekend they'd have a better idea. And even if it could be cut out, would it grow back? Abby stood up abruptly, putting her empty mug on the top step. She was getting cold, and she needed to move. She'd done all she wanted inside, and the paint fumes were pretty intense. Then she remembered the flyer she'd seen at the library, something advertising a haunted house tour in Lexington. She'd brought home a copy from one of the bookstores she had visited. She went inside to find it. The fact that the event existed didn't surprise her as she read the brochure, but it was the first she'd heard of the house, a stately colonial on the eastern edge of town, only recently open to the public on a limited basis. Apparently, it had belonged to someone special 300 years earlier, although Abby wasn't familiar with the surname. She sent up a silent wish. Please don't let it be more relatives. She already had more than she could cope with. Reading between the lines of the promotional material, Abby deduced that the building had been neglected and needed a lot of restoration, and this short tour a way to raise money. Abby knew nothing about the history of the place. Had anybody important lived there? Passed through there? Somehow major figures like George Washington and Benjamin Franklin seemed to have gotten around quite a bit. If you added up all the nights they were said to have slept in one house or another, it came to years. And how could they have gotten anything else done if they were racing around the colonies from bed to bed? Still, if someone of that stature had slept in Lexington or Concord, it could be a tourist draw. Not that the towns needed another one. There were plenty of other sites worth visiting, and for most you didn't have to bumble around in the dark looking for ghosts. Abby's quick internet search showed surprisingly few paranormal apparitions in either Concord or Lexington, and most of those had occurred in buildings like taverns that could accommodate large numbers of people rather than in private homes. Funny that no one mentioned cemeteries, or was their haunting just a given? Was there a reason the planners for the haunted house event, whom she didn't know, had chosen this particular house? Something dire had happened to one or more of the past residents? Or maybe it was simply conveniently empty in October and someone had said, why not try to make a few dollars? Because of course there was an admission fee, although it was printed on the flyer that the proceeds would go to the renovation fund. What the heck, Abby thought. Why not go? She'd gone to the psychic fair and had good results, even if some were negative. A haunted house was more or less in the same category, so why not check it out? But first she would look up who had lived there and whether there were any connections to her family tree, although that might be a fruitless exercise since there weren't all that many names in that tree. Still, the excursion would get her out of the house. Her mind made up, she put in a quick phone call to Ned. You want to do what? Ned asked. Go on a haunted house tour, Abby repeated. Here in Lexington? That's what the flyer says. Of course, nobody would lie in print, so there must be ghosts there, Abby said. What do you hope to learn? Nothing specific. I'm just curious. I want to see if the people hosting this believe what they're doing. Do you want me to come with you? Ned asked. Do you want to come? Abby countered. Not really, if I'm honest, Ned told her. That's okay, but you must know the house. The old Shepherd place on the Concord Road? I'm sure I've been by it hundreds of times, but I don't think I ever associated a name with it. Who were the Shepherds? I have no idea. They must have had money, given the size of the house. Not relatives of mine, that I know of, because I've got a long way to go on finding all my ancestors. So, no spooky stories about the house passed among the kids here while you were growing up? No dares issued to see if you could get someone to break in and spend an hour there after dark?
Nope, not that I recall. But I wasn't one of the most popular kids, you know. They could have been doing who knows what and I wouldn't have known it. Who's running the show?
Abby looked at the flyer again. One Susan Haven. Know her?
I know the name. She's a big booster for the town.
Paid or unpaid?
Abby, this is Massachusetts. We're all supposed to take turns doing our civic duty to enhance the visibility of our town. But I assume they'll be collecting contributions?
She's unpaid, you mean. And yes, they're charging for this. What was your gig?
I wrote them a nice check.
Why do you give tours in Waltham, but not here?
I could say something corny like I was waiting in Waltham for you to come along, but you'd see right through that. Mostly because I'd grown up in a colonial house, and I wanted to learn something about Victorians since I'd bought the Lexington house simply because I liked it. So I had to do my homework, and then I got to spend time in the place getting to know it. It makes a difference, you know, getting the feel for a space.
I think I can see that. So you're okay with it if I go on my own?
Of course I am. You expect me to say, "No, woman, I want you here serving me dinner at 6:30 sharp"?
Fat chance, pal, Abby told him. You can make dinner. I should be home before 9. I'll give you a report if I find anything interesting.
Do you expect to?
Not really, but I need to keep an open mind, don't I? The event was scheduled to start at 6, just after dark. Abby presented herself at the door of the Shepherd house, where she was greeted by a plump woman in colonial dress, who happily accepted her payment for a ticket and directed her into the building. She stepped inside, then stopped, waiting for her eyes to adjust to the lack of light. Oh, there were candles, or, no doubt for safety reasons, mock candles with hidden batteries, but it was dim inside. How could anyone get anything done in 1760-whatever with so little light? Reading would be out of the question unless you held a candle or lantern inches from the page, and the print was tiny in those days. Abby scanned the room. 8 other ghost seekers were clustered in what must have been a parlor, a square, high-ceilinged room with large windows and a handsome fireplace, as far as she could see. 2 other women about her age stood in front of the fireplace, the ghost guides. One was tall and thin, the other shorter and well-rounded, in a good way. Abby didn't recognize anyone in the room, so she nodded and kept quiet. At 10 minutes past the announced hour, the guides looked at each other, then the shorter one said, I guess we should start now. Welcome to the Joshua Shepherd house. Let me tell you about the history of the place. Abby breathed a sigh of relief. There were not shepherds in her family, or at least none that she knew of. She listened with half an ear, looking around both at the details of the room, nice, complex moldings, and great wide boards for the floor, and watching other people's expressions. Why were they here? For the same reason she was? That seemed unlikely, but she shouldn't decide so quickly. Would there be time to talk to any of them after the tour? After a focused 5-minute speech, the first guide handed the reins over to her companion, who began. I'm here to tell you about the evidence regarding the presence of multiple spirits in this house. Some of them are prior residents, and that includes a child. Some of them were guests here at one time or another, including Ben Franklin. Abby barely suppressed a laugh. She'd been right on the money. We use various types of microphones and cameras to capture their presence, and we want to show them to you. In spite of herself, Abby drew nearer. There was a small laptop set up on a low table, and the taller woman turned it on and pressed a few buttons. As you can see, or you will, this is the main staircase outside this room. And just here, at the top, she pointed at the grainy image. There's what we think is a woman's figure, just starting down the stairs. You can see her skirt between the stair rails. We think she was Hannah Shepherd, the lady of the house when it was first built. She died after only a few years of marriage, during which time she had 3 children. Like the first guide, the second knew not to bore her audience with a dry list of facts. She was following the show, don't tell approach. We've got a few handheld devices here that you can borrow. They register electric or magnetic fluctuations, and if the signals are strong enough, they'll beep. Don't worry, they're pretty much unbreakable. So if you see a ghost and happen to drop it, no problem. We want you to spread out and search for yourselves, unless you'd rather have someone else along, just in case.
Are these friendly ghosts? A quavery older voice asked.
Neither friendly nor unfriendly, I'd say, the taller docent said. We've had people, visitors like yourselves, who've seen or heard something, but that's as far as it's gone. These spirits are mainly ordinary people, doing what they did when they lived here. And if you're worried, there's no history of any murders or other violent events taking place in this house. But don't be disappointed if you don't see anything. Most people don't. It's not like the spirits are waiting here to entertain you. So now you can roam around at will, except you can't go beyond the 2nd floor, and the basement is off limits for now. Take your time. By the way, many of the furnishings and pieces of artwork are original to the house, or of the period, all donated to our nonprofit organization. You should get a real feeling for what the house was like in its heyday. If you want to use one of the sensors, come get one. While some people approached the table, Abby headed in the opposite direction. She knew she didn't want any mechanical devices, and she definitely wanted to be alone with whomever might be in the house. Both docents appeared to be sincere, and Abby was prepared to accept that they believed there was someone, or several someones, in this house. In the hallway, she looked around, then headed up the stairs. It would probably take the others a few minutes to spread out in that direction. At the top of the stairs, she reconnoitered. The house was not particularly large, but all the major rooms were spacious, with multiple windows. There were a few smaller spaces tucked between them, and Abby guessed they might be a nursery and/or a space for servants, for surely a house of this size and status would have had servants. It was hard to see much in the dark, and Abby hadn't thought to bring a flashlight, but some dim lights had been left burning in each room. Abby drifted into one of the back bedrooms and found herself looking at architectural details rather than sniffing out spirits. Lovely construction, with some delicate and detailed moldings, even in the private upstairs rooms. Handsome fireplace, original glass in the windows. A few shreds of wallpaper still clung to aging plaster. There had been some modern improvements. The flyer had said that the house had been occupied continuously by one or another of the original family members until quite recently. There were some reasonably modern bathrooms shoehorned in, and electric lights. Focus, Abby. She felt foolish actually looking for ghosts, but there was no one to see her making a fool of herself. She could hear voices downstairs, and thumps and bumps as people tripped over sills and such in the dark, but no one else had ventured upstairs yet. She centered herself in the room and shut her eyes, then rotated slowly. "Hello?" she whispered. Nothing. She moved silently toward the fireplace and laid a hand on the shallow wooden mantel. Again, nothing. The tree had once been a living thing, and a man had hewn and carved it, but he had left no trace, or none that she could sense. She took a couple of steps to the side of the mantel and laid her palm against the plaster wall. It was cool and surprisingly smooth to the touch. Somebody had done nice work, and the walls had survived for over 200 years in surprisingly good shape, with few cracks. To her eye, the window hardware looked like it dated to the 19th century. She was beginning to feel a trickle of disappointment. Had she really hoped for more? She could hear people walking up the stairs, talking in low voices, so she slipped across the hall into another bedroom. This one was plainer, with only one window and ordinary moldings. Again, she walked to the center of the room and turned around, trying to sense anything, and again she felt nothing. She shouldn't be surprised or disappointed, she reminded herself. Even if this place was the Grand Central Station of spirits, her abilities seemed to work only with relatives, and apparently none of her ancestors had hung out here. She simply couldn't see the others, if there were others. She smiled when she wondered what she would have said to Ben Franklin if he'd suddenly popped up in front of her. At least she would most likely have recognized the man. The little covey of ghost seekers seemed to be heading her way, so she went back to the hall looking for the stairs. It was easy to get disoriented in an unfamiliar place, especially in the dark. After a wrong turn or two, she managed to locate the front staircase, and it looked like the coast was clear. Then, from the corner of her eye, she thought she saw a flash of movement, and it took her a moment to register that it had looked like the swirl of a floor-length skirt. None of the attendees had been wearing a skirt of any sort. The women, like her, had been wearing blue jeans. Abby held still, trying to penetrate the darkness in the direction that the skirt, had taken, but she couldn't see anything. Another tentative, "Hello?" didn't produce a response. Abby sighed and started down the stairs. She comforted herself with the idea that no results were a result in themselves. She couldn't sense anybody in this house. Chapter 23. Ned had dinner waiting for her when Abby arrived home at 8:30. "How'd it go?" he asked as he dished up dinner and poured her a glass of wine before sitting down opposite her. "I wish I could say I had some stimulating conversations with dead strangers, but that didn't happen. Not that I expected it to, but I guess I always hope." "How are things set up?" he asked. Abby described the house, or as much as she had seen of it in the dark, the 2 docents, the makeup of the crowd, and her informal experiments when she'd been alone upstairs. Along the way, she managed to clean her plate. "All in all, it's a nice colonial house in pretty fair condition, at least as far as I could tell, but nobody I know," she made air quotes, "has lived there or even worked on the construction." "But would you be able to tell unless one of the carpenters cut his hand off or a roofer fell off the roof?" "Good point. If I need an intense experience on their end to be able to feel it now. But the woman who first lived in the house had 3 children in short order. From what I hear, childbirth can be pretty intense, even if you're happy about the outcome. She died young, although I don't know if it was in childbirth. So if she didn't leave any trace that I could pick up, I'm going to have to assume we're not related. Is that like proving a negative? If I don't feel them, they're not there? That doesn't work if they led simple, happy lives and died in their sleep. Which is the norm?" "Abby, I am not the right person to ask. What about the 2 women who were guiding the tour? Did they believe they had seen or heard someone in the house?" Ned asked. "I think they did. I didn't get their credentials, but I think they were more than local members of the nonprofit trying to save the place. It sounded to me like they'd been doing this for a while. They had what they believed was evidence for that house, but it was pretty fuzzy, and anyway, that could be faked for the sake of a good story. But I think they were honest." "You didn't talk to them?" "No, because there were still other people around and there was no way to have a private conversation. I've got the brochure. I can look them up and maybe we can get together at some later date if we think it's worth it. Oh, and to answer your question, I'm not sure either of them has actually seen any spirits in that house. It was the electronic devices, cameras, recorders, that captured the appearances, and they were noticed only after the fact when somebody looked at the recordings. Does that mean the machines are more sensitive than the humans?" "Interesting," Ned commented. He hesitated before saying, "Maybe the machines simply have a broader spectrum for reception." "Oral and visual?" Abby asked. "Don't jump all over me, Abby. I have no idea. You can look." Abby interrupted him, fast. If you tell me to look up one more thing, I will not be responsible for my actions. I'm tired of reading about these things when I'm living them, and nothing I read matches what has happened to me. Do you get that?
Ned looked contrite. Yes, I'm sorry. I know it's not easy for you, but I don't know any other way to approach it.
Yeah, you're a scientist, and that's what you do. I didn't mean to snap at you.
Ned paused for a few moments, and Abby managed to rein in her emotions. Where had that outburst come from? How could she get angry at other people, particularly Ned, just because they didn't feel all this as strongly as she did, or more likely, they didn't feel any of it at all?
Sorry, she said, still not quite sure what she was apologizing for.
Ned wisely changed topics. If you've finished with your story, there's another idea I want to run by you.
Is there dessert? Abby asked.
Of course, he said, smiling.
Then dish up and fire away.
When they had store-bought but sinfully decadent salted caramel chocolate chunk cookies in hand, Ned began. Are you familiar with the term epigenetics?
I can't say that I am. What is it?
I know you know what genes are. The relatively new science of epigenetics looks at variations in how a gene responds to outside factors. If a trait is altered by some external event, it may or may not become hereditary, that is, passed on after the changes.
Wow, that sounds right up our alley. You say this is new science?
Fairly. It's a trendy topic these days, so there's research going on. What's interesting is that the theory holds that the event doesn't change the gene itself, only the way the gene acts. Think of it this way. You have an egg, which starts out pretty simple, a single cell. Then it's fertilized and it starts dividing. The divided or daughter cells are all the same at the beginning, but they become all sorts of differentiated cells, from muscle to brain cells to toenails. Some genes are activated in one way, while others are turned off. But scientists are still struggling to figure out how that happens.
Abby sat up straighter. Obviously, this has been going on for a long time. It's only now that researchers are looking at how and why this happens?
Yes and no. But let me give you another example. Kids grow up, and they go through a series of predictable stages, okay? But if there are outside influences from the environment and culture, including family, that are significant enough, the success or the timing of these stages may be changed, since each one depends on the stage before. Look, I don't want to overload you with a lot of the details. Let's just say it's a research subset that's very much in flux. There are some fascinating implications, and an increased awareness of how all this works could do a lot of good. Even in a simple way, say by changing diet. It's been shown to work for rats.
I don't know what to say. Why don't I know more about this?
Because most people don't, and you've been kind of busy with other things, and you're not a scientist. Should I stop giving you excuses now? But before I do, I should tell you that there are some recent studies that suggest that something that happened several generations back up the line might have had an impact on your personality now. Physiologically, I mean. And this has nothing or very little to do with the quality of mothering along the way, so don't get sidetracked by the whole nature versus nurture argument. Anyway, it used to be that scientists thought that cell differentiation and development happened in the womb. But now they've found that DNA changes can occur as late as adulthood and can be passed on. Scientists have been able to change the fur color of adult mice, who have then passed the new color on to their offspring. And it breeds true. That is, it lasts. And here's something that may be relevant to your own experience, maybe indirectly. It has been suggested that traumatic experiences can leave scars on the DNA at a molecular level. So if your great-grandparents suffered some great tragedy, those experiences are built into the DNA and passed down. Sound familiar?
Kind of. You're saying that if my great-grandmother suffered a traumatic loss, that might give me an inherited ability to recognize that kind of response?
Maybe. Much of this is still speculative, and I don't want you to make too much of it yet, but it certainly is suggestive.
Have you or your company done any work on this?
No, most of our applications have been practical. Our research division is pretty small, but it's why I know about epigenetics. We all follow the new literature on a wide range of subjects.
Can you or should you be working on it? Abby asked.
I think so. Actually, I've got the perfect setup. I already have the staff and the facilities in place, and it's a legitimate research topic. In the near term, there's no practical application in sight, but that's true of a lot of scientific research. And you know I'm not in this simply to make money. What do you think?
Abby chewed slowly on her cookie, trying to decide what she did think. It sounded like a very promising thread, given her own experiences, as Ned had pointed out. And he was right. He was the ideal person to look into the subject without tipping his hand about the paranormal aspects of it, which was quite possibly a good thing. It could harm his professional and corporate credibility if it was known that he was looking at fringe subjects. But they were running in so many different directions at the moment. She finished her cookie. Finally, she said, "Ned, please don't take this the wrong way. I think it's a perfect research subject for you and your company, but can we put this idea on the back burner for a bit? I know it sounds promising, but we seem to be looking at all sorts of things all over the map, and it's exhausting. I think you and I need a longer-term strategy, either singly or together. You can look at the science side, but what I hope to do requires more people. I hate to call them subjects because that's so impersonal, and this is a very personal experience for people. But to use your terms, our sample size is too small, and I haven't figured out how to identify and bring in more people who share this ability. Can you see that?"
He looked disappointed. "I can, and I know what you mean. We've already wondered if we're trying to do too much too fast. But can I at least start the research on what's being published in epigenetics? Read the papers that have been released? Talk to some people? It may turn out that it will be easier to start this now, while it will take you some time to recruit people you can actually talk to."
"True, but I still need some time to process all the information we've collected already. I feel kind of like a rat in a maze, bumbling around and making false starts, then having to back up and change direction. And don't tell me we need a vacation. We just took one, and look how that turned out."
"Not exactly restful, I'll agree."
"Ned, I don't mean to rain on your parade. I know you're excited about this idea, but we can't do everything at once. We're only 2 people. And if I read too much more, my head will explode."
"Can I do anything to help you, on your side?"
"Sweet of you to offer, Ned, but unless you can come up with a discreet way to recruit psychics, I don't think so. Well, you can bail me out of jail if I get arrested for wandering around and touching strangers. Is that assault, do you think?"
"Maybe, but in statistical terms, I don't think you'd identify enough people to outweigh the risk. We'll have to come up with something better than that."
"Good idea. I can't see me wandering around in public pawing people, even for a good cause."
"If you could wish this away, would you?"
Ned asked, looking down on his empty plate rather than at Abby. Abby answered carefully, "I don't know. It's not like the measles or something like that, an illness that makes you feel lousy, but when it goes away you just go back to normal and forget about it. I don't think I could forget so easily. I'd always wonder, what if we'd pushed on until we understood it? Or wonder if it would suddenly rear up again in me in some worse way. I don't want to live like that."
"Then we'll try to understand it. But you can set the pace. Tell me if I'm pushing too hard."
"Thank you. I think I'm ready for bed. It's been a busy day."
"You want company?"
"Of course I do, idiot. What we've got is one of the biggest pluses of this paranormal thing, and I don't want to waste it."
"Good. Neither do I."
Chapter 24. Abby woke up Saturday morning feeling anxious. But it took her a few moments to remember why. Kevin's test was today. Abby versus the MEG machine. Abby had told Ned that she wanted to understand all the psychic stuff that had been invading her life for a while now, but she had mixed feelings about pinpointing a physical source within her head that would explain it. Why was that, she wondered. If she was honest with herself, she really was ambivalent about the ability. It was interesting, and occasionally kind of cool, to see her long-dead ancestors, but her life had been much simpler before all of it had started. If it was possible to cut it out, or zap it out, or medicate it out, would she? That was tempting, but it seemed dishonest. And there was no way to stuff the genie back into the lamp. Too many people knew now. There was Ned, of course, and Ellie, and Ned's mother and her own mother, and Leslie and Kevin and Christine. They all seemed to think that what she was experiencing was real, even if they couldn't see it. How would she explain to all of them that she wanted to cancel out whatever it was? She'd brought them in, and she couldn't just say, "Sorry, never mind." She heard Ned on the stairs, and then he came into the bedroom and dropped down on the bed next to her. "You look cheerful," she told him.
"Why shouldn't I? It's Saturday, and we're meeting with Kevin today, and MEG.
"I know. Can you walk me through what's going to happen?"
Kevin's really excited about this. Of course, whether that's because he gets to play with a very large, very expensive new toy or because he's actually interested in psychic phenomena is not clear, but I'm not going to quibble. So, Kevin will meet us at his friend's lab, which is up Route 128, past Waltham. Said friend will be there to show Kevin how to turn things on and off, and he'll probably have to stay and watch until we're done.
And what on earth would that friend think they were doing? You explained how this machine works, but what's it actually look like, and where does the person fit?
Picture a fair-sized dentist chair with a monster, squarish cabbage sitting on top, or maybe a turnip. It's smooth. At the bottom of the turnip, there's a place just big enough for a human head. It's called a helmet, and it's lined with squids.
Squid? You're kidding.
No, I'm not. SQUID stands for Superconducting Quantum Interference Devices.
Which means exactly nothing to me. So the test dummy, me, sits with the helmet lined with squids. Then what?
The squids look for magnetic fields emitted within your head. In case you're wondering, the magnetic fields for cortical activity are measured in femtoteslas.
You have got to be kidding, Abby said.
Sorry, I'm not, but there won't be a quiz afterward. Basically, inside your brain, certain neurons line up perpendicular to the cortical surface, and that creates measurable magnetic fields. If the neurons are aligned right, they project their magnetic fields outside the head so they can be measured. But one of the drawbacks is that we still can't measure what goes on deep inside, just the fields that are generated closer to the surface. So we've got to hope we find a signal there, but there are no guarantees.
Got it, Abby said, or close enough. So if Kevin doesn't get any results today, we come home and wait for the science to catch up?
That's oversimplified, but more or less true. But there has been some success using MEG to identify the primary auditory, somatosensory, and motor areas, and for localizing brain responses to auditory and visual stimuli. It's been used in analyzing schizophrenia, Alzheimer's, alcoholism, and more, even epilepsy.
Abby held up one hand. Okay, I get the general picture. Parts of the brain generate signals that this MEG can record. So how am I supposed to call up a ghost to see which part of my brain lights up?
That's kind of getting ahead of things. Kevin will look at your brain by way of the squids and establish a baseline reading. Then he'll give it certain stimuli and record what happens. He'll do the same to me. Then he'll look for readings that are emerging from comparable locations. Then he'll compare what he finds in us with what standard maps have been developed, although they're still pretty sketchy. But maybe when he's done, he'll have a better idea where what we see or experience is coming from.
Or being recognized by. He's not assuming it's either incoming or outgoing, is he?
What do you mean?
If we're the ones generating these images, sounds, and so on, then the magnetic fields should be coming from the inside out. If there really is something outside of ourselves that most people can't see, wouldn't the brain's reaction be different?
That's a good point. I'll have to talk to Kevin about that and see if there's any way to differentiate between the two phenomena.
One last point. If he doesn't find anything definitive, do we get a do-over?
You mean can he score more lab time with MEG? I'm not sure. This equipment and time using it are both very expensive, beyond even his wallet, so he'd have to call in favors from friends and colleagues, which is what he's done for this round.
So, no pressure at all, right? We'd better hope we find something this time around, or we'll have to rethink our experimental strategy.
Unfortunately, that's it, exactly.
Well, we won't have lost any ground.
Ned looked at her more closely. Abby, are you having second thoughts about the whole MEG thing?
Abby sat up and leaned against the headboard. I don't know. I know I'm the one who's been pushing for answers, but now I don't know what I want to hear or what I want to do about it. Look, even if we cancel on Kevin, who's doing us a huge favor, it won't make it go away, will it?
I don't think so, Abby. You can stifle it. Look at me. I've been doing it for years. But you'll always know it's there, lurking. And who knows what long-term effects there might be, or when it might pop out again and surprise you.
I know, and I'm trusting you as the scientist here to make sense of whatever Kevin and MEG find. But what if it turns out to be a brain tumor or something like epilepsy? Does epilepsy show up on MEG scans?
Abby, Ned said patiently, I can't answer you. I've been looking at the literature, and there's precious little science involved in a lot of the research, and no consistent opinion about the origins of psychic phenomena in the brain. There is, however, some very entertaining balderdash published in the name of science. I found one article that said, and I quote, people of psychic predisposition are likely to be female, left-handed, hypopigmented, which means very little skin color, disposed to a non-conventional sexual orientation, and one offspring of a multiple birth. And I'm not finished. He or she might have developmental learning or speech disorders, low body temperature, low blood pressure, and chronic sinusitis. And this writer was serious. Does any of that sound like you?
Abby giggled. Well, I am female. Apart from that, I always thought I was pretty normal. Although I do remember reading something about the correlation of left-handedness and learning disabilities. And don't left-handed people die younger?
Could be they're just clumsier than the norm in a world that's set up for right-handers, and hence they're more accident-prone. Look, love, you don't have to do this, or you can watch me do it and then decide. Kevin's a smart guy, and he knows what he's doing. Plus, he has no preconceptions. He's only looking for evidence that can be replicated. That's science, and he's not rushing to publish a paper on it, on us. Anyway, it's your call.
Abby felt slightly reassured. Thank you. I want to do this, but I guess I'm just nervous.
Do you have some kind of machine phobia?
I don't think so. I've had various x-rays in the past, at the dentist, and once in high school when the doctors wanted to make sure I hadn't broken my ankle playing lacrosse. I don't get claustrophobic in tight places, so it's not that. I'm just being silly.
Abby, you are in no way a silly person. Maybe you're having a premonition?
Abby stared at Ned. Are you joking? His expression sobered.
I don't know. Am I?
Abby threw off the covers and swung herself out of bed. I'm going to take a shower, and then we'll eat breakfast, and then we'll go brave Kevin's machines, okay?
Okay, I'll go make more coffee.
Oh, and I've got to call Leslie, unless you want to do it.
About what?
Ned asked, looking confused. About Ellie and me painting the guest bedroom tomorrow?
Oh, right. I can call her. Did you have any particular time in mind?
No, as long as there's enough daylight to paint by. Morning is fine. If Leslie's okay with it, tell her to remind Allie to wear clothes she doesn't mind getting all painty.
Will do.
He walked down the hall to make the call and was back in under a minute.
Leslie's fine with that. She or George will drop Allie off in the morning about 10.
Great. I don't know how much we'll get done, but we should get a good start on it. Chapter 25. An hour later, they were on the road, heading for this mysterious lab that Kevin was borrowing. I still haven't seen your place, you know, Abby reminded Ned.
I keep forgetting that. It's not like I'm hiding anything, and I don't have some big fancy office, and I don't beat my employees. Pick a day to come over, and I'll show you around.
You know anything about the place we're going? What's the name?
Better you don't know, so you can't implicate anyone. And I've never been there. I know the company only by reputation. I don't know anyone in management there, but I know they're well-funded and they publish regularly in the reputable journals. That explains how they can afford MEG, whose main application to date has been localizing sources of epilepsy and studying autism and developmental disorders. I can throw a lot of jargon at you, but I don't think it's relevant. To put it in the simplest terms, we want to see what lights up when and where, or if, you experience what we're calling a psychic event.
And we're creating one of those how? They did need something to test, didn't they?
You touch something that belonged to a relative that has produced one of your seeings before, and then we compare the result when you touch something that has zero connection to you.
I didn't bring anything like that, and most of them aren't exactly portable.
Well, then we can touch each other. We know that works. The machine can filter out external factors like eye blink and heartbeat, but it's important that your head remains very still. And of course, the room and even the building are constructed to prevent random movement that could mess up the readings.
Wow, you have been doing your homework.
I like to know what I'm getting into. You don't have any metal objects in your head, do you? Or anywhere else?
Only dental fillings. Is that a problem?
I'll ask Kevin.
Ned was silent for a few moments, watching the road.
You do know that epilepsy is a seizure disorder?
Yes, I think I knew that. Why?
There are some people who believe that psychic experiences are in fact small seizures that may not otherwise be apparent.
Okay. Abby thought briefly. But what triggers those, if they are seizures?
I don't know. I'm not saying I believe the theory, but it's kind of a chicken and egg question. It's the seizure when you see these people, but there seems to be some physical contact necessary to set off the seizure, which enables you to see them. So we're still back to looking for a precipitating factor, which may lie outside of you, and you just happen to have the right receptors for it.
Abby filed that idea away for further thought. You mentioned autism, too, didn't you? I've been thinking that if someone on the autism spectrum has trouble processing an overload of stimuli, that could just as easily be electrical signals, couldn't it? In my case, I see very specific, focused events, but that person would see or hear or feel an overwhelming jumble of impulses and would have to shut down for self-preservation.
That makes sense to me, but I haven't studied it. It may be that there's also a part of the brain, such as where language and communication skills lie, that fails to develop normally in autistic children. But nobody's found a physical cause. Diagnosis usually comes from psychological observation of a person's behavior.
Do you consider that science? Abby asked. Ned hesitated.
I'd rather be able to point to something physical, but the symptoms are pretty consistent and observable.
He pulled off the highway onto a surface road, followed it for a short distance, and turned into a driveway.
We're here.
Kevin was waiting for them in the parking lot, leaning on his car and looking cheerful. He was a far cry from a science nerd in a white coat with pocket protectors, but Abby was immediately ashamed of herself for stereotyping, and then she wondered if somehow that was connected to what she and Ned had been discussing. Kevin was a brilliant scientist, or so Ned told her, so why did her internal image immediately jump to a shy and awkward person with limited social skills? Kevin might be focused on non-typical subjects, but he was anything but shy and awkward. Or, to carry the thought further, was obvious intelligence a different kind of manifestation of psychic ability? Were really smart people just better at reading other people's cues? Or were they actually reading minds on some level? Abby shook her head to clear it, then climbed out of the car. "Hi, Kevin. Here we are." Nothing like stating the obvious. Apparently, she was still nervous.
"Glad you two could make it,"
Kevin said.
"I've really been looking forward to this. Just don't tell anybody else about it, okay?"
"Got it," Ned said. Abby wanted to ask why, but she assumed that Kevin's friend in the lab might get in trouble for lending his expensive Mega Machine MEG to outsiders. "Sure, fine," she told Kevin. "What do we do now?"
"I've got the passcode to get into the building, and Joe's waiting for us upstairs. This baby has to be housed in a special room that's magnetically shielded to reduce certain outside noises that just mess up the results. So, MEG lives in an all-aluminum and mu-metal room."
Mu-metal? Abby asked. They weren't even in the building, and she was already confused. Kevin took pity on her and explained.
Mu-metal is a nickel-iron soft magnetic alloy with very high permeability suitable for shielding sensitive electronic equipment against static or low-frequency magnetic fields.
Like that helped, Abby thought. "Thank you, I guess. I'm not going to find it at home, am I?" Kevin laughed.
"Of course not. Hey, Ned, she's not much of a techie, is she?"
Ned looked pained. "No, but she's the one with the psychic ability, and that's what we're here for. We going in?"
"Well, yeah."
Kevin grinned.
"Follow me."
At the front door, he punched in a multi-digit code, which let them enter a high-ceilinged atrium with lots of glass and what appeared to be free-floating staircases. Not the place for an agoraphobe or an acrophobe, Abby thought, but she had no problems with open spaces or heights. Or with claustrophobia, as she had told Ned. "Abby, stop it. You're trying to distract yourself. How scared are you?" "Where do we go now, Kevin?" she asked.
"Second floor. Stairs okay?"
"Sure." Kevin led the way at a brisk pace, and Abby and Ned followed, up the stairs and all the way to the end of a long corridor to MEG's lair. Kevin punched in another code, then pushed open the door.
"This is the MSR. That's the magnetically shielded room. Hi, Joe."
Kevin greeted the man waiting for them.
"We all set?" "Kevin," Joe said, "you might at least introduce us."
Unlike Kevin, Joe looked like Abby expected a scientist to look, white coat and serious glasses.
"Oh, right, sorry."
Although Kevin didn't look sorry at all.
"Joe Briggs, this is Abigail Kimball and Ned Newhall. I told you about them and why I wanted to borrow a few minutes of MEG's time."
Joe eyed them all with little enthusiasm.
"Borrow might be technically correct, since you haven't told me whether you intend to compensate me, but we can discuss that later. I can give you half an hour, and I need to stay here in case anything goes wrong."
Kevin was shaking his head.
"Ah, Joe, you still don't trust me. But of course you can stay and watch. She's your baby. Just don't tell the feds."
When Joe looked dismayed, Kevin was quick to add,
"Just kidding. We are doing nothing illegal. I simply want MEG to scan these two people's brains." "Do they know what they're getting into?"
Joe asked.
"Why? Do they have to sign some forms?"
Kevin countered without answering the question.
"Well, technically,"
Joe began.
"Joe, if anything goes wrong, it's on my head,"
Kevin told him firmly.
"No one will hold you responsible. So, how do we get the ball rolling?"
Joe sighed.
"Who's going first?"
"I will," Ned said, stepping forward. "Abby's a little nervous about it, and I want to show her it's safe."
"Of course it is, Miss, Abby. Why don't you sit down over there, where you can watch?"
Abby sat obediently while Joe flipped switches and turned dials on a control panel. MEG itself, herself, looked like a kind of space-age dentist chair on the bottom with a huge kind of free-form block above it. At the base of the block was a small circular insert, which in turn had a deep indentation, presumably for a human head. Joe pulled something from a drawer. It looked oddly like an Egyptian wig, but made up of squares, which looked like some kind of computer chips.
This is the squid sensor array. It has 102 silicon chips and 306 measurement channels.
Well, at least you'd gotten the silicon chip part right, Abby thought. So that's what reads your brain, emissions? Abby asked.
Exactly, and transmits them to our computers, which in turn translates them into visual maps. Ned, you ready?
Let's go, he said. Where do you want me?
Sit in the chair, and I'll place the squid cap on you and connect it.
Abby watched as Joe tinkered with the fit of the cap and then settled Ned in the seat. He jiggered with the angle of the top part of the machine until he was satisfied.
All set. You good to go, Ned?
I am. I need to keep my head still, right?
Yes.
You get a baseline reading first? Ned asked.
We do. Then Kevin told me you wanted to test something.
Yes, I want Abby to touch me. Joe looked perplexed, but all he said was,
just as long as she doesn't jostle you, keep the head steady at all times.
All right. Ned smiled at Abby, then settled himself more comfortably in the seat. Joe started fiddling with more knobs and dials at an array a few feet away. Kevin came over and peered over his shoulder.
Look normal so far?
Kevin asked.
Normal is a relative term, Kevin, Joe said stiffly. Could you give me a bit of room?
Kevin stepped back. After a few more seconds, Joe said,
Ned, I've created a magnetic contour map, and Squid is reading it fine. Let's let her run for a couple of minutes, and then you can try your test with Abby.
Abby watched while nothing happened, nothing obvious at least. She assumed the computer was recording all sorts of things she couldn't see. Ned sat still, and the MEG machine whirred around him. Joe stared at his computer screen. Finally, Joe said,
Okay, Abby, come closer, carefully, and touch Ned's hand. Will that be enough to trigger whatever it is you're looking at? It should be, Kevin said.
She stood carefully and walked across the floor to stand in front of the machine. Ned kept his eyes on her face, but he made sure not to move. Abby reached out and laid her hand on his.
Oh, wow, there.
Kevin pointed to the computer screen.
See the right temporal lobe light up? Does it hold steady or fluctuate? Abby, keep your hand right where it is. If we're lucky, we can refine the location.
Abby could feel the current that flowed between her and Ned, despite all the distractions in the room. She smiled at him and nodded. How long do we stay like this? She asked.
Give it a few more minutes to make sure it's a stable reading, Joe said, his gaze not leaving the screen.
Abby let her mind drift. So there was something observable about their connection. Interesting. Was it direct, brain to brain, like a wireless connection? Or was it some kind of current that passed through their bodies, linked at their hands? That would take more and different experiments, wouldn't it?
Okay, I think that's enough, Joe said, looking pleased. Abby, step back. Ned, give me a sec and I'll disconnect you so you two can switch places.
That was accomplished in 2 minutes, and when Ned extricated himself, Abby settled into the seat. Ned leaned over to say softly,
It'll be fine. I didn't feel a thing until you touched me.
Chapter 26. Joe fitted the squid array to her head, and Abby found it was surprisingly light and flexible, even though it looked like a weird piece of medieval armor. If it was used with children, the lightweight would be important to them. All in all, MEG seemed like a very friendly machine, which sounded silly. It merely picked up signals that you weren't even aware you were sending. That probably covered a lot of territory, but Abby could see quite a few potential applications. But that was for later. Right now, she was sitting in this chair thing, looking for something very specific. The sight of psychic signals coming from inside her head. If that's what really was happening. "Can I shut my eyes?" she asked.
"As long as you don't bounce around or dance a jig, you can do about anything," Joe said. "You ready?"
"As ready as I'll ever be," Abby told him. She could hear the click of a keyboard as Joe input something, but she couldn't feel anything different in her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she could see both Joe and Kevin hunched over the computer screen.
"There,"
Kevin said suddenly.
"Same focus as a Ned scan." "Let's see if it holds steady," Joe said cautiously.
Nothing happened for a couple of minutes. No one spoke, until Kevin asked,
"Did you bring any item that set you off before, Abby?"
"Mostly they've been things that are a bit too big to carry around, like a chair or a painting or a tombstone. Nothing as simple as a piece of jewelry or an article of clothing. And I don't know if Ned has told you, but it can't be just anything that belonged to an ancestor. It has to be something they were in contact with or close to in times of extreme stress. That seems to leave the strongest imprint."
"Yeah, I see the problem," Kevin said. "So I guess we're back to the touch thing."
"Kevin, you said you saw sparks when we touched," Ned said. "Are you going to try to get a reading for yourself? Obviously, you're responding to something, but it may not be the same thing we are."
"Good point. Depends on how much time we have. Joe?" "We'll see. Okay, Ned, you touch Abby the way she touched you."
Ned walked toward the machine and smiled at Abby. She smiled back. Ned reached out his hand and Abby's world erupted into flashing lights and fragments of sounds, and then she passed out. Coming back to consciousness was like swimming through black sludge. Abby could hear people talking in low voices. Ned, what's his name? Kevin? And the other guy, Joe. They sounded worried.
"We should call somebody," Joe said urgently. "I'm responsible for MEG and whatever happens." "She's only been unconscious for a couple of minutes,"
the voice that she thought belonged to Kevin said.
"I don't care how long it's been or hasn't been," Ned said more loudly. "She shouldn't be unconscious at all. You both told me it was safe." "It is," Joe protested. "You tried it first. We use it on children, for God's sake. I've never seen anything like this." "Mechanical failure?" Kevin asked. "No, all the readings looked normal until you touched her hand, Ned. MEG's running just fine." "So what the hell just happened?" Ned demanded. "I don't know," Joe said. His expression was bleak. Maybe it was time to open her eyes and let them know she could hear them, Abby thought. But she was kind of afraid to open them. What if something weird had happened and she couldn't see? Or she saw everything entirely differently, black and white, totally blurry? Or everyone looked like a phosphorescent blob? She'd better find out, she decided, and pried open her eyes. Everything looked pretty normal. That was good. Ned noticed first. "Abby, can you hear me?" "Of course I can hear you. What happened?" She took stock of her surroundings. She seemed to be sitting in the MEG seat, but the squid helmet was gone, and MEG's top part had been cranked up out of the way. "Good, Abby. At least part of your brain is working, if you could remember squid." "Everything was going fine until I touched your hand," Ned said. "That's all I did." "But when I touched yours, this didn't happen." "Yay, Abby. Your recent memory seems to be intact." "No, not at all. Did you feel anything right before you lost consciousness?" "Flashing lights, noises, confusion, and then it all just stopped. Can I get out of this thing now?" Ned laid a hand on her shoulder. "Take it easy just a little longer until we're sure you're all right. You passed out." But Abby was staring at Ned's hand on her shoulder. She could see it there. She could feel the pressure of it and the warmth through her shirt, but she couldn't feel it.
Take my hand, she said, reaching out to him. He quickly folded her hand in his. She looked at him. It's not there.
What isn't?
The thing. What happens when we touch? You know. Kevin, do you see anything?
No, but the conditions aren't the greatest right now.
Doesn't matter. Abby kept her eyes on Ned, who still held her hand. Nice, warm, solid hand, but no sparks. Joe, what happened? What do your machines tell you?
Not much. There was a spike when Ned touched your hand, and then things went haywire. I thought maybe there was a surge in the computer system, but everything seems fine now.
Did it come from the part of my brain that you were watching? I remember you mentioning that it was the same as in Ned's scan.
More or less. More widely distributed and definitely stronger. I'll have to analyze the readings more carefully. I want in on that too,
Kevin said quickly. Joe glared at him but didn't say no. Abby sat up and swung her legs over the side of the chair. Ned was quick to place a hand on her arm.
You sure you're ready to get up? You don't feel dizzy or shaky?
No, actually, I don't. I feel normal. Except for... She laid her hand over his where it rested on her arm. This. What isn't there?
Abby, let's worry about that later. You've had a shock of some sort, and your neurons may be scrambled at the moment. Why don't I take you home so you can rest?
Ned still looked worried. I haven't done anything that requires resting. I've been sitting in a chair. Then something happened, and I don't even know what. Was I unconscious long?
No, only a minute or two. As far as we could tell, your pulse was normal and your breathing was too. You sure you shouldn't see a doctor?
I don't have a local doctor, and I don't want to try to explain this to an emergency room doctor.
Abby, you passed out,
Ned protested. I know I did. And no, I've never done that before. Well, except for that one time in Waltham with you. But physically I feel fine, and I'm not just saying that. But you're right. We should go home so we can think about what just happened here.
I'm so sorry, guys,
Kevin began. Abby turned to him. Why should you be? You did what we asked you to do. From all I've read and heard, it's a safe machine. Whatever happened came from inside me, and that's what Ned and I need to figure out. Joe, thank you for letting us use MEG. You'll tell us what you find on the recordings?
Of course.
Joe looked confused, like events were moving too fast for him. So did Kevin. Abby almost laughed. Had they expected her to act like a helpless female, dither or babble, swoon? Or had she already done the swooning part? Ned just looked concerned. I'm all right, Ned, Abby told him. Really, I just want to go home now.
Then we'll go home.
Ned stood up and looked at the other men.
We'll keep in touch, and if anything new pops up, I'll let you know. Joe, you'll give us the final results? Kevin has my email. I appreciate both of you setting this up. And don't blame yourselves. We couldn't have seen this coming. If we're lucky, Abby will be fine. We done here?
The other two nodded mutely. Ned helped Abby up, and they headed toward the stairs. Joe followed quickly.
Let's take the elevator, just in case. And I have to see you out. Input the right code for the doors.
He led them to the elevator and from there to the front door.
Goodbye,
he said uncertainly. They stood on the sidewalk in the fresh autumn air.
You sure you're all right, Abby?
Ned asked. Yes, I'm sure. Physically, anyway. I'm not a frail flower of femininity, you know. But we have to figure out what went on in there, and home would be a better place to do it.
Then let's go home.
Ned led Abby back to where they'd parked the car, beeped the locks, and handed her in as if she was made of glass. When he had climbed into the driver's seat, Abby turned to him. Kiss me.
What?
You heard me. I have to know if the thing has come back yet. He took her head in both hands and kissed her gently, warmly, as if she was precious and breakable. It was a very nice kiss, Abby thought, but it wasn't there. Ned pulled back and studied her face.
No.
Abby shook her head and burst into tears. Ned did the best he could do, taking her into his arms and holding her until she stopped sobbing. Occasionally, he'd say quietly, "I'm sorry." Eventually, Abby pulled herself together and wiped her face. "Stop apologizing. You haven't done anything wrong, and you went through the process with no problems, so this is my fault." Ned didn't answer right away.
"There's no fault involved, Abby. We both wanted to know more about this phenomenon. We did our homework. We didn't just go in blind. MEG is non-invasive and safe enough for small children. I can't recall any mention that anyone has been hurt by it, unless researchers are burying a heck of a lot of data."
"So I'm not just sort of abnormal. I'm really abnormal. Squared," Abby muttered.
"Abby, let's take this one step at a time, okay? It just happened. Maybe it will reverse itself, today or sometime soon. Maybe it never will, and it's been erased from your brain. Would that be so awful?"
"Will you still love me if that's true?" Abby mumbled into his chest.
"Of course I will. I fell in love with you, not your psychic powers, and we still haven't figured out how big a part of you they are, or were. I thought you weren't sure you even wanted them."
"I wasn't sure, but I'd like to have some say about whether I keep them," Abby protested. "Look, I'm sorry. I'm upset. I'm also hungry. Can we go home and get some lunch and not gnaw on this for a while?"
"Of course we can."
Wise man that he was, Ned kept silent on the drive back to Lexington. Abby spent the time trying to sort out what she felt. Her time in MEG had done something to her, she knew that much. But MEG hadn't added something, she'd taken it away. How was that even possible? A giant machine sucking neurons through her skull. Not happening. So it still might come back. Was that what she wanted? She had to admit she wasn't sure, but she was pissed off that she hadn't had time to explore it as fully as she wanted. Now that she knew that she wasn't the only one to have it, it had become more important to her, and she wanted to see it through. If she could. Chapter 27. Back in the kitchen at the house, Abby sat at the table and sulked. There was no better word for it. She was acting childish, and she knew it. She'd had this shiny new psychic toy, even if it was one she hadn't asked for and didn't know what to do with, and now some meanie had taken it away, or broken it. It wasn't fair. She'd just been getting used to it, and now it was gone. Ned wisely remained silent, making grilled cheese sandwiches. Which made Abby madder. Shouldn't he be upset, too? Okay, unreasonable again. But their relationship, from the first day, had involved the unexpected psychic abilities they shared. At first, Abby had worried that he saw her as an interesting test case, and she'd been really annoyed when he told her that he had the same capabilities, after he'd been testing her for a while. She'd forgiven him for that. He was, after all, a scientist, and he couldn't skew the experiment from the start. But it had hurt, just a bit. He'd more than made up for it since, hadn't he? He'd helped her emotionally when she had sent Brad packing, but he hadn't pursued a relationship with her until she had signaled that she was interested. And neither of them had anticipated the intensity of their physical responses to each other. Who could have? They'd both had some experience with other people, but they'd agreed from the start that what they had together was a whole different order of magnitude. And that part might be over now. She would really miss what they'd had. Which was not the point. She had had this thing. She had apparently lost this thing, thanks to MEG. Maybe that was temporary, or maybe not. She hoped that Kevin and Joe had collected enough data from Ned and from her to prove it existed in some physical way, although maybe not enough to work out the hows and whys of it. So in a way, they knew more now than they had a few hours ago, but that still wasn't a lot. That didn't make Abby feel much better. Scientific research was well and good, but this was her life. This thing had already cost her a job she liked and had made it more difficult to find another one. Maybe if she explained to Leslie that it was gone, Leslie would take her back at the museum. Not likely. Trying to help Ellie was more important than a paycheck. But maybe telling Leslie would inspire her to try and zap it out of Ellie, which would be wrong. Or that was what she thought. Leslie might see it differently. Ned set a plate with a golden brown sandwich oozing melted cheddar cheese in front of her. He sat down opposite her with one of his own. "Something to drink?" he asked formally. "I bought some cider at the market," she replied, equally stiffly. Ned got up, retrieved the cider from the refrigerator, found 2 glasses, and set them on the table. Then he resumed his seat. "Abby, we have to talk about this. We can't ignore what happened." "Why not?" Abby said bitterly. "Nobody would have believed that handy ability was there if we'd told them. If it's gone now, nobody will either know or care." "I care." "Sure you do, because with it you get plenty of really hot sex." "Low blow, Abigail." "Abby, that's not fair. You should know me better than that by now." Abby took a moment to rein in her boiling emotions. Where the heck did those emotions reside in the brain? Near the psychic generator? She took a bite of her sandwich, stalling. Another bite. Damn, it was a good sandwich. At least she hadn't lost her sense of taste. Or her hearing, or vision, or ability to walk and talk and remember. Could have been a lot worse, couldn't it? She could have turned into a vegetable. But then she wouldn't know she was a vegetable, would she? She took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Ned. I'm acting like a spoiled child whose new toy has been taken away. It's going to take some getting used to." "I know that," Ned said. "And now I'm scared and angry and frustrated, and you're the closest person around that I can take it out on." "I know that," Ned said. "And if you say that one more time, I'm going to throw something at you," Abby threatened. "What do you want to do about it?" he asked. "You mean other than whine about how unfair it all is?" "I don't know." "Well, I can give you space, leave you alone, send you on a great vacation, alone, to some very exotic place where you'd have no associations with any departed relatives. Or we could sit down and make a plan. Or we could just wait and see if it comes back. And don't even think about asking me how long we should wait. This is uncharted territory for both of us. I know that saying wait and see is not a very satisfactory answer." Abby looked down to see that she had finished her sandwich. Her plate was bare. She drained her glass of cider. "Ned, make love to me." "What, now?" "You afraid I'll bite your head off? Or that I'm using you for my own devious schemes?" "No, I don't think that. My touching you was what precipitated this whole mess. Heck, maybe MEG was jealous and took it out on you. You're hoping that a more intimate connection might jumpstart it again?" "Something like that." Abby watched his expression, trying to gauge his reaction. "How can I turn down such a romantic proposition?" he said, smiling, then raised one hand. "Before you get mad, I do understand. In the interests of science, of course. You want to do this right now?" "Why not? I have no other plans for the day." She tried not to sound bitter. He stood up and extended a hand to her. Abby took it, hoping, but it wasn't there. "Let's go." They knew each other well enough to know what pleased them, physically. Ned was still treating her as something fragile, but even if he'd thrown her on the floor and ravished her, it wouldn't have made a difference. The physical act was perfectly nice, thank you, but missing the fireworks she'd come to prize. Not that it was Ned's fault. He did everything he could have done. When they were finished, when their breathing had slowed, Abby asked, "Was it different for you?" "Without the psychic connection? Well, yes. All the parts worked, but there was something missing. You?" "About the same." Abby rolled onto her side so she could look at Ned directly. "If it doesn't come back, should we call it quits?"
Abigail Kimball, do you really value yourself so little?
Ned said, his tone tinged with anger.
You're a smart, capable, interesting woman. I could add a few more adjectives, but you get my drift. Just because this one small thing is gone doesn't mean I don't love you. You are not it. It was only a small part of you. Most of the world gets by just fine in bed and out without it. Satisfied?
Abby lay her head down on his chest, listening to his heart.
For now. So we'll just wait and see.
Then she sat up abruptly.
Ellie and I are supposed to be painting the guest room tomorrow. Should I cancel that?
Why? You think she likes you just because you both see dead people?
Well, that's part of it. But if my experience is limited going forward, I won't be as much help to her as she might need.
Nobody else will be any better.
Ned, if you're going to have to take over that part of things, she's going to have to know you're her father. Leslie's going to have to explain somehow.
I know, Abby, but let's not get into all of that right this minute, okay? Leslie and I need to talk. I know you think I'm just putting it off, and maybe I am, but only because I think it's best for everyone involved. But if your situation has changed, then we have to adapt to that. I simply have to avoid driving Leslie away and shutting down all avenues of communication.
I know.
Do you have all the painting supplies you need?
I think so. I don't expect to finish the job in one day, especially with those windows, lots of small panes and wooden bits. I think Ellie could finish the baseboards, and then I could start her on the doors, or at least the parts she can reach. From what I've seen, she's careful, and she's thorough, so she won't get bored after 15 minutes. But what should I tell her if she senses something different in me?
You said you weren't going to lie to her. You tell her it's gone, and you don't know if it's coming back.
How do I explain how it happened?
You mean we stuck your head in a machine and it fried whatever this thing is? That's probably the wrong message for an 8-year-old child. But if she knows it can go away, maybe she'll open up about how she feels about having it. You can just listen.
That's a good point, but it still feels a little dishonest. Of course, she's come at it from a different direction. She's always had it and known it. It's the only way of seeing the universe that she knows. It's only in the last couple of years that she's come to realize that most other people are different. Look, all I want to do is help her, make it easier for her to live her life.
You do. You will.
I hope so. Is Leslie dropping her off tomorrow?
Yes, about 10, she said. That still work for you?
Yes. Are you going to stick around? Not to paint, which is going to be our girly bonding experience, but just as general backup?
If you want. I should be working on the storm windows anyway.
You found them all?
Yes, in the basement. The problem is they don't all have glass or hangers or hooks to attach them, and most likely some are gone or are too beat up to salvage, so I need to do some triage, and also figure out which one goes where. I hope earlier owners left some code or something.
Ned Newhall, are you telling me in all the years you've lived here you've never put up storm windows?
No. Upstairs I just shut the doors on the bedrooms I wasn't using. Same with the parlors. The kitchen stayed warm enough. The pipes were okay because the furnace in the basement throws off enough heat to keep the water flowing. But I assume you won't want to spend the winter huddling in 2 rooms wearing 3 layers of sweaters?
I do not. Old houses are a lot of work, aren't they?
They are, and I don't spend anywhere near as much time on maintenance as I should.
You could always hire someone. You can afford it.
Yes, but someone should be around to supervise the work, and not everyone understands Victorians. You volunteering?
Maybe, if you'll tell me what needs to be done. Authentically, that is. I assume plastic is taboo?
Of course, as is aluminum for windows or siding.
Can we make the fireplace in the parlor functional?
Last time I asked, I was told it needed to be relined, or maybe the entire chimney had to come out and be replaced. I stopped asking. But if you want a working fireplace, go for it.
Some small part of Abby's mind watched them bantering as if everything was normal.
Well, it was, except for one thing. Was Ned telling the truth when he said he loved her, with or without special abilities? Did she love him if that special spark was gone for good? Abigail, you don't have to decide today. Wait and see. Chapter 28. Leslie dropped Ellie off at 10:03 the next morning. She didn't come in, but waited at the curb in her idling car until she was sure Ellie was in the house. Abby waved, and then Leslie pulled away. Abby turned to Ellie. "Hi, sweetie," she said. "You ready to get messy?" "You said we couldn't make a mess," Ellie said. "Well, we don't want to spread paint around where it shouldn't be, even if it washes off. But as far as I know, there is no way for a person to paint anything without ending up with paint on him or her. Fact of life. Have you eaten?" "Yeah, Mom said to tell you she'd pick me up at 4. Is that okay?" "Sure. We'll have lunch when we reach a good breaking point. That side of the house gets the afternoon sun, so the painting should be easier in the afternoon. Better light." "Cool. Hi, Ned," Ellie said as Ned emerged from the basement. "Are you painting too?"
"Hi, Ellie. I didn't hear the car. No, I'm putting up storm windows."
"What's that mean?" Ellie asked, and Abby realized she might never have seen them in her short life.
Well, back in the old days, 100 years or more ago, people had regular glass windows, plus a second kind of window that you put up in winter to keep the house warmer, and screens for the summer, and sometimes even awnings, although most of those are long gone. We've got most of the storm windows for this house in the basement, but only a few screens. They were kind of lightweight, so a lot of them just fell apart over time, but they're easy to make.
"It all sounds like a lot of work," Ellie said dubiously.
Well, think of the house as a living thing. Sometimes you have to take care of it. Parts fall apart or need replacing. It kind of never stops. But if you treat your house right, it will last a long time.
"Can't you just go to a store and buy them?" Ellie asked.
You could, but then they'd be plastic or aluminum, and that doesn't really go with the house. Abby and I like living with the history of it.
"Okay, but I think I'd rather paint," Ellie said. "Could you teach me how to build things later?"
Sure. I warn you I'm no expert, and I kind of prefer hand tools to electric ones. Safer if you want to keep your fingers.
"Ew,"
Ellie said, sounding like the 8-year-old she was. Ned smiled at her reaction. But I think girls and boys should know how to use a hammer and a screwdriver, simple things like that. Does your dad do much around the house?
Ellie shook her head. "I think Mom knows more about fixing things than he does, but he's better than she is with computers and stuff."
Well, we all have different talents. Abby, you need me to carry anything upstairs?
"No," Abby told him. "I did most of the prep work on Friday. I didn't want to move the bed out, but I pulled it away from the wall, and I covered it so we wouldn't get paint on it. And I covered the floor, too. So we're good to go. You ready, Ellie?" "Yep, let's go."
Upstairs, Abby handed Ellie one of Ned's old shirts, which Ellie put on and buttoned carefully. Abby did the same.
"So, point 1, make sure the paint is well mixed. We just bought it, and you saw them shake it up in that machine at the store, so it should be fine. 2, pick the right size brush for the job. I thought you could work on the baseboards, at least to get started, so you should probably use a middle-sized brush. 3, use tape to mask the parts you don't want paint on, like the floor. The wall's not as important because we're going to paper over that part, but the paint has to be done first." "What are you going to do?" Ellie asked. "I thought I'd work on the windows. As you can see, there are a lot of skinny bits, which take time. Plus, you don't want to get too much paint around the edges or the windows won't open and shut. You can try it later if you want, but let me get a feeling for how the paint goes on first, okay?" "Sure. Will we finish today?" "I kind of doubt it, but we can wait and see. If you finish the baseboards, which are pretty easy, you can start work on the doors. But let me put tape over the hinges. They're nice old ones." "Why do you and Ned want to work so hard to keep the old stuff?
Isn't new stuff easier? It is, but we like to keep the old parts, sort of in honor of the people who built it. Sometimes you find notes from people who wallpapered a century ago, or you can see where they mismeasured and had to fudge things to make them fit. It makes the house more human. Abby filled a small plastic bucket with the trim color and presented it to Ellie. Here's your paint. Take a look at the brushes and tell me which one you want to use. Ellie took the paint bucket, then set it down on the plastic tarp that Abby had taped around the perimeter. Then she studied the baseboards. They look about 6 inches high, right? So my brush should be maybe half that. Good thinking, Abby told her. One warning, though. The paint dries pretty fast, so you can't go over and over it or the brush marks will show. Ellie nodded. So I have to get it right the first time. More or less. But don't panic if you don't. It's only paint. I'll start with the window on this side, and we should meet in the middle around lunchtime. Abby filled her own bucket and picked a more slender brush. She'd already rehung the windows that needed it, replacing the worn ropes, so she could start right in with the painting. Maybe it would have been easier to take the windows out to paint them, but it was a bit too chilly for that now. She'd set aside the window latches so they wouldn't get paint covered. Dig in, Abby. She'd forgotten how soothing painting was. It took a certain amount of concentration, but it still left part of her brain available for thinking. Ellie was a quiet companion. She didn't come begging every time she finished a patch to see if she'd done it right. She analyzed the task at hand, then proceeded carefully. She was one smart kid, no matter what other abilities she possessed. But then Ned was smart in his own right, so she shouldn't be surprised. Would there come a time when Ellie would realize she was smarter than both Leslie and George? But Ned would have to have had the talk by then, wouldn't he? Still, Abby visualized some stormy years ahead. Abby had finished most of one window, sashes and sill, when Ellie asked, How's this look? She'd finished the baseboards for one whole side of the room and done a really good job of it. That looks terrific, Abby told her. You want to start on the next wall? In a minute. I was thinking about curtains. I mean, I know we need them for privacy, but I like light and air moving around, not being shut in. So could we keep them pretty light? Maybe a pale green and not too thick? I think that sounds like a great idea. Are you going to buy them or make them? I hadn't really thought about it. We don't have a sewing machine, or at least not that I know of, although I haven't explored all of the attic. But it would be easy enough to get one. Have you used one? No, not at home, and nobody at school will let us use machines like that. But maybe you could get one of those old ones that you pump with your foot. That could be kind of cool, Abby agreed, and it would fit with the house. Ellie sat down on the covered bed, peeling bits of dried paint off her fingers. Without looking up, she said, Abby, is something wrong? Uh-oh. Why do you ask that? Because something feels different. Before Abby could respond, Ellie jumped off the bed and reached out and grabbed Abby's hand, then dropped it again quickly. Oh, Ellie said. What, Ellie? Abby said gently. It's not there. That thing. So much for putting on a good face and hoping that Ellie wouldn't notice anything. That hadn't lasted long. You're right. Ellie, look at me, please. Ellie turned her face up toward Abby as Abby sat next to her on the bed. Were those tears? I promised I wouldn't lie to you, Ellie, so I won't start now. Something happened yesterday. Ned wanted me to try out a machine and see if it showed where in our brain this thing of ours comes from. He did it first, and everything went fine. But when I tried it, something went wrong, but we don't even know what yet. And now I can't seem to read anything or anyone. Will it come back? I really don't know. People don't know much about this, and they don't do a lot of research on it. It looks like maybe the psychic things comes from a particular part of the brain, but that's not saying a lot because many scientists don't know how the brain works anyway. Ellie looked devastated, far more than Abby had expected. What is it, sweetie? I don't want it to go away. That part of you, I mean. Mom and George, they don't get it at all. If yours is gone, then there's nobody who understands. Without thinking, Abby wrapped her arms around Ellie and pulled her close. Poor Ellie. Now she felt abandoned by the people she trusted. I'm sorry, Ellie. I didn't know what was going to happen. Nothing should have happened. Ned was fine with it. I know it's hard for you to deal with this ability of yours, and I want to help. I wish I could tell you mine will come back, but even if it does, I don't know when. And I know that doesn't help you at all, and I'm very sorry. Does Ned know? Of course he does. I couldn't hide it from him even if I wanted to, which I don't. So what are you going to do? Ellie asked, scrubbing tears from her face. Take it one day at a time? Wait and see? Ellie took Abby's hand again, twining her fingers with Abby's. She didn't say anything, just looked at their joined hands. Abby waited, wishing, hoping, but there was nothing. No tingle, no spark, no visions of anything. Just the warm, sticky hand of a sad 8-year-old child. It'll be all right, Ellie, Abby said, not sure if she believed her own words. Now let's see if we can get some more painting done before lunch, okay? Ellie nodded and got up off the bed. Without looking at Abby, she picked up her paintbrush and started in on the baseboards of the adjoining wall. They worked in silence until Ned came to tell them that lunch was ready. When two bleak faces turned to greet him, he looked directly at Abby and raised one eyebrow. Abby nodded. Yes, she knows. Well, come eat. You've made great progress with the room here. Ellie scrambled to her feet. What do I do with the wet brush? Give it to me, Abby said. I'll wrap it in plastic so you can use it after lunch. At the end of the day, we can wash them so they're good to use again. It's acrylic paint, so you can do that. Okay, what's for lunch, Ned? Chicken salad, potato chips, juice, and cookies. Why don't you go ahead, and we'll be right down. Okay. Ellie trudged down the stairs with no spring in her step. Did she? Ned began. She sensed something had changed, and I told you I wouldn't lie to her. It seems to have hit her hard, because now she has no one to talk to about this. Sure, she can talk to me, but it's like she thinks I'll be less able to understand now. I wish there was something I could do. Did you tell her it could come back? I did, but I couldn't say when, and you know how long time seems when you're young. Well, we shouldn't leave her alone down there moping. Let's go eat, and then you can decide how much more of the bedroom you want to get done today. He reached out his hand to her. Abby looked at it, then up at his face. Testing again? How else are we going to know? Besides, I like to hold hands with you. Should I stop? Please don't. Abby and Ellie made good progress after lunch. Ellie finished the baseboards, and Abby got her started on the 4-panel doors, showing her how to paint the molded bits first, then fill in the fields between. Ellie worked silently, and Abby was struck by how seriously Ellie took this psychic connection of theirs, or its loss. It really mattered to her. Abby wished she had any idea what to do to bring it back, but she didn't know what had caused it to vanish, or at least go underground, in the first place. The MEG machine was meant to read emissions, period, not go hunting for them inside her head. Passive, not active. What had gone wrong? We're not finished, Ellie pointed out. Are you going to finish painting without me? Well, if you want me to wait until Thursday when I'll see you anyway, that's fine. It's your room. Abby decided not to press the issue now. We need to talk about Halloween.
Yikes, it's tomorrow. Is your mom okay with you trick-or-treating here?
Yeah, I guess. Ellie didn't sound enthusiastic. It's better than our neighborhood.
Do you have a costume?
Not yet. I don't want to buy one of those stupid ones at a store.
You have any ideas?
Mom said I could cut holes in a sheet and be a ghost,
Ellie said with a bit of a sneer in her voice. Now that was a lame costume by any standard, Abby thought. You want something from a book, or from history, or an animal or dragon or something?
I was thinking...
Ellie looked obliquely at Abby.
Maybe something like the Headless Horseman? No horse, but no head and lots of blood?
Interesting idea. Well, you might scare the little kids, but it's kind of cool. But you'd need eye holes, right?
Of course,
Ellie informed her. Would it have to be a historic costume, like knee breeches and long coat?
I don't know. Maybe I could find a picture. Or ask Mom to find one. But she's kind of busy.
Hey, Ellie, I'm happy to help. And if I can't sew, there's always super glue, if it's only for the one night. Unless your mom has her heart set on doing it for you.
I don't think so. Like I said, she's busy.
And now Abby had to put together a convincing costume with less than 24 hours to do it. Well, let's do this. You find pictures of what you'd like, and we'll see how we can make the costume. Maybe Ned has some old jackets that we could alter. Do you want to carry a head?
Could I?
Ellie asked eagerly.
We might have to buy a mask and just stuff it with paper or something, but I don't see why not.
It struck Abby as ironic that Ellie had asked to appear as a dead person, or half-dead, for Halloween, but it was certainly appropriate to the season, which brought out a lot of strange ideas each year. She wondered what the Lexington trick-or-treat crowd was like, old or young, large or small. Do you want Ned or me to go around with you? We'd stay out of your way, of course. Ellie hesitated.
Ned, maybe? I mean, he's a guy, so it would be safer, kind of.
That's fine. That means I get to stay here and hand out candy. Shall we go wash up now? Your mother will be here soon.
Okay.
Ellie scampered down the hall to the bathroom and turned on the water, apparently cheered by the thought of the costume. Abby decided to wash up downstairs. She went to the kitchen and scrubbed most of the paint off her hands, then wandered out the kitchen door to find Ned lining up storm windows against the side of the house. "How's it going?" she asked. "Not too bad. Most of the windows are in fair condition, although they could use some new putty and paint. But, as I feared, there aren't a lot of markings on them, so I'm not sure which goes where."
"They aren't interchangeable?"
"In theory, yes. In practice, they're all but handmade, and each one is just a little different. So I'm trying to match them up as well as I can. You two finished?"
"For today. Leslie's coming soon. The paint in the room is maybe 2/3 finished, but Ellie asked if I could wait so we could finish it together. We can do that Thursday."
"She really does feel attached to that room, doesn't she?"
"I think so, which is nice, as long as Leslie doesn't mind."
"Ellie is very good at keeping quiet about things she knows might upset her mother."
"Yes, I've noticed that."
Ellie came out the back door and stopped on the steps.
"Dad's out front waiting, so I'd better go. I'll think about the costume, but you can get it started if you want to. Are you picking me up tomorrow? And are you going to keep painting without me?"
Oops, one more thing to clear with Leslie. They hadn't discussed the when and the how of the trick-or-treating plan. And Abby needed to have Ellie on hand if she was going to throw together a quick costume, so it made sense for her to pick Ellie up at school.
"Second question first. If you want me to wait until Thursday, when I'll see you anyway, we can finish the painting then. It's your room. As for the first question, I'll be there tomorrow after school, and we'll get this costume put together, right? I'll work on it in the morning." "Yeah. Bye, Abby, Ned."
Ellie took off around the house to her father's car. Abby heard the front door open, a car door shut, an engine start up, and they were gone.
Chapter 29. Ellie said Leslie was pretty busy these days, Abby said dubiously. Maybe that's why she sent George? Ned was still measuring windows around the outside of the house and jotting down notes on a pad.
Could be. Don't read too much into it. Anyway, we're still a few short on storm windows, so we'll have to think about which windows we can skip. Did Ellie say something about a costume?
She did. She's going trick-or-treating with us, remember? With you, actually. She wants you to take her around, so I'll be on candy duty. By the way, do we have candy?
Ned looked blank. No, not unless you bought some. I told you, I usually turn off the lights and hide on Halloween.
I'll add it to my to-do list for tomorrow. You'll never guess what costume Ellie wants.
I assume it's not a pink princess?
Not even close. The Headless Horseman.
Wow, very appropriate, if a bit scary.
Will Leslie veto that?
I doubt Ellie will tell her about it. Are you going to make it?
I'll put together what I can today or tomorrow morning, but we'll have to finish it together. Kind of a tight schedule. Nothing store-bought, like father, like daughter. Abby took a last look around, then said, I guess I'll go rummage through the fridge and figure out what dinner is.
Sounds good to me. I'm almost finished up here, and it'll be dark soon.
Once inside, Abby decided she had plenty of time to make a boeuf bourguignon, which required a long, slow cooking, and she happened to have all the ingredients, so she assembled beef, onions, potatoes, and wine and started in. Cooking was another activity that left part of her mind free to roam, as long as she paid attention to which ingredients she had or hadn't added to the dish. The most important point, Ellie was upset by Abby's loss of her psychic ability. She could understand that, and telling Ellie that she didn't know what to do about it didn't help. So she should figure out proactive things she could do about it, about finding out what had happened and if there was any way to reverse it. Did she believe the MEG machine had malfunctioned, or worse, taken a dislike to her? No, that was ridiculous. It had worked for Ned. Joe, who had been standing right there, said he had never seen a result like hers before with his precious machine. Therefore, the problem had to lie with her rather than MEG. Why would the machine accept Ned but mess with her? Where was the difference? Well, gender, of course, but Abby was pretty sure without asking Joe that in the past it had been used by men and women, boys and girls, with no mismatched results. Scratch that. MEG had seemed to be working fine when Abby simply sat there at the beginning. There were recordings to prove it. The trouble had started only when Ned touched her. But she'd touched Ned when he was in the machine and nothing unusual had happened. Which pointed to her again. The only explanation she could come up with was that her signal or emanations or brain waves were either different from Ned's or stronger than Ned's, or both together. Or her brain was less successful at muffling them. She was the one who had passed out the first time she discovered it, not Ned, who had been right there with her and had touched her. She hadn't known it existed, and Ned kind of knew but had been in denial for years. Was suppressing the ability a passive or active effort? Was it use it or lose it or I don't wanna? Their sample size was too small to tell. It was really hard to build a theory with a subject pool of fewer than 10 people. Back to the main question, Abby told herself as she sautéed mushrooms. Maybe, in a way, this was a repeat of that first experience with Ned, the one that had knocked her out then. Whatever the source, it had been too much for her brain to handle, and it had shut her down. MEG was supposed to be a big glorified recorder, but what if somehow she, had sucked too much out of Abby's neurons all at once? Or she simply had more of those neurons than Ned or other people, and they'd gotten tangled up somehow. It sounded ridiculous, but at least it was a physical explanation, kind of. Would those poor neurons recover? She pictured all these microscopic cells trying to sort themselves out after the great upheaval. No, you belong over there. You come back here. Straight lines. Stand still. Unless they were dead, of course. She didn't want that. She refused to believe that was true, and all the other brain neurons seemed to be functioning normally. So assume the neurons were in shock. How to bring them back? Touching Ned and Ellie hadn't done it, but the response to those connections would be familiar to the neurons, and maybe they'd ignored it. If that was true, then getting together with Sarah or Rebecca wouldn't help. Not that she was ready to explain what had happened the day before to either of them. But she needed a physical contact, the equivalent of a Vulcan mind meld, but an unfamiliar one, which left Christine? The more she thought about it, the more logical that seemed. She had met with Christine only twice, and they'd touched only the first time and had broken off the connection fast. But in theory, Christine might have a link to one of Abby's family members, Samuel. Was Christine a descendant nobody knew about? Samuel had been AWOL from the family for a long time, so it was possible that Christine had a connection, distant and so far unexplained, but there. All things considered, Christine was a good choice to try to jumpstart Abby's neurons without doing any further harm. Assuming she was willing. One way to find out: call Christine. Before she could overthink the idea, she retrieved her cell phone and punched in Christine's number. To Abby's relief, Christine answered quickly. "Abby?" she said. "Yes, it's me. I apologize for intruding on you at home, but I've got a sort of a problem, and I'm hoping you can help me with it. Can you come over for dinner?" "I've got plans for the evening. Will this take long?" "No, I don't think so." One touch would tell Abby what she needed to know, and that would take no time at all once Christine arrived. A few minutes, maybe. "But you can't just ask me about it over the phone?" "I'm afraid not. Again, I apologize. I'll be grateful if you could just stop by." Which Christine was under no obligation to do, Abby knew. They barely knew each other, and Abby was in no position to ask favors. "Okay, I'll be over in a few minutes." "Thank you," Abby breathed into the phone, but Christine had already hung up. Ned came in the back door at that moment. "I heard your voice. Were you on the phone?" "Yes, I called Christine and asked her to come over." "The psychic you met at the fair? Why?" "Because we've got some kind of link, and I thought, well, that she might be able to recharge my batteries or something. She brought the message from Samuel, and she had no reason to know him or know of my connection to him. Before you argue that I should get in touch with your mother or my mother, I thought about that, but I think I need someone with a different outside connection. I want to see if touching her again brings back the thing. It can't hurt, can it?" "I guess not. If she's for real, it might work. If she's a fake, no harm done." "I don't think she's faking it. I think she has some degree of talent, but hasn't ever really developed it. But she's curious enough to dabble in the fairs and such. But I need to touch her. Does that sound too odd?" Ned smiled. "Only to normal people. When?" "As soon as she can get here." "Dinner?" he asked. "Bouffe bourguignon, and it won't be ready for an hour or two. It's in the oven." "Smells great. Well, I'll be upstairs measuring windows if you want me." "You want a glass of wine?" "Let me clean up first." Abby had a filled glass waiting for him when he returned from upstairs, with clean hands and clean clothes. She handed it to him, and he took it carefully, avoiding touching her. She was both touched and annoyed. Touched that he didn't want to remind her once again that the spark was missing. Annoyed because if they didn't touch, Abby wasn't convinced that anything would change. Christine arrived half an hour later. Ned had gone back upstairs to give the two of them some space, but Abby wasn't sure how to start. "Let's sit in the kitchen. Coffee or something stronger?" "Nothing for me, thanks. You've seen your mother since the last time we talked, haven't you?" Christine countered. How did Christine know that, or was it just a lucky guess? "Well, yes. She spent a couple of nights here last week." Christine looked at her levelly.
You aren't quite sure I'm for real, are you? I guess not. I'll admit that when you mentioned Samuel and Rebecca, it really threw me for a loop. Of course, I know that once you had my name, you could look up my parents, but my great-grandmother did her best to erase Samuel's existence in our family, including his surname, so either you made a very lucky guess or you really do have a talent. Either way, I did pass on the message to my mother, and I think we've found she and I share this ability, but she's been squashing it most of her life. That I can understand. So, what is it you want from me now? I'm not like a phone connection. I can't just call Samuel and ask him to show up. I know that. Before I explain, can you tell me what you felt when Samuel gave you that message? I'm not sure what you mean, Christine said. Well, did you hear him? See him? I guess I'd have to say I heard him in my head. I knew I wasn't hearing someone standing near me, but the voice was perfectly clear, kind of in the center of my head. I didn't see anything. And he identified himself. Only through the message. I told you all he said. Does this kind of thing happen to you often? I'm not sure what you'd call often. Sometimes when I'm doing a reading, I hear a voice. I know that's pretty standard fakery, historically. I'm getting a message from someone whose name begins with S. Susan? Stephen? If you watch people's expressions when they're sitting across from you, you can see their reactions and figure out which direction to go. Do you know the term micro-expression? I've heard it. Why? Because most people can keep their public expression blank to try to fool me, but they can't hide their micro-expressions. They're subtle, but they're involuntary, so I watch carefully. I see, but in some cases there really is someone, well, reaching out to them? Sometimes, Christine admitted. So why did you ask me here today? Without identifying the lab or Joe, which was probably pointless because of how few MEG machines there were in the general area, Abby explained the events that had led up to her episode with the machine and the subsequent disappearance of her psychic abilities. Christine listened silently but attentively until Abby had finished. That's very interesting, but I know little about the machine you're talking about, although I've heard through my work that it's state-of-the-art now. I've never heard of any problems with it, any physical side effects, I mean. I know it's been used with children. I understand, Abby told her. When this whole thing happened, and it was only yesterday, I didn't know what to think. Part of me was glad that this ability was gone, because then I could be normal, ordinary. But there are definitely upsides to having it. Christine smiled and interrupted. You're blushing. I take it there are positive physical effects between you? Well, yes, but that's not what I'm worried about. There are other people involved, and some of them depend on me, need me to have this, at least for a while. You mean others who possess the same ability? I can see the problem, but I still don't understand where I fit in this. Okay, I'll cut to the chase. I know, or am close to, no more than 5 people that I share this with, and one of them is a child. In the past, this ability has been triggered by touching something that an ancestor of mine had owned or used, or had some kind of association with, like a piece of furniture or a painting, or even a tombstone. Then we found out that physical human touch could trigger it, or maybe a different aspect of the same thing. There's also a person who we haven't looked very closely at yet, but who claims he saw visible sparks when Ned and I touched, like a short circuit at the point of connection. He makes no claims at all to psychic ability, and he's pretty level-headed. But you, okay, you and I had the touch thing, which was pretty clear to us, and with Ned as well, when the two of you touched. But you had a different connection to Samuel, here at our house, and he's my ancestor. I didn't see or hear him. You have any reason to think you and Samuel are related? No, my grandparents on both sides came from Scandinavia. Abby nodded.
So you have a double or two-barreled connection through two media, if you want to call them that, physical touch and some form of internal sensing. And no connection to me, but you and I had that charge between us. Abby took a deep breath. I asked you here because I was wondering if we could try it again and see if it's still there, and if it is, if it could help to jumpstart my own ability or break up the log jam in my head. Reestablish my ability to contact. That's what we're thinking of calling it. What interesting problems you have, Christine said. So all you want me to do is touch you? That's about it. That's why just talking to you over the phone wouldn't help, if you don't mind. Of course not. Now? Here? Abby nodded. Are you ready? Christine asked. I guess so. Abby held out her hand, and Christine took it. Chapter 30. Abby wasn't sure what she expected, but what occurred wasn't exactly like any of her prior experiences. Her observant brain kept working. Christine touched her, and Abby felt a tingling jolt, much like they had shared before. That first time they had broken it off quickly, but Abby wanted to see where it led. With Ned, their connection built and built until, well, never mind. That wasn't what she expected from Christine. With her, the link was steadier and less intense. And then she was hit with another jolt, and she found she had an image in her mind of an older man. He looked tired and none too clean, and she had a pretty good guess who he was. Samuel Ellenwood. She wasn't sure what to do next. Could he communicate with her, or was she just getting a reflection of what Christine was seeing? Could she communicate with him? She carefully assembled a thought. Samuel? The man, clearly in her head, not standing in front of her like her previous seeings, smiled crookedly, as though he wasn't used to smiling.
Yes.
Abby heard it, yet didn't. A strange new experience. I gave Rebecca your message, she said silently to the man in her head.
I know, he replied. I've been watching. Thank you.
And then he faded away, leaving Abby sitting in her kitchen and wondering what had just happened. She looked down to see that she and Christine's hands were still intertwined, and she gently disengaged herself, which didn't seem to make a difference. She turned to face Christine. Did you see that? Him? Samuel? Mostly, Christine said, nodding. It was kind of faint, I guess. He wasn't addressing me. I was only the conduit. He was talking to you. And then, poof, he vanished, Abby said with a touch of wonder. And our hands were still linked. Maybe he'd said all he had to say. Do you usually get into conversations with your dead ancestors? No, not at all. Most of the time they don't see me, and they certainly don't talk to me. Wow, this is something new. Did this answer your question? About whether the ability was gone? Yes, it did, at least in part. But this was different, something that I haven't seen before. I wonder if I'll ever understand what's going on or be able to control it. Do you want to control it? Christine asked. Well, when it shut down yesterday, I'd already been thinking about the whole thing. How would I feel if it was gone for good? Did I want to work to bring it back or just accept I'd lost it? Would Ned still care about me if I was just a normal person? And as I said, there are other people involved too. I hadn't tried to think it through before. I guess what I've decided is that if this thing is real, I'd like to keep it, unless it somehow turns dark and evil. You haven't seen any demons, have you? Christine shook her head, smiling. No, only dead people, and only in my head. That's reassuring, although I suppose there are schizophrenics and the like who may have some form of this and be unable to explain it to anyone, or it just drives them mad. But I've been wondering lately if I could use it for some good purpose, like communicating with autistic people or even schizophrenics. Of course, I'm not sure how I could make that available without hanging out a shingle, which would be a little peculiar, but I've only just started thinking about it.
It's a nice thought, even if nothing comes of it, Abby.
Christine looked at her watch.
I should go. If you go forward with this, maybe someday you could come with me and sit with someone who's near death.
It was unquestionably an odd idea, yet it made perfect sense to Abby.
I don't want to say I'd like that, but it might be valuable to me. Thank you, Christine.
Christine stood up.
Let me know what progress you make, but I warn you, I'm not a very sociable person, so don't plan to hang out with me often.
That's fine with me. If I find out something relevant, I can email you.
That would be perfect. I'll be going now. As I said, I have other plans for tonight.
Thanks again for coming over, Christine. I really appreciate it, and you did help.
I'm glad you feel that way. Keep in touch.
Abby escorted Christine to the front door. Once she closed it behind her, she wondered what she was supposed to do next. She needed to think, but more important, she needed to find out if the spark with Ned had rekindled. She could hear him striding around upstairs, along with the squeak of seldom-used windows being forced open and shut again. Maybe she needed to spend a few minutes organizing her thoughts while he finished up that chore. She found a pad of lined paper and laid it in front of her. Slowly, she listed the various manifestations she had witnessed, taken part in, or heard about. Then she added a few she'd read about in older books, although she wasn't sure whether they overlapped with the new list or had simply been relabeled. She was happy that her talent hadn't disappeared completely, but she wasn't sure if it would go back to the way it was, or if it had morphed to a new form. And if so, would it continue to change? Or were all of these just different forms of the same phenomenon? After her experience with MEG, she was wary of going back to using science, or at least the mechanical side. Had Joe's few recordings from MEG provided enough information to do anything with? Or would any DNA analysis that Ned might do point to a particular gene or locus, was that the right word, that might identify this ability? Could it actually be passed on, or was their random connection simply an accident of fate? Well, Ellie's ability suggested a genetic link and not gender-linked, and the odds were pretty long that all these people were connected by coincidence alone. But what was it that they wanted to know? The kitchen was growing dark as Abby continued to sit and stare into space, thinking. Ned ambled down the stairs and came into the kitchen.
You want the light on?
If you want. I've been thinking, and I don't need light for that. Ned flipped the switch for the overhead light.
Good or bad? The thinking, I mean,
he asked, sitting down across from her.
Overall good, I think. I'm very glad I thought to ask Christine to come over. We connected and I saw Samuel, but only in my head. I think that's the way she sees him. That's new. Before, it's been a visual sighting outside of me.
You saw Samuel through Christine? Ned asked.
Abby wondered if he sounded just a bit jealous.
I think so. Christine agreed. She was the conduit, but she lost his image before I did.
And the other?
Abby tried to see Ned's face in the half-dark. He looked kind of wistful. She held out her hand. Want to find out? It was fully dark when they finally managed to string together a conversation.
Well, that answers one question, Ned said.
Not completely, Abby replied.
Why do you say that? No fireworks?
I didn't mean that. Of course there were fireworks. Well, maybe not of course, but did you feel anything different?
Different how?
Ned plumped his pillows and rolled over to look at her. I told you before my sensing of Samuel was different from any earlier encounters with my ancestors. He was inside my head, not outside. I wasn't looking at him, and I can't even say I was hearing him, but I understood what he was saying. And in a way, that carried over to, well, this.
Is that good or bad?
I think it's kind of an add-on. All the old stuff was there, but this was a different viewpoint. I'm sorry, I'm not explaining this well. It's still too new.
Don't worry about it. So, no lingering after effects from MEG?
Not negative ones, although the whole thing scared me. I mean, I didn't feel anything when it happened, but suddenly there was this blank where there had been something before. Like when you lose a tooth, but more important than that. On the good side, it made me think seriously about how I feel about having this ability.
And? Ned asked.
It's not a question of enjoying it, but I can see a potential for doing something good with it. The problem, as you well know, is that we have to be so careful approaching and finding people, and without enough other people as a sample, we're kind of bumbling around in the dark. Do you think we've scared Kevin off?
If we have, I'll bet it's only temporary. His curiosity will take over, although I'm not sure he'll come back to us.
You have any other ideas along scientific lines?
Well, we discussed the idea of epigenetics, Ned began,
and Abby stopped him. And I said it was too big to just tack on to everything else we're doing. I suppose I was hoping for something smaller and simpler, but bigger than hunting down connections one at a time. Maybe it's too much to ask. I just hate waiting to do something.
I get it, Abby. It's frustrating for me, too.
Yes, but you have a job. Me, I have buckets of paint.
We'll figure something out, I promise. As for right now...
Yes, definitely.
All in the name of research, of course, Abby told herself, as they moved together again.
Chapter 31. It seemed like no time had passed when Abby was awakened by a pounding at the front door. At least the sun was up. But door pounding at dawn seldom signaled good news. She nudged Ned. Hey, there's someone at the door. Can you go answer it? But you might want to put on pants first.
Yeah, okay. Give me a minute.
He crawled out of bed and stumbled over to the window overlooking the front.
I think that's Kevin's car. Kevin's sense of time is, not quite like most people's. I'll go see what he wants.
Ned pulled on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt and went down the stairs. Abby decided that going back to sleep was not going to happen, and besides, she was curious about what Kevin thought was so important at such an early hour. She got out on the other side of the bed and fumbled for clothes, then followed Ned down the stairs. The two men seemed to have migrated toward the kitchen, so she headed that way. Kevin was leaning against the countertop, talking fast, and Ned had adopted a similar position, catty-cornered to his friend. Kevin clutched a sheaf of papers, but at least he slowed down when he saw Abby. "Hi, Kevin," Abby greeted him, then took stock. Hot pot boiling water, coffee maker filled with coffee grounds. Need cups. She went to the cabinet and retrieved 3 and set them on the kitchen table. "What's up?"
Sorry I got here so early, but I couldn't wait. First, I've got to apologize for what happened to you on Saturday.
"Not your fault, Kevin," Abby said. "Nobody expected that."
Yeah, I know, but I should have been more worried about you and how you were feeling after. People tell me I lack social empathy.
Kevin made air quotes.
Anyway, I'm sorry. Ned here says you're okay?
No permanent damage that I know about, Abby told him. It took a while for the effects to wear off. Kind of like Novocaine, where the feeling kind of trickles back. She wasn't going to go into the details. You and Joe have any idea what happened?
Nope. Everything on MEG seems to be working just fine.
So the problem is me, not even Ned.
Looks like it. Anyway, apart from apologizing, I wanted to show you the printouts we got from before when things went south.
Kevin spread out the papers he'd brought on the kitchen table.
These are yours and Ned's readings. You notice anything?
Kevin, I don't have a clue about what I'm looking at, Abby protested. What are all these lines and colors?
Each line represents the continuous reading for a single squid, and we know where each of those squids was positioned on the skull. He pointed to another sheet of paper. This shows all those locations superimposed over a generic image of a skull. In simple terms, the image shows where the readings came from physically.
Okay. Abby looked again and realized what she was seeing. And both Ned and I show high activity in the same place in our brains?
Bingo,
Kevin said triumphantly.
And that place is?
Ned asked. Kevin grinned at him.
Yeah, you look at teeny tiny bits of cells while I'm looking at the big picture. Anything I didn't know, I looked up. I've been up all night.
Abby guessed he'd already had his fair share of caffeine. So what do you know?
Well, the general theory is that psychic experiences are associated with a decrease in frontal lobe function and a change, either an increase or a decrease, in the right temporal lobe function, kind of like what we see in seizures.
Kevin, Abby said gently, I know that lobes exist, but I don't know which is which or what they do. Could you take a step back and explain it to novices like me?
Yeah, sure, no problem. You've got 4 main structures: cerebrum, cerebellum, limbic system, and brainstem. For our purposes, we can ignore the brainstem because that controls mostly basic physical functions like breathing. And the brain as a whole has 3 main parts: forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain. The cerebrum is the biggest part of the brain, and that's where higher functions like thought and action take place. It's divided into 4 lobes: frontal, parietal, occipital, and temporal.
Abby interrupted him again. Kevin, it's too early in the morning for me to take in all this. What do we need to know?
I'm getting there. Frontal lobe, reasoning, planning, emotions. Parietal lobe, perception of stimuli. Occipital lobe, visual processing. Temporal lobe, perception of auditory stimuli, memory, and speech. You with me so far?
I think so. Ned, are you following?
More or less. Sounds like there's room for a lot of overlap. So I might have guessed that you're fitting paranormal phenomena in there somewhere. That's what we wanted to do, right? To vastly oversimplify, it looks like all the action is taking place in the frontal lobe, or at least there are some scientists who think so. And that's what lit up like a Christmas tree on both your MEG scans when you connected, or whatever you two call it.
Kevin finished triumphantly. Ned figured out the significance first.
So you believe that you have visible proof for the location of at least one kind of paranormal experience? Yup, Kevin said, beaming. Joe's being cautious about it, but I think he's on board with it. Oh, and there's this really cool startup company in Seattle that's looking at brain mapping down to the cellular level, except they're focusing on mice and maybe primates for now. You two should get in touch with them.
He bounded out of his chair like a jack-in-the-box.
These printouts are for you. I'll let you slow-brain people process them at your own rate. Give me a call when you figure out what questions you should be asking me.
He turned and headed for the front door, leaving Ned and Abby sitting at the kitchen table, feeling shell-shocked. I believe the appropriate comment is, "Who was that masked man?" Abby said.
Works for me, but details aside, it looks like we struck gold on our first try. There is something physical going on in our heads that can be documented. It's a start.
Abby picked up the printouts that Kevin had left and leafed through them. To Abby's eyes, it looked like the recording on her page had exploded at that point. So I, or my brain fields, reacted a lot more strongly to you than vice versa? Does that even make sense? What do you think that means?
I don't know, yet. But if Kevin's excited, then it's got to be good. We can take our time looking at the images, but we may not understand any more than we do now.
Abby didn't move, but sat sipping her coffee slowly. Is he always so wired?
Often. That's why he never quite fit in a formal lab setting. He'd get too excited, and he was impatient with the boring stuff like repeating experiments. But thanks to him, we're one step closer to understanding what's going on.
And I couldn't ask for more. So, what now?
Ned smiled. It looks like we're on the right track. Now we need to be systematic about what we're doing, find additional subjects, refine the tests on the ones we've got now, and then think up some more ideas. Ned was clearly excited by what Kevin had told him, but Abby felt more cautious.
Is there any one factor that suggests a way to move forward?
Well, I'd still stick to our original division of labor. I'm the science guy with Kevin's help, and you're the people person, although you can help with the research. Even research reports in popular journals rather than academic ones can give us a sense of where the research is headed and what other people think is important. But if you're asking if there's a deadline, then no, there isn't, and we still have a menu of choices.
If we're not going to have access to MEG again, and none of us can afford to buy or rent one, I guess we won't be able to test the rest of our group?
Like Ellie? I doubt it, and I'm not sure I'd expose anyone new to what you experienced. We'll have to keep looking for another means of testing.
Okay, then. Are you going to work today? Remember, Ellie will be over this afternoon, and we're going to put together her Halloween costume, and you're supposed to take her trick-or-treating tonight. And I'd better go get candy, sooner rather than later. There may not be much left in the stores.
Got it. Will the costume be ready? And do you need her input?
That would probably be good, and it has to be ready, so I'd better get to work on it. I'll try to rough it out and then go out and get anything else we might need, like more candy. You can pick her up and bring her here, and she can help with the final details.
I can do it. I'll let Leslie know. We'll be here right after school.
Thank you.
Abby was pretty sure they could put together a good costume, unless Ellie was overly ambitious. Think she's going to notice that things are back to normal for you? And us? Ned asked, smiling.
I think she will. She's very observant. And she'll be glad.
I know I am, Ned told her. Are you?
Definitely, Abby said. Chapter 32. A showered, shaved, and fed Ned left quickly after that, and Abby scurried around trying to find anything among Ned's discarded clothes that might remotely resemble a Revolutionary War costume, with some tweaking. He wasn't a suit or sports jacket kind of guy, so the pickings were slim. But Abby knew her sewing skills were not good enough to start from scratch, so they'd have to make do. She thought briefly about asking Ellie to bring something from her father, George, but while he was shorter than Ned, he was also wider, and Ellie would swim in anything of his, no matter how Abby modified it. Then she belatedly recalled that the Headless Horseman had been a Hessian, which she quickly verified online, and then had to look up what a Hessian military uniform looked like. She nearly burst out laughing when she saw a picture. The nice blue coat she could handle, with some red and white straps and sashes and stuff, but white pants? Who the heck put soldiers going into battle in white pants? Nice boots, though, knee-high. When she thought about it, Abby realized she had a blue jacket from the days when she went to an office that required dressing like a grown-up, and she'd be happy to donate it to the cause. Plus, it would fit Ellie better than one of Ned's would, but it would still allow room to conceal Ellie's head to make her headless. All she would need to do would be to make a couple of tucks in the jacket and add some red facings and shiny brass buttons, and some way to see out from under the jacket. Knee breeches they could fake. Done. At least the horseman wouldn't need a hat, because that would be harder to improvise. Abby found her jacket in a plastic box in the unused bedroom, hung it on the back of a door, and stared at it. Adding touches of red and white. Easy. Maybe she'd need to unstitch the seams so the jacket would fit over Ellie's head, and that would give the added benefit of shortening the sleeves. How was Ellie going to be able to see where she was going? That would have to wait until she could fit the jacket on Ellie. What else? The head, of course. Not too heavy, not too breakable. She knew there were plastic pumpkins for sale, intended to carry candy, but they were far from convincing and probably too small anyway. Papier-mâché? She had the ingredients. She'd better rough it out early in the day so it could be dry by the time Ellie arrived. Last but not least, pumpkins and more candy, just in case. She was going to have to make a trip into town, sooner rather than later. She checked the time. Still an hour before the supermarket opened. Abby went back to what she was now calling Ellie's room to assess the state of the paint job. Not that they'd be painting today, but the days were rapidly growing shorter, and finer detail painting like for the multi-pane windows required good light, so she was fast running out of time. Ellie could help her finish the doors on Thursday, and they'd be ready for curtains and such. She took the jacket and some other odds and ends downstairs and left them on the big table in the dining room, then hunted down her sewing box. Sadly limited, but at least she had the basics like scissors and needles and thread in various colors. Then she went back upstairs to paint the window sashes. That should take just about the right amount of time. Once again, she let her mind roam while she painted with a small brush. She was looking forward to the moment when Ellie realized that her abilities had returned, but she wouldn't say anything until Ellie noticed herself. Was that fair? Another test? Abby was pretty sure that Ellie would pick up on it quickly. She wondered if there was any truth in the aura theory. Could some people see or even interpret a visual cloud around others? It seemed far-fetched, but Abby wasn't about to reject any theories. And Kevin had seen sparks pass between her and Ned, which was basically the same thing, a visual manifestation. Maybe Ellie could see auras. Or she was merely an observant and sensitive kid who paid attention to people, far more than most kids her age. The last window finished, Abby scrubbed the paint off her hands and changed into clean jeans, then set off for the market. After lunch, Abby had dismantled the jacket and decided that big stitches with coarse thread would be fine for a costume that had to survive only the one night. The head was drying on the counter in the kitchen. In the end, she'd bought some large balloons and molded the papier-mâché over one, and it seemed to have worked just fine. Some orange paint and black features, and that would be done. She heard the sound of Ned's car pulling into the driveway, and half a minute later, Ellie came bounding up the porch stairs and opened the door. She found Abby quickly in the dining room.
"Hey, Abby, we're making the costume today, right?" she said breathlessly. "Yes, we are. I've been working on the jacket, but you'll have to try it on for me, and I've started the head. It's in the kitchen."
Ellie darted into the kitchen and returned quickly.
"Cool. We're going to paint the head, right?"
"Of course we are, and then we're going to carve the pumpkins. Think about what kind of face you want to put on yours."
"Mine? We each get one?"
"That's right."
"Can I make it anything I want?"
Ellie asked slyly. "Sure you can. It's yours. Here, let's try on the jacket." Abby gathered it up and held it out for Ellie to slip her arms into, then stepped back to look at the general effect. Sloppy at the moment, but nothing she couldn't fix. "Can you get it over your head?" Ellie grabbed the back collar and pulled, and Abby found herself looking at Ellie's face peering out from between the front bands. She couldn't help laughing.
"Do I look stupid?"
Ellie asked. "No, it looks great. You want to leave the front open like that, or wear a dark t-shirt that no one will see in the dark and cut a couple of eye holes in that?" Ellie considered.
"Yeah, that could work."
She started wriggling out of the jacket, and Abby reached out to help her. Then their hands touched. Ellie slipped out of the jacket and turned to face Abby, her expression filled with hope.
"It's back, isn't it?"
Abby nodded, smiling, and was almost knocked over when Ellie flung both arms around her.
"How'd you do it?"
Ellie demanded. "There's a woman I met here in Lexington. She's a medium, and we discovered we had some sort of connection, different from ours, so I asked her to come over so I could touch her, and it worked." Ellie nodded.
"But Ned and me? We couldn't do it?"
"Apparently not. Christine's ability is kind of different. Does it feel the same now when you touch me? Pretty much. Did something change? I'm not sure yet. We can talk about that later, but I'm not complaining. Come on, let's get this costume finished up and get to work on the pumpkins. Abby had bought some orange tempera paint, so they finished painting the head quickly, and in a few minutes Ellie added features with a broad black marker. Can it light up? She asked. I guess if we cut out eye holes. I got a batch of battery-powered tea lights, so you could just stick one inside. Just the eyes, right. Ellie went back to adding a leering mouth. Abby started cutting the tops off the pumpkins. Without looking up, she asked, Why'd you pick this character, Ellie? What are other people doing? Movie princesses, kittens, that kind of dumb thing. This will certainly be different. You know where the story of the Headless Horseman comes from? Yeah, our English teacher told us about it. Some guy wrote a story about it. There was this geeky guy, Ichabod Crane, and this other guy named Brom something or other who just wanted to scare him. Not a very nice message, is it? Well, Ichabod was a wimp. Not that the other guy was so great. What he did was mean and sneaky. So why do you want to be him? Ellie took her time answering as she studied her head's face. Because, well, people kind of believed then that people could come back from the dead, which was why Ichabod thought he was seeing a ghost and was scared. But the other guy, he knew that he could pretend and scare Ichabod, and it worked, and he got what he wanted. Abby tried to figure out how she should respond to Ellie's interpretation. As she remembered the story, the bully, Abraham something or other, known as Brom, had wanted to scare Ichabod so he would scuttle away in terror, and Brom could get the girl they both wanted. And Brom won. Somehow along the way, the story had gotten tangled up with Halloween, that pumpkin head thing. Brom had been carrying the head in front of him on the horse he was riding, and then he threw it at Ichabod, who left the scene and then the town in a hurry. It wasn't until daylight that the head was found to be a pumpkin. A spooky story, but kind of an unpleasant one. Abby gave up trying to find a way to sugarcoat the moral of the story for Ellie, so she gave up. Ellie, you know it's not a nice story, don't you? Ellie nodded. You sound like my teacher now. I understand why you like it, but I want you to promise that you won't scare littler kids when you're out trick-or-treating. Promise? I wasn't going to anyway. That's just mean. For kids, this is supposed to be fun, right? With only a little scary stuff. Good. And whatever you do, don't throw things at other people. Ellie was getting impatient. I don't do that kind of stuff. Ned came downstairs, dressed in grubby jeans and a sweatshirt. Looks great, kid. Abby handed him the biggest pumpkin. You know what to do with this, right? Of course I do. My mother raised me right. Hand me that carving knife. He settled himself cross-legged on the kitchen floor next to Ellie, spread out some newspapers, and cut the top off his pumpkin. Are we going to eat? He asked as he worked. You mean apart from candy? Maybe after you get back from demanding extortion candy. How long do things usually last in this neighborhood? I haven't really paid attention, but I'd guess 8:30. For the littler kids, that is. After that, it's pretty much high school kids goofing. You can shut down before that. Ellie asked suddenly, Why do we do Halloween? Nobody at school has explained it? Abby asked her. Ellie shook her head. I think it started out with some kind of religion, and we don't talk about religion at school. Ah, Abby thought a moment. It goes back a long way, before this country was even settled. Most people think it started with the Celts in Ireland and England and France. It's kind of a harvest festival, and a few centuries later the Pope decided he'd borrow it for a Christian festival, All Saints' Day. That's the first day of November, and Halloween is the night before. But I guess the thing that matters to you and me is that Halloween is supposed to be when the souls of the dead return to the earth and to where they lived. It's the one day of the year they can do that. But why do people celebrate it now? I mean, apart from getting lots of candy. Good question. It's a very old celebration with deep roots. It's kind of the dying of the year when winter arrives. The candy's a much later addition, but the old holiday still seems to appeal to people. I know, that's a pretty lame description, at least for how most people see it now. We know different, right? Ellie asked. That the dead come back to visit? Abby said, looking at Ned, hoping he'd jump in. He ignored her. Yes, I guess we do. Except for us, it can happen any time. The spirits or ghosts or whatever they are don't all go away and get put in a box and let out only one day a year. They're always there somewhere. Does that scare you? No, we've talked about this, right? They don't want to hurt us. A lot of them don't even see us. They're dead, but they're not, kind of. I don't get why people are scared of them. I can't answer that. For me, it's the fact that I'm seeing them at all, not whoever they are, that scared me in the beginning. Now I understand, and I'm used to it. But a lot of people, they don't like things they don't understand, so they pretend it's not happening, or they get scared. People are dumb, Ellie said. Sometimes, Abby agreed. But please don't tell them. Yeah, I know. I figured that out a while ago. Good for you, Ellie, Ned said. The pumpkin carving took the better part of an hour, and they needed to pick up the pace. Ellie, I've got some high boots that should fit you, but you might need extra socks. Anything else you can think of? That T-shirt so I can see out without people seeing me, Ellie reminded her. Oh, right. Is your mom making Petey's costume? No, she just bought something at the store. He doesn't care. Thinking back over comments Ellie had made about her mother, it sounded to Abby like Ellie and her mother were still clashing. To some extent that was normal, especially when there was a younger sibling in the picture, and Ellie was not an openly rebellious child, but it could lead to problems down the line. Maybe she should talk to Ellie after all the Halloween fuss died down. They shared the cleanup chores in the kitchen. Why was it that those slippery pumpkin seeds managed to scatter so far? Abby inserted the lights in the carved pumpkins, and they carried them out to the front steps and lined them up, Ned's on the top step, then Abby's, and finally Ellie's on the lowest step. The sun was sinking rapidly, and Abby could see a few parents escorting very short goblins or princesses along the sidewalks. I'd better go get the candy ready, and I'm going to get my costume on, Ellie replied. Chapter 33. There were bowls and bags of candy on the kitchen table, and Abby was trying to calculate how much to put in each bowl so they wouldn't run out that evening. Ned, how many kids do you say we might get tonight? I've never done an official count, but I'd guess about 100, mostly young ones, but a few Ellie's age and up. People around here look at this as a safe neighborhood for kids to roam, and sometimes they bring them here from other neighborhoods. In spite of the cemetery out back? Abby asked. Nobody tries to scare kids with spooky lights or anything back that way, do they? No, the local police make the rounds during the evening and make sure they're visible. Don't worry about it. Great, so I can go back to worrying if I have enough candy for the hordes of Lexington. It's no big deal, Abby. If you run out, just turn off the lights and close the door. And turn off the pumpkins. Your costume looks great, Ellie, Abby told her, even if I do say so myself. Wait, let's get a picture of it for your parents, okay? Maybe the costume wasn't perfect, and it certainly looked homemade, but then who cared? It certainly conveyed the spirit of the Headless Horseman, whatever the girls in pink ruffles or neon spandex might think. Ellie was marching to her own drummer, and any little glitches would be concealed by darkness, although she and Ned wrestled to fill out the hair on Brahms' pumpkin head and ended up with a weird mix of steel wool and broom bristles. Close enough, Abby thought. Ellie was obviously itching to start her candy hunt, but she stood still long enough for Abby to snap a couple of pictures on her cell phone.
Can we go now?
One sec, Ned said. Abby, Leslie said either she or George could pick up Ellie later around 9. Petey should be exhausted by then.
I hope I survive until 9. I haven't done the whole candy thing for years, so I'm out of practice.
She'd lived in apartments for several years, and nobody ever came to her door then. Just have fun, okay? Ned said.
I'm trying, Abby told him. You have fun too. How long do you think you'll be out?
Depends on how energetic we feel, right, Ellie?
Yeah. You know the good places to go, right?
Well, I can't say I've gone looking for candy lately, but I think I can guess the best places to find it. Your mom said she or your dad would pick you up by 9, so we'll have to be back before that. But I think 2 hours is plenty.
It was just past twilight when Abby waved goodbye to Ned and Ellie. As they disappeared into the dusk, Abby had to admit that Ellie's costume was appropriately spooky. At their own house, they'd already fielded quite a few little kids, accompanied by parents, and as Ellie had predicted, many of the little girls had opted for tiaras and sparkles, while a lot of the little boys thought throwing on a Tom Brady football jersey was enough. But Abby smiled at everyone and handed out candy in limited amounts, no scrabbling in the bowl themselves. In between waves of kids, she looked out over the neighborhood, which was suddenly populated by a lot of small and larger people moving along sidewalks. All the houses sported carved pumpkins with flickering lights, except the few houses that were conspicuously dark. No children welcome there. Battery-operated tea lights these days, Abby thought, not the candles from her childhood days. Probably safer and guaranteed to stay lit longer. She had taken a moment to look out the back, checking for activity in the cemetery. Nothing she could see, mortal or otherwise, which was a relief. She hoped the police presence could keep teenage vandals away. There were some great old tombstones back there. Why did rowdy teens get such pleasure in trashing memorials to the past? It was close to 8:30 when Ned and Ellie returned. Ellie was talking a mile a minute, and Abby suspected she'd sampled some of the candy. Abby was down to the last bowl of candy, the kinds nobody seemed to like, and would be happy to call it a night. "Good hunting?" she asked, as Ellie ran up the steps and Ned followed more slowly. "Yeah, lots of the good kinds," Ellie said. "You weren't going to make me save half of it or anything?" she asked more darkly. "Is that what your mom does? If you're worried, you can leave some of it here. I promise we won't eat any of it. Right, Ned?"
"Who, me?"
He grinned. There weren't many people left on the street. "Want to sit down for a few minutes?" Abby gestured toward the wicker chairs she'd left on the porch. "Okay," Ellie said, and sat in the nearest chair. "What did people say about your costume?" Abby asked. "A lot of people didn't get it. Mostly the grown-ups did, though." Abby wasn't surprised. Washington Irving must seem pretty tame to most of today's kids, accustomed to monsters and aliens and cartoon characters with superpowers. She sat in the chair next to Ellie's and watched the pumpkin lights wink out erratically up and down the street. Nice night, not too cold, and it hadn't rained. And now peace was returning. Out of the corner of her eye, Abby noticed Ellie perk up like a cat that had spotted a mouse. Ellie was staring out at the street. "Do you see them?" she whispered. "See what?" Abby followed Ellie's gaze. At first she saw nothing, but then she went still. "Yes." Ned was looking at them in confusion. "What?" "I think it's our neighbors, from out back." Comprehension dawned on Ned's face. "Ah." He turned to look. "I don't see them. Relatives, do you think?" "I can't exactly say, since I haven't seen much of them, but there are quite a few. Right, Ellie?" Ellie nodded, her eyes not leaving the street. Halloween, and the dead were walking.
They looked like ordinary people, only fainter. They wore what they would have worn during their lives: men, women, children, singly or in groups, family groups, ghosts. If the stories about ghosts had persisted so long, how many people had to have seen what she was seeing, Abby wondered. There they were. They weren't threatening or sad, nor were they frolicking about as if they believed this was their only annual excursion into the real here-and-now world. They were simply strolling in the dark. Did they see each other? Recognize each other? Were she and Ellie seeing the same ones? "Ellie," Abby whispered, wondering why she felt she had to keep quiet. "Yeah?" Ellie said. "How many do you see?" Ellie looked up and down the street. "I don't know, maybe 10, 15? "That's about what I see. Men and women?" "Yup, wearing old clothes." "Yes." "Do they see us?" "I don't think so, but they're there, aren't they?" "Yes, they are." They both fell silent, watching, and Ned didn't interrupt. But Leslie did. She pulled into the driveway quickly and climbed out of her car, apologizing even before she was out. "Sorry, but Petey was so wired on sugar, it was hard to get him to sleep. How'd it go, Ellie?" It was only when Leslie neared the porch that she realized that Ellie hadn't even acknowledged her presence and was still staring out at the street. Leslie turned and scanned the scene. "What are you looking at?" "Oh." Abby watched Leslie's face, and for a moment she thought she saw wistfulness, but it disappeared quickly, hardening into something approaching anger. "There's nothing there," Leslie said. "Come on, Ellie, time to go home." Ellie flashed a quick glance at Abby, and Abby nodded. "Go on, sweetie. I'll see you later this week." Ellie nodded once, then turned to Ned. "Thank you for taking me trick-or-treating tonight, Ned. I had a good time." It sounded to Abby like a canned script, probably for Leslie's benefit. "Yeah, thanks, you two," Leslie echoed. "I'll be in touch. Let's go, Ellie." Abby and Ned stayed where they were until Leslie had pulled away and turned the corner at the end of the street. "She knew what we were doing," Abby said quietly. "Will she be upset?" "I can't tell you. She's still struggling with the whole thing." "What did you see?" "Maybe shadows moving around." "But you saw something? Because Ellie and I did." "I think so. She noticed them first." "I know. Leslie's not going to be able to ignore this much longer." "I agree, but give her time." "Want to try something?" He held out his hand to her. "All right." She took his hand, and for a moment the whatever they were, spooks or spirits or ghosts, seemed to brighten, to intensify in color, to become more present. And then they went dark, like a candle blown out. Their hands were still linked. "Did you?" Abby asked. "Yes, and then they were gone." "Time for us to go in, I think. Any candy left?" Abby smiled. "I hid a bag." "Smart woman." "Lucky woman." This concludes Search for the Dead by Sheila Connolly. Narrated by Emily Durante. Copyright 2016 by Sheila Connolly. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing and was produced in the year 2017 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.